Hey fam, hey Fromaholics, welcome to JulieBDeepDives, and we have Doug Hughes with us again tonight. And oh, my background is still Severance. I gotta change the background from Severance. Yeah, Doug is joining us from a restaurant. Doug, you want to tell everybody what happened?
I was going to say, you're not the only one with a different background. Yeah, there was a calamity at my condo complex where I live. Some electricians were doing some work in the building next to mine, and one of the guys grabbed a live wire and electrocuted himself. And his partner, the guy who did it, actually died on the scene, and the other guy is in the hospital in shock. So there are 3 buildings in the complex and a bunch of stores and restaurants, and they've all been without power since 2 o'clock this morning. And we're not getting it back until 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. So that's why I'm here in the bar.
Yeah, but we're just glad that you were able to make it still. So, yeah, let's see who is in the chat. So there were some people who dropped stuff in last night, but those disappear for some reason. So there were people that enthusiastic, they were already in the chat. Hey Doc says he's gonna miss you, but we hope you'll be back after your trip. And
well, no reason why I shouldn't be.
Well, that's good. Michael says, hope Doug has a great trip. Better be sure to be on. Yeah, well, hopefully Mike will enjoy.
Thanks, Michael.
Yeah. And let's see. I'm just going to wade through these comments for you guys. We're just chatting here. Let's see. I think Amy was here, but I don't see her comment yet. Taryn Matheru, 3 more sleeps until April Fools. Yes, we shall see, Taryn. We'll be watching, see what happens on April 1st. Hey, Amy, thank you so much for the support. Appreciate it. Let's see. Tabitha. Hi, Tabitha. Nice to see you.
Hi, Tabitha.
Hey, Ryan. Nice to see you.
Evening, Ryan.
Awesome. Yep. Let's see. Hey, Kelly. Who else is here? Who else is here? We were going to be a little bit more on time, but then I spilled a bunch of water, so that was really some mishap.
At least I got 90% of my background.
Oh wow, you guys are really chatting away here. I'm trying to catch up with where you left off. Hey, there's Faith and Repentance. Nice to see you.
Hi, Faith.
There. So, okay, I think I'm almost caught up. Hey, LuvCrochet by Alexis. Nice to see you.
Hi, Alexis.
Alexis, I actually got my Jade doll today, and I haven't opened it yet. I thought I'd just open it at some point during the live. So
perfect. Well done.
Yeah.
Nothing like delayed gratification.
Yes, indeed. I like it. I've always delayed gratification, even since I was a kid. It makes it more satisfying when you do have that gratification. And Faith said, Doug, so sorry you had to go through that with the power situation.
Well, Julie and I were talking before the live tonight, and she said, are you sure you want to do this? And I said, Julie, my only other option is to go back home and sit in my dark, cold condo with nothing but candles around me. So, yes, I would much rather be here. Thank you very much.
That's a good thing for us. We're glad.
And as it happens, the bar closes at 11 p.m., but Charlotte has been kind enough to let me stay until she's finished closing up. So I should be good till probably close to midnight. Julie, you're frozen. Uh-oh. I hope this isn't a Wi-Fi thing. And the bad news is I can't see the chat. So unless people, well, I guess you can't even call in, because in order to do that, you would need Julie to put you in the panel. So I don't know what to do, folks. Sing a couple of show tunes, maybe? Oh, wait. It's buffering. Is she coming back? No. Well, this is awkward. So, now what do we do? Trying to think of something that I can share with you all. For those of you who don't know, yes, the little man in yellow is coming with me on the trip. I hope to do a whole travelogue with him. And also, for those of you who don't know, I'm going to Madrid for a few days, and then I'm going off to a little place called La Alberca, which is in the west of Spain. It's not too far from the Portuguese border, actually. It's in this beautiful, very hilly country. It's a gorgeous spot. I've been there many times before. There's this company in Madrid called De Verbo. And for all you Anglos out there, you may be interested in this. It's a company that teaches English to Spaniards. And if you live in Madrid, you can sign up for regular Spanish or English classes there. But most of their business is doing these week-long immersion programs where they take a group of about 20 to 25 Spaniards who pay a lot of money to do this, and they take an equal-sized group of Anglo volunteers. They stick us on a bus. They drive us out to this little town, La Alberca, in the west of Spain. They put us up for a week and feed us, and you spend the week speaking English with all these Spaniards. And the only requirement is that English be your mother tongue. So if you're looking for a neat way to spend a week in Spain, or maybe extend a holiday in Spain by an extra week, all you got to do is get yourself to Madrid, and they take care of everything else. They drive you out there, they put you up, they drive you back. And it's very cool. And she's back. Was that your Wi-Fi, sweetheart?
Yes, Doug, my Wi-Fi is out on all my devices. That problem that I've been telling you about, it's out again.
Man, what a nightmare. Well, at least you found a way back, so.
Yes, only via my phone. If we had unlimited time, I would go in there and screw with the Wi-Fi, but I don't want to waste any time with you, and I'm not leaving you alone on this thing, so.
Oh, you don't want to do that. That's a recipe for disaster. Just ask the people that had to listen to me for the last 2 minutes.
Oh my God. I'm trying to see if I can put myself in landscape mode, but I guess I can't. So it's
all right. This is a good look.
It's weird though. It's like you're in landscape mode and you're on a phone.
Yeah, well, that's because I've got the phone turned sideways.
I think I know how to do it. Well, this is an interesting live, guys. This is a unique one. My God. It was the Doug show for a couple of minutes there, just Doug by himself. Oh,
I was telling them about the thing I'm going to be doing in Spain, De Verbo, the volunteer program. There you are. Oh, yes. Ta-da! You've done it.
I just have to prop this up on something and then... Okay, then. It's not ideal, but I'll make the best of it.
Hey, it's kind of the same thing on this end, so we're making the best of what we got.
Yes. Actually, you know what? I can't see the chat that well, so I'm going to leave it like this.
Okay.
So,
it looks
anyway.
Fine. You know.
Yeah.
It's all
anyway. Good. So, you were telling them about the trip that you're going to be going on.
I was telling them about the volunteer thing that I do at De Verbo, the English program, which is lots and lots of fun. When I first heard about it, this is back in 2009, the woman I was dating at the time found their website and she described to me what it was. And I said, that sounds awesome. I want to do that. No, actually, she told me that in 2008. I had to wait a year before I was able to go. And I went, and the first time I went was in like February, which is not the best time of year to be visiting Spain. But still, I had so much fun. I thought, this is amazing. And I've gone back every chance I've had since. And I think this will be visit number 8 now. So I'm really looking forward to it. But I'm going a few days early. Sorry, I was just going to say I'm going a few days early to do a little business while I'm there. Oh, we've lost you again. Where did you go? Now what?
I pressed the exit button by accident because I'm not used to being on a phone on this thing.
Oh my
Sorry,
God.
Go on, Doug.
The wheels are coming off here.
Sorry, Doug, go on.
It's fine. It's fine. I was going to say that I'm going a few days early because I have been sending emails to a number of theaters in Madrid, trying to get some meetings there with people to see if I can get them to read our new play, Sucker. And also I want to talk to them about, well, all of our plays, but I'm definitely going to be talking to them about Deadline as well. And typically when I send out these emails, I get like, if I'm lucky if I get like one response, but I've got about 3 or 4 people who have asked for either a meeting or a script or both. So I'm really looking forward to that. And then when I'm done in Spain, when I finish the program, I'm heading off to Poland for a few days to basically do the same thing in Warsaw for a couple of days and then in Krakow. And then it's back home.
Well, that's amazing, and I really hope that you have good luck with those connections and try to get another production. Well, a first production of Sucker. Uh-oh.
Hey, wait, can I have another beer, please? Sorry. I just tripped over my own phone cord. This is like the Keystone Cops here tonight. Anyway,
we're doing a comedy routine tonight. It's a comedy of errors here.
You gotta bear with me. This machine I'm using is really temperamental. This little stand I've got.
Don't worry about it.
You know how it is. It was cheap, and you get what you pay for. You know.
Oh yes, you do. You get what you pay for.
Okay, there we are. We're more or less back to normal. Well, you know, for me.
Yeah. So anyway, let me see if I can highlight comments doing this. Let me see. I was about to say hi to Martin when I got kicked off. Let's see. Where the heck was it now? Going back. Oh, here we go. Martin said, "Hi, Doug."
Hi, Martin.
And Amy said, "Safe travels."
Thanks, Amy.
Let's see. Hey, Jackson Rains, nice to see you. Okay. Hi, Dieter. Thank you for being here as always and being amazing. Thank you so much for everything.
Evening, Dieter.
Else?
Sorry, we're not going to see each other in Brussels.
Dieter was saying, when you're briefly getting off a flight and then getting on a flight in Belgium, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was joking that he hoped your plane gets delayed because he'd like to meet you. I was like, we're not gonna wish that on Doug. He's going to be stranded at the airport.
It's a really tight layover. It's like 45 minutes. I'm basically getting off one plane and immediately getting on the other one. So there was no way to make it work. You know.
Yeah. Well, it's you know, it's like it's such a near, you know, so close, you know, such a
exactly.
You know, just so close but so far. Taryn, yeah, thanks for still being here, Taryn. Hey, Wilderness, welcome to Doug Deep Dives. That's hilarious. Oh my god!
And very
it even has.
too.
Oh my god, Doug! Did you say alliterative?
Yes.
You just took the word out of my mouth. I opened my mouth to say the same thing. It's alliterative. I love alliteration. Yes.
So do I.
As a writer, that's a thing of mine. So let's see what else was going on here in the chat. Just me, nice to see you.
Hi, just me.
Wilderness.
Sounds like I'm saying hello to myself.
Right. Wilderness was wondering if you know when From begins shooting.
All I know is the same rumor that's been floating around for a while, and that is apparently they're starting shooting in June, but I don't know how accurate that is. I certainly don't have any specifics.
Right. So hopefully the word on the street is correct, and if they start shooting in June, we may have it. I mean, I've been hearing, you know, late 2025 is not out of the realm of possibility, but I would say early 2026 is much more likely. But we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, either way, it's probably a matter of a couple of weeks, so I don't think it's going to make much difference, you know?
Yeah. Well, honestly, it's really not much difference, and I don't mind waiting. Everyone else is like, you know, we need it back right now. We missed From, and it's like, I'm enjoying the rewatch. I'm enjoying the conversation. I don't want to rush it. I mean, we rush it, you know, it's over too quickly, and then you're waiting for the next season. And the next thing you know, the series is over. Let's not rush.
And as we've established, you're good with delayed gratification, so you know.
I've been like that since I was a little kid. I would like, that's not typical for a kid, you know. I would deliberately save the best for last of whatever it was I was eating or whatever. Like I would be like, no, I want to save
So
that.
nervous, so excited, but
I
so
don't.
nervous.
So, what else is in here? What else have you guys been saying? Or please, if you have any questions or comments for Doug, you can drop them in the chat. If anybody wants to call in, I will post the link in just a moment.
Yeah, I actually volunteered that information when you went dark. I was inviting people to call in if they wanted to, just so you know.
Yeah. So,
because that's the way we do things here on Doug Deep Dives.
Yes, on Doug Deep Dives. So, I'm gonna actually drop that link. Oh no, my mom was just yelling something, but I'm gonna drop the link. And while I'm doing that, I'll just highlight Taryn's question here. Taryn wanted to know, who are your favorite actors, like outside of From, and how do you think they would behave if they got trapped in FromLand?
Too many to mention. My God. And it's funny, you know, whenever I'm asked these kinds of questions, I always draw a total blank. Grant threw a couple like that at me during our interview, and I just, it's like I got nothing. Who are my favorite actors? I was very fond of Gene Hackman. Very fond of Dennis Hopper. Denzel Washington. I'm going through the guys here. Oh God, I was a big fan of Harry Dean Stanton, which is an actor that a lot of people don't know. He had one of the support roles in Alien. He had a great career, and it was all kind of completely under the radar. And if you talk to people, other actors in the film industry, everybody sung his praises, but the public at large had no idea who he was. As far as women go, and lots of British actors. I loved Alan Rickman. Oh God, what's his name? He played Churchill in the movie about Churchill recently. I'm horrible with names these days. Emma Thompson, a big favorite. Helen Mirren, Judi Dench. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, Harry Dean. Look him up on IMDb. He was a lovely actor. Great. He was in a David Lynch film that the title of which has gone right out of my head. It was one of his later films. Anyway, yeah, that's all I got for right now.
Okay. Well, that's great. Good choices. Emma Thompson, she's amazing. I mean, she's a legend.
Oh, I adore her. I just adore her. Oh, and Michael Gambon was a lovely actor too.
No way.
I fell in love with him long before Harry Potter. And Bill Nye is another one. Genius. Just lovely actor.
I'm never sure I'll hear.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I could sit here all night plucking names out of the air. What was that? Sorry? I can't hear you, Julie. You've lost your sound. Or I have, anyway. Hi.
My internet came back.
Okay,
Oops. Cool. Okay. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave my other self in the background just in case it goes out again. And then if it goes out again, I'll just switch to my phone.
Okay.
So I'm on here twice, two
Sounds
times
good.
over.
Okay.
Is the sound okay? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh my God.
Oh, great. Okay, good, because I was having trouble dropping the link on my phone to the chat. So here's the call-in link if anyone wants to call in.
Yes.
There it is.
Here's the thing that I didn't know about tipping here in Canada.
There we go. So if anyone wants to call in, I'm going to pin it to the top of the chat. And let's see. Taryn has a theory about Emma Thompson in FromLand and April 1st. Okay, interesting, Taryn.
Here is
Just me has a question for you, Doug.
so no
Let's
matter
see.
how much people tip me
Do you like
throughout my
art
shift,
museums,
I
Doug? If
still
so, have you
owe
been to the Museo
about
del
$250.
Prado in
Yes, I have
Madrid?
been to the El Prado, the Museo del Prado. It's amazing. I've been to a number of the museums in Madrid actually, because every time I go, I always try to give myself at least a day on one end or the other of the program to do a little sightseeing. And I do that in most places I go. One of my favorite museums is the Musée d'Orsay in Paris. And for those of you who have seen that painting in my flat, which is usually in the background when I do these lives, that's from the Musée d'Orsay.
So if I get a day when no one's tipping, then
And Julie, we've lost you again.
I think it's great.
No, I'm here. I'm still here. I'm just hooking up my webcam.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I absolutely love that painting. That's usually behind you. It's just absolutely gorgeous.
Well, if you like that one, you should Google him. His name is Giovanni Boldini, Boldini, and we got some serious echo happening here, Julie.
Uh-oh. There's an echo?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know if you're hearing it on
Okay.
your end, but I'm hearing myself.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take my other self off of here. That might be the problem.
Yeah, it probably is.
Actually, no. Now Ryan is calling in. Let me add Ryan, and you still hear it? You still hear yourself, Doug?
Well, I'll have to say something first. No, I'm. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, I am. It's still there. It's not bad. I mean, if you're not hearing it on your end, then I guess we're okay.
Okay. Oh, it may be
See,
because I hooked up my webcam and I didn't activate it yet. Maybe that's the problem. Hold on a sec.
it seems to be gone now. Oh,
I just changed. Is it?
yeah. I think
Oh, is
I
it?
think I was hearing a bit of echo there, and then it stopped sort of mid-word. So yeah, I think you solved it.
Oh, good. Okay. Bear with us, folks. It's a comedy of errors tonight.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show, Ryan.
Hey, how are you?
Ryan.
Evening, Ryan.
Hey, thanks for joining. What's on your mind, Ryan? And also thank you so much for all your support. I finally found which Facebook group you're actually a moderator for. I couldn't figure out which one it was, and it's awesome. I went on there yesterday, and
Yeah,
it's
I'm
terrific.
glad
And
you
thank
could
you so much
finally
for all your
join it.
support there. Yeah, it's what's the name of it again, Ryan?
I'm having some internet issues. I think it's a bit laggy on my end. The sound's a bit choppy, so I'll do my best here.
Okay. Yeah. Do you have a question or a comment for Doug? There's just a little bit of a
Can you guys
lag.
hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
We hear you.
But yeah, there does appear to be a lag. Well, we could hear you. We can't hear you now.
Okay, great.
Oh, there he is.
Um,
Yeah, that's a real
yeah,
long
it seems like there's a bit of a delay.
Yeah, there seems to be. But when it comes through, we can hear you fine.
Okay, I was
Ryan.
just going to ask you, Doug, how did your dinner go with Cliff and Elizabeth?
It was great. It was lovely. Did you see I posted a little video on your From page on Facebook. Did you see that? It was the two of them and my friend Jane. She was the fourth, and we were all toasting each other for the sake of the camera.
That's awesome. I loved that. That was so cool. I mean, you couldn't pass up the opportunity to. I saw the one with you and the mini man in yellow, and the two of them as well. And
Oh, I had to get
that
him in with those two. Absolutely. We did a few
I-
of those actually, but that was the best one. And Grant's here.
Oh,
How you doing?
hi, Grant. Thanks for joining. How are you?
No worries. I'm doing well, thank you. I thought I'd jump on. I can only be on just for a little bit. I know it's gonna be one of the last ones to get a chance to speak with Doug for a while before he goes on his world trip.
Well, you never know. I might be able to hook up while I'm over there, depending on the time difference and stuff.
That'll be cool.
Yeah.
That would be
See the
cool.
mini man in
You
yellow
know-
all over the world. Can't wait.
Oh yeah, no, he's definitely coming with me. Ryan, I don't know if you can still hear us, but I was going to say our conversation about Shakespeare that we were having on the From fan page on Facebook reminded me of a limerick that I should have done the other night when we were doing limericks. So I'll just do it now. It goes, there once was a man named McNamator with a tool of prodigious diameter. Yet it wasn't his size gave the girls a surprise, but his rhythm, iambic pentameter. I thought you'd like that one,
Nice.
Julie.
I did like that. I love the
excellent.
limericks.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah. That quote from Shakespeare I gave you was one of my favorites from Titus Andronicus.
Ah. Oh, yes, the famous anal retentive, Titus Andronicus.
What did you say?
I said the famous anal retentive, Titus Andronicus. Just it's a little lame Shakespeare humor.
Love it. I love it.
Yeah, exactly.
You modern kids and your modern slang.
Yeah. By the way, Tabitha said, we're rooting for you and sending all the good vibes your way for your plays, as you
Thank
do
you,
that.
Tabitha.
Yeah. You know, we're all behind you.
Well, we have
see.
I was just going to say we have 3 productions going on in Poland right now as we speak. So one of the things I want to do while I'm there is touch base with at least one of the companies that's running one of our plays. That's Something Fishy, which is happening in Warsaw. The producers of the national tour that's going on right now aren't available. They're going to be out of town. And the other guys are in Wrocław, which I'm not going to get to on this trip, so I can't hook up with them. But yeah, we've had 5 productions now of 3 of our plays in Poland. So it's nice to have sort of established a foothold there, you know. And it all happened quite by accident. I think we talked about this on an earlier live. I can't remember, but our translator, she lives in Warsaw, but her daughter lives in London, and she spends 6 months of the year living in England. And she just happened to go see a production of Who's Underwear that was happening in Sonning, which is just east of London. And she contacted our publishers asking for permission to translate it, and they put her in touch with us, and we said, yeah, sure. And boom, she did that. Suddenly there was a production in Warsaw, and then that theater did another one of our plays, and then somebody else picked up the first one, and now we've had 5 productions in the last, I guess it's about 8 years. So that's been very cool. I mean, getting to travel is something that I never really thought about when I started my acting career, but because of both my acting and my writing career, I've seen way more of the world than I would have seen otherwise, you know. Going to places like Poland and China and all over this country as an actor, it's just been a real great fringe benefit, you know.
That's amazing. Yeah, and even just when you started out in your career doing school tours, you got to see so much. Even though the plays themselves were like, idiotic and it was like really bad morality plays from the sound of it, based on what I read in your book, in The Poor Player.
Well, that one I was making reference to, that was a company that I worked with in Edmonton. All that stuff that happens in Calgary, in real life, it was a company in Edmonton. And yeah, the 2 plays we did with them were just terrible. Just, And the problem is when you do these tours, you're doing these shows for months. I mean, that was like a 5-month tour. And yeah, I was real happy to see the end of that one.
Bet. So, Dieter pointed out that there are yellow lights behind you, Doug. So that's fitting. You're
Yes,
lit by yellow light.
I insisted on those.
Um, hey there, underground audience secrets. So we've got a new From fan here. Just watched the end of season 3 and Doug scared the crap out of me.
Mission accomplished.
There we go. That is the whole point. Excellent. Yeah, honestly, Doug, you know something? I actually rewatched after all these conversations we've had together for the first time in a long time. I rewatched that scene with you the other day, and I just marveled at how even your voice came out sounding different. It didn't feel like you at all. I mean, the acting performance just, I mean, it couldn't be any more different from your actual persona. So, job well done there, because it didn't even sound like you.
Well, thank you, but I think under different circumstances, um, there are lots of times when I would sound just like that, you know, like in real life. Um, it just so happens that in this venue, I don't. But yeah, that voice is not unusual for me, you know. I wasn't trying to pitch it any specific way or anything, you know, like.
Yeah.
It was just whatever I was doing vocally was just an intuitive choice. You know, it wasn't something that I went, oh, I know, I'll do this. It's just, that's how it came out. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah,
after rewatching it, I'm like, I don't think that's Doug. He's Condesol. There's no way that's Doug. I'm waiting for the smile to come out because I'm so used to seeing you smile now.
Well, there's a bit of smiling in that
Yeah,
scene.
there's a smirk. There's definitely a smirk there. But yeah, it's like there wasn't that pattern that Doug smile that I've seen more of than I've seen the Man in Yellow. So it's like going back and watching it now after knowing you. It's just it's way more surreal than I thought it was going to be.
Well,
right?
there's no tap number in the scene either. But you know that's not what was called for. So you know.
Well, you know what? Maybe you can get your way in season 4.
What's that? Sorry.
Maybe you can get your way in season 4, and they can have a dance number.
Well, it's funny you should mention that because we were having a conversation the other night about how amazing a lot of the musical choices have been in From, you know, specifically coming out of the jukebox in the diner. And we started kicking ideas around about songs that would work really well thematically with the series. And so after that, I went on to, because I have a huge collection of tunes on my iTunes file. And I went through and I started picking out tunes that I thought would work really well. And I ended up with about 90 of them. So I was sending an email to John Griffin the other day and I said, have a look at these. I don't know if any of them will be any use to you, but, you know, and send him the whole list. So we'll see. We'll see if any of that shows up in the series.
I think that, I mean, some of those choices just sound phenomenal. I still have yet to look them up and listen to some of these, but I mean, just from the titles alone, it sounds like a great fit. So,
well, and
maybe I'll take some of your suggestions.
Yeah, I mean, it's all going to be dependent on plot. You know, they have to suit whatever's happening in the episode. And that's what's so great about the tunes that we've already heard is that they're so apropos. And that's one of the reasons why I sent 90 of them because, you know, you never know what's going to work. It's a bit like throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Right. But I mean, they're still at a stage of development of the show right now where they could easily take a suggestion or two from that. They could, you know, I'm sure they haven't planned out the entire season yet. They're still developing it.
Well, when I wrote John, I said to him, you know, like many, many years ago, this was just after Whose Underwear was published. I thought, I want to try my hand at a screenplay. I had never studied screenwriting. I had never, you know, taken any courses or anything, but I just wanted to try writing for that medium because I'm such a movie fan. But I had no idea what the plot was going to be. So I thought about it for a few days and I thought, I know what I'm going to do. And I made a list of all the songs that I thought would absolutely have to be on the soundtrack of my movie. And by the time I got to the end of that list, I knew what the movie was going to be about. And So yeah, sometimes music selections like that can spark creative ideas that can fit into your story. You know, you never know.
Absolutely. You know, music is a powerful tool for a narrative device in a show. I mean, music is so key, I think, to establishing mood. I mean, look at the old Twilight Zone. I think that a lot of modern shows really could take a lesson from the way that the Twilight Zone used music to really put you on edge and establish the mood of the show. And I think that's where Jordan Peele's version of the Twilight Zone fell short. The biggest thing for me that was missing was music that pulls you into that unsettling mood. It's really important. It's an important feature of any series.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the music was too polished. It was too clean. Like, it was a lot of the stuff back then was a slightly off key, and you couldn't pick what it was, or it was slightly out of beat with certain things that they did with it, and it worked for it instinctively. When you hear something, you know if it sounds right, and when it doesn't, it puts you in a weird mood. That's why I feel like
Mhm.
with the stuff from, while it's similar to other stuff, because music has this weird thing where it can pull like nostalgic memories that you haven't thought about for years. You'll hear 3 or 4 lines of a thing, and you'll be thinking about the time that you were 9 years old riding a bicycle. And that's the thing with horror music, because a lot of the sort of stuff is similar. You don't necessarily always get the memory of what you're watching, but you get the feeling of it at the time. You know, you hear just 3 or 4 high notes in a piano repeated
Absolutely.
over and over again. I get a little bit on edge because when I was a kid, Halloween scared the crap out of me. But I hear a piano like that now, and I automatically go, oh, okay, something's coming up, you know. And I think that's what From does really well.
Right. Oh,
I just
hell yeah.
realized something.
From does
I
an
forgot.
amazing job with their choice of music and using the jukebox. It's just great. I love how they do that and how they use that to troll people. And anyway, I've got a question for Doug from Martin here from a little while ago. Question for Doug Deep Dives. Now this is a repeat of someone else's question, but I wanted to highlight it for Martin anyway. Um, how did the dinner go? Did you guys talk much about From? And Julie shared the mini man in yellow pic. It was awesome. Yeah, I shared it on a live
No,
stream so that everybody could see. Oh, I shared it in my Discord too, actually.
no, we didn't talk much about From. I mean, we talked about the prospect of, we talked about the fact that I hadn't met anybody aside from Ian and Sarah, and of course I knew Cliff because Cliff and I worked together at Stratford, so we knew each other. But this was my first opportunity to meet Liz, which was great, and she was lovely. And we talked a bit about what it's going to be like starting up again. And I was saying, for me, it's going to be like the kid who's showing up for his first day at the new school, when everybody's there, because I haven't had a chance to meet them yet. And that was one of the best things about it, was just getting to at least meet Liz, and get to know her a bit. But the most important thing was I found out something really cool. I didn't know this. She worked at the Shaw Festival for 4 seasons just before I got there. She finished her last season just before I started my first one the following year. So we got to talk a lot about some of the directors there. It turns out that one of my instructors from theater school directed her at Shaw. And so we got to talk about that. But we also worked with my absolute favorite director there, a guy named Neil Monroe, who was no longer with us, unfortunately. He died about 15 years ago. But Neil was an absolute genius, and I loved working with him. In fact, I did more shows with him when I was at Shaw than anybody. And from the way Liz described it, it sounds like she had the exact same experience. So I thought, oh, good, a kindred spirit. So that was really nice to learn.
Awesome. I mean, yeah, and I think this whole cast is just you're just going to fit right in with the whole bunch of them because they all seem like such lovely people and they all go out of their way to connect with the fans. Now they can't do it as much as you because they have had years to amass so many followers. So, but they do what they can. They really do. I mean, they interact. They're known for interacting with fans, replying to comments, that sort of thing. So they just seem like, like they even call themselves Fromily, just like the fans do. So
Yeah.
I think you're gonna fit right in, regardless of the fact that you're the new guy. You know, you're the new kid in school.
Well, I sure hope so. And I have to say, you know, one thing that I think will feel a whole lot easier was getting over the hump of that first scene, you know, because when I was there for the first day, I mean, talk about feeling like the new kid on the block, you know, I mean, it was just so weird because there's Ian, who's, you know, was finishing 3 years there that day. And of course, same thing with Sarah, you know, and I'm there like for the very, very first time, meeting everybody for the very first time. So it was really kind of overwhelming. But got over that now. And so now we can just get down to business, you know?
So now you've at least met one more person. It's
Yeah.
amazing you never met Liz in the first place because you already knew Cliff, but it's
Well,
great you got to meet her.
And Cliff and I talked about that because I said to him, you know, I said to people, you know, maybe I got introduced to her at an opening night at Stratford when Cliff and I were there 15 years ago. But I couldn't say that for sure. And then I asked Cliff about it. He said, no, I can't remember either, but I don't think so. So, you know, it seems like this was our first meeting anyway. She didn't have any recollection of us meeting before. So, yeah.
Did she give you any like insights about what it's like to work on the show at all?
She talked a little bit about how, you know, getting to know Jack, for instance, you know, like that's a helpful thing when you get to that point where you feel comfortable working with them and stuff like that. Personally, for me, I don't think that's going to take very long. As overwhelmed as I was on that one day that I was there, I felt very comfortable working with Jack, so I don't think there's going to be any issues there at all. You know, we seem to get along quite well. And John was great. John was lovely. So, yeah, I have a very good feeling about it. I'm really looking forward, really, to meeting everybody and getting over that hump, too, because that, you know, that won't take long at all. But it's just because I'm such a fan of the series myself, you know? So it's kind of like meeting a whole bunch of people that I already like, you know?
Right. And Jack, I think it was, I think it might have been Jack who came up with the policy between the three of them, the three J's, no egos, no assholes, or something like that. Like they're just down to earth, nice guys. You know, no ego trips, no assholery, just nice guys.
And that was exactly my experience of both John and Jack on that day. Just a couple of regular guys who happen to be really good at what they do, you know?
That's terrific.
That's pretty cool.
Yes.
Well, sorry, what was that, Grant?
I said that's pretty cool. Like I've always wondered what they were like. Whether it was a like when you hear someone say that, you know, no egos or anything like that, you really hope it's true and it's not just a facade. I'm glad to hear that it's true.
I actually have a little surprise planned for when I see Jack again, assuming I do, of course, which I can't tell you about because if I say it here, it'll get back to him inevitably. But I found something out when I was there. I found out on the day I was leaving, actually, on my way to the airport, a little something that I thought, oh, I can have a little fun with that. So he's in for a little surprise on the first day back at work. A pleasant surprise.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, eventually, once you do surprise him, I'll be curious to hear in the future when you're able to tell us. That's awesome, Doug.
I'll tell you all about it because if it works well, it's going to produce quite a reaction. So I'll let you know when I can.
Oh, nice.
Yes. Oh my God.
You do realize telling two theorists like Julie and myself, we're now going to come up with a million things of what you're going to do.
Yeah, and I guarantee you that none of them are going to be right.
Is he going to hog time to a tree like Randall did with Donna? No, it wouldn't be that. Let's work our way down.
Yes.
Maybe we can just do a live dedicated to theorizing what Doug's going to do to Jack.
Yeah. Doug, I was wondering something. So once you actually get your first script and you have inside information, do you think MGM will have a problem with you doing any appearance like this as long as you don't say anything at all about From? What do you think?
I don't think so. As long as, you know, I mean, the understanding will be from the start, sorry, that's off limits. We can't talk about that stuff, you know.
Of course.
It's as simple as that. And really, the onus is on me to make sure that doesn't happen. And that's easy, you know. I mean, I just don't talk about my role. I don't talk about the plots. I mean, I will only know about those things shortly before they're shot anyway. And of course, once they're shot, I can't talk about any of that stuff, you know, until the thing's released. And even then, even after they're released, the problem there is they're not released everywhere at the same time, you know. I mean, people in certain parts of the world didn't get season 3 until several months after everybody else did, you know, which I didn't know at the time. But so you can't talk about that stuff, you know, because I don't want to spoil the series for anybody, you know. I mean, those things are surprising for a reason, you know.
Of course, and the last thing we would ever want to do is try to pump you for information or risk your job. So you never have to worry about that here. We won't have any sneak questions trying to get you to slip and say something. We would never do that here. And we have loads of other things. When and if you have the time, we have loads of other things we love talking to you about. Your career in theater, your plays, your awesome stories. So, you know, From Talk can just be off limits when that time comes, and that's totally fine.
Well, and there's stuff that happens off camera that you can talk about, you know, that has nothing to do with the plot of the series or the characters, you know, just working with the other actors and silly things that happen. You know, you can talk about that stuff. That's not, there's no harm there.
Oh, we'd love to hear about that stuff. Yeah, whatever you're allowed to say. Hey, we're game.
Well,
we
and of
will
course,
never push.
there'll always be the mini man in yellow element too. You know, he's going to be very busy when I get back there. So, you know.
I mean, I hope that the Mini Man in Yellow is so popular that they actually hire a little person to come in as a new character, the Mini Man in Yellow. So you actually have it.
No, they'll say it's already been done. You know, Austin Powers. So can't go there.
Yeah. I can't wait to see
They're
the Mini
paying
Man
homage
Yellow's
to it.
adventures on the set. What, Grant?
I say they're just paying homage to it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that would be awesome. I can't wait to see the antics of Mini Man in Yellow on the set. Just a few of these older comments. Douglas E. Deep Dives. I like this one too, Muncher Luncher. That's funny. from when I dropped off. Hey there, Scott. Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. Michael had said Maboose is messing with the electronics again. Yeah, maybe it was Maboose. He's the culprit. I just wanted to say, you already answered this one for somebody else, but I'll just highlight this anyway, just to say, hey, Christine Jellybean, we think that it's going to be in June, but Doug doesn't know for sure when filming starts.
Yeah, that's all the information I have at this point, and it's by no means verified. So we'll see.
We'll see. Hey there with Alice. Nice to see you. And KP. Nice to see you, KP.
We can now begin.
He's hilarious. KP has the greatest sense of humor. I'm telling you, he's awesome. Real Cinema Therapy is here, aka our own Grow and Thrive. Nice to see you. Thanks for being here. And if you'd like to call in, feel free. By the way, I've pinned the StreamYard link to the top of the chat. So anybody who would like to pop on, feel free to do so. We can have someone else on the panel with us. We're just kind of having fun with it tonight. Hey!
This is Charlotte, my server. She just closed the bar, so.
Oh no, I'm still gonna be here for a while. So.
No, I just mean that's why the music stopped and why the lights got brighter. Whoa.
Hopefully, connection's gone a bit better. Sorry if it was.
Hi, Charlotte.
It's fine.
Well, I'm going to hop off now, but I just wanted to say safe travels, Doug, and it's
Thanks,
good
Ryan.
talking to you. And safe travels.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks,
Sorry,
Ryan.
This little stand here is really temperamental. This is kind of like your camera on top of the
I was going to say, did you bring a spare sock to hold it up?
Yeah. You need a sock like mine to hold it up. So, Real Cinema Therapy asked, Doug, have you been to Ronda, Spain? I spent several weeks there and then went to Portugal and Morocco.
No, I've never seen as much of Spain as I would like. I've been to Barcelona. I've been to Cordoba. I've been to Segovia. And I've been several times to La Alberca, which is close to Portugal. I've also been to Portugal on its own. I've been to Lisbon. But every time I go, like, I always want to stay and go somewhere else. I've never been to Seville, never been to Granada, never been to, you know, the Mediterranean coast, aside from that brief visit to Barcelona. There's so many places in Spain to go. Basque Country, Burgos. I mean, it's one of the fascinating things about that country is, like, for such a small country, it has so many completely different areas in terms of language, culture, climate, geography, you name it. It's amazing. But one of these days, I hope to go and just spend a couple of weeks and just travel around a bit more, but not on this trip, unfortunately, because I'm doing business. And no, I've not been to Rwanda, unfortunately.
Don't worry, Doug.
Hopefully
Neither
that
have I.
pans out.
Don't feel bad.
What, Grant?
I said, don't feel bad, Doug. Neither have I.
Let's see. Chili had a question for Doug. What are you most excited about in season 4?
Being a part of it. I mean, you know, if that one day was the only day I got to be on From, the fact that I got to do it at all would probably be enough. The fact that I presumably am going to get to do more is just like a gift, you know? I mean, that's the way I perceived this role from the very first offer, you know, was like, this is a gift. And if I am in season 4, then it's going to be the gift that keeps on giving.
Absolutely.
Oh, we're all rooting for you, Doug.
Thanks, Grant.
We are. You know, you've got your own fan club / cheering squad / support system here. So we're rooting for you. We're behind you. Amy said we would still love you, Doug, 1 episode or 100.
Thanks, Amy. Oh, I thought of that actor's name I was trying to think of before, the one who played Churchill, Anthony Hopkins, another fave of mine.
Oh, he's phenomenal. Yeah.
Right from the very first film I saw him in, which was Magic, which was back in the 70s, and when he was quite young, it was like, wow, who's this guy? Yeah, big fan of his too.
Absolutely. Ryan, no need to hyperventilate into a paper bag. You did great. You just had a slight audio delay. It's okay.
Yeah, that was a pain in the ass. It's too bad that happened, but you know, hopefully next time when, you know, we're not all on our phones, that won't be an issue.
We all have tech issues. I have them. I've been kicked off my own stream. Trust me, Ryan. You did great. Thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. You're an awesome, kind member of the community. So thank you for calling in. And we've got another call in here, and it is Tabitha. Welcome
Hi,
to the show,
Tabitha.
Tabitha.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I am in the dark, so I can't turn my camera on. I got a little kid sleeping next to me, but I'm here.
Okay. I'll talk quietly.
No worries. No need to turn your camera on. We appreciate you calling in. So, what's on your mind, Tabitha?
So I just wanted to ask a question. Might as well.
Go for it.
Yeah. Okay. For Doug, looking back on your career, what moments are you most proud of? Would you say?
Impossible to pick one. One that I've mentioned before a few times was this teeny little in-house project I did at Shaw one year. This was the year that Christopher Newton retired. There was an actor in the company who decided he wanted to cut his teeth on directing. And he chose this one-act play by Terence Rattigan called The Browning Version. And he wanted Chris Newton to play the role. It was going to be like kind of a gift to Chris as a sort of retirement gift, I suppose. And Chris had no interest in having to rehearse a play, so he turned him down. And he asked another guy, and he turned him down. And then he finally asked me to do it, and it was just a gift of a role. The kind of thing that I very rarely get asked to do. Really challenging, really the kind of thing you could really sink your teeth into. And it was just a wonderful experience. We did 2 performances in this little black box theater in the space at Shaw, to a couple of audiences of like 50 or 60 people, and that was it. But it was one of my most fulfilling experiences, I think, in my career. Another one happened the last year I was at Shaw. One of the gals that I was working with wanted to do her own staged reading of this musical, A Man of No Importance. And she asked me to do it for some reason. And I read the script, and it was the lead, this guy named Alfie. And I read the script and went, oh my God, this is amazing. I would love to do this. And we did it in a local church. Again, it was just a stage reading and an invited audience. We had probably about 50, 60 people there. And it was just a wonderful experience all around. And ironically enough, a company in Toronto just a few months later did a production of that same play. And I went in, auditioned for it, got the same role. And the woman who directed the one at Shaw the summer before was hired to play my sister. And getting to do a full-blown production of that play and having it received the way it was also a very, very gratifying experience. But there have been lots of them, you know, like I got to play Henry Higgins in My Fair Lady one year at a summer theater company here in Ontario. And that was, again, a joyous experience, you know, because those kind of roles, those kinds of experiences don't come along very often. So when they do, I like to grab them with both hands.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for answering that. I mean, we don't really get to hear, like, you know, the moments that really make you, you know, feel connected to your work. And so thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's awesome to hear from you, Tabitha. You know, and it's great to do these call-ins too. You know, I love, actually. It's cool to get to hear, to put a voice to a name. You know, instead of reading the text. I know Doug appreciates it.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just reading all the comments of like, oh, her voice is beautiful. Well, thank you. I mean, I appreciate that.
It is.
Oh,
You
I
have a
thought they
lovely
were
voice.
talking about me for a second. Oh, never mind.
You have a lovely voice too, Grant.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, mate. Apparently the accent just gets in the way. People have a hard time understanding me, but it's weird because everyone else has an accent.
Sure,
right.
do. Absolutely. I love Australian accents. I don't have a problem understanding you, Grant. I like it.
Nah, me neither.
Oh, nice.
Where are you from, Grant?
From Australia,
Like where in Australia?
New South Wales.
Okay. I've been
Oh,
to Brisbane and I'm trying to remember the other place I went to, but they were both beautiful.
I know a
Yeah, they have
limerick
their
about a
moments.
man from Australia.
Limerick?
Go
Doug?
on.
Yeah, oh, you probably know this one, Grant, because it was in the movie Breaker Moran. Do you know that
Mhm.
film?
I do.
Here it is. There once was a man from Australia who painted his ass like a dahlia.
Like a dahlia.
The colour was fine, likewise the design, but the aroma, oh God, what a failure.
Yeah, we have a slight variation. It's, oh boy, what, the smell was a failure. I think it was how it goes out here. Very similar.
And then there's the one about the man from Sydney, or the woman from Sydney. Do you know that one?
Well, I don't know. I don't know a Sydney-specific one.
And this one has a Canadian connection. There once was a woman from Sydney who could take it right up to her kidney, till a man from Quebec shoved it up to her neck. He had a long one, now didn't he?
Ooh.
Oh, I'm going to tell that to my nan. She's going to love that one.
I love it. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Oh, Doug, I meant to search you. Actually, I watched that Cradle to the Grave National Geographic film that you were in.
Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, I watched it because I saw in your things that in your credits that that you were in it. So I'm like, all right, I'll watch it. I didn't realize you only had a small part in it. But yeah, as a minister. So yeah, I've been trying to go through finding all the stuff that you've been in, so I can compile a nice little like acting reel for you.
Well, you know, there was one thing on my resume that does not appear on IMDb, and I know that I was in the film. At least I'm pretty sure I was when I saw it. I seem to remember that the scene we were in was cut down, but it was still there, and I think I had a couple of lines of dialogue. It was the hurricane with Denzel Washington.
Yeah, I saw that on your on your website acting page, but I didn't
Yeah.
see it on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not on IMDb. Now, you know, IMDb is not an authoritative source all the time, so there's that. But I don't have a copy of the film, so I haven't been able to go back and see if it's in the credits on the film or not. I was trying to do that the other day on one of my streaming services, but it wasn't available. So yeah, I don't know what happened with that one. But sometimes, I mean, some of the stuff that is on IMDb, I had to submit myself because they didn't have it. So that may be the case with the hurricane, but I haven't seen it in years, so I don't know. I'd have to get my hands on a copy and check it out.
I got it on my computer. I might watch it later.
Well, and really, just check the credits because if I should appear in the credits there. But I think the scene is still in it. I don't know. Check it out. Let me know what you find.
Cool. Yeah, I want to find some of the other things you've been in myself, actually. Sorry, what Grant?
Yes, we'll do.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Just want to say hi, Fletch. Hashtag we miss from. Yeah, we miss it, but I just still enjoy the conversation about it regardless. You know, like the in between season conversation. But I feel you. I feel you. Let's see. Hey, Brandon. Brandon K says at Julie B, King Doug Hughes, Amy and Dieter, hello everyone. Happy to see everyone on. Well, we're happy to see you, Brandon.
Hey, Brandon.
Thanks for being here. The chat was loving the limerick, by the way. Muncher Luncher said, "Bro, my virgin ears." Yeah. Martin, to the kidney is crazy for real. Yeah, that line really got me. Wow.
The worst part is
Yeah,
you
that
can
was-
like visualize it happening. Like
the thing I love about that one is rhyming Sydney with Dibney, you know? I mean, the most fun limericks are the ones that have like the ridiculous, impossible to rhyme place names, and yet somehow they manage to do it, you know?
Yeah, I was trying to think when you said Sydney. I'm like, what's it going to be? I'm like Sydney, chimney, and I'm like, it's like three I can only think of. But yeah.
Well, that's the cleverest thing about it. Yeah, the rhymes that people can come up with, and it doesn't have to be an exact one. It could be a slant rhyme, but as long as it's close enough, then it works.
Yeah.
I
actually made one for Marcia once. She did a couple of productions when she was younger of Educating Rita, and there's a scene in Educating Rita where the instructor, the professor, is teaching her the concept of assonance. You know, so in a poem, you know, rhyming words like palm with long or something like that, and she says, "Oh, you mean getting the rhyme wrong?" You know, so. She played this role. I can't remember what theater it was at now, but I sent her an opening night limerick as an opening night card, and it went. There once was a woman named Rita who was terribly gifted at meter, but it seemed every time she created a rhyme, she ended up getting it wrong. Just
marveling.
What was that? Sorry.
I quite like that one.
So I was just marveling at your accent, actually.
Yes. Doug is
Which
a
one?
whiz
He has 76.
True.
Yeah.
Thank you. You too.
And that's just his male accent. You should hear his women voices.
Yeah. Doug is a whiz at voices and accents. It's really amazing because I can't even do different regional accents of American. I can't even do that.
I
Um,
could teach you. I could teach you how to do it. I mean, part of it is like having an ear for it, like having an ear for music. You know, I mean, some people just find it a lot harder to do than others, but if you learn the nuts and bolts of vowel and consonant substitutions and inflection and stuff like that, it's with a little practice, just about anybody.
Yeah, you need a phrase.
No rush or anything. Yeah. I'm gonna put headphones on, so I will not be able to hear anything.
Okay.
If you need anything, just wave me down.
Oh, I'll be good.
I will not be able to hear.
Okay. Thanks, Charlotte.
No worries.
Thanks, Charlotte.
that's nice of her to let you hang out and.
Oh, Charlotte is the best. I've got about 40 minutes or so, and then I'm going to have to blow town. But she'll let me know when it's time to go.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And she just recently started watching From, you said too. No.
She just found out about it tonight, but she's chomping.
She just found out about it.
Yeah, I said just watch the first episode. You'll get hooked. Trust me. She's a big horror fan.
Yeah.
So
the opening scene. If the opening scene doesn't get you to keep watching, I don't know what will.
Yeah, there you go.
Mm-hmm. That's what they say. Like, take the 7-minute challenge. You watch the first 7 minutes, and if you're not hooked, well, there's something wrong. So, yeah.
Funny.
That's one thing.
Sorry,
I
go ahead, Tab.
I was just going to say when I get back. Oh, sorry, Tabitha.
Oh, it's okay. I was just going to say a funny story about that. Like, just the opening song, my oldest, he like freaks out. He's like, "Mom, I don't want to hear this song. It creeps me out." Every time.
He's not the only one that feels that way.
Right.
I
Yeah.
know what I was going to say. I was going to say I want to watch the series from the beginning to the end of season 3 at some point after I get home, before we get started again, just to walk through the whole thing one more time.
Yeah. Rewatching.
I think we're all going to do that before the next season.
Oh yeah, it's rewatching the show is such a fruitful experience. You pick up on so many more things. Every time I've watched, I pick up on more detail. There's always something. I mean, even though I watched closely the first time and I was literally taking notes, the second watch I found more interesting things. The third watch I found more insight. So yeah, I would highly recommend that myself too.
On the third rewatch, I've become extremely suspicious of the girl that Jay took the bike from. She's in way too many scenes and knows too much information, and no one ever talks to her.
Clara, yeah.
Yeah,
Clara,
I'm just like, there's something about the character. I don't know what it is. I mean, I've never been wrong apart from with Tilly and with Donna and other people. But apart from those ones I was wrong, I've been right about everything else.
Well, maybe
Donna could still be a spy.
Yeah.
I don't know why she would or how she would, but she could be.
Tony thinks she
also,
is.
I think Dita's in the back as well, I think.
Oh, I didn't see. See, I have to scroll down to even see if there's anyone there. Thank you for pointing that out. And I'm on a laptop, my old one, that doesn't give me a notification when someone's backstage. So, Dieter, hi.
Hi.
Hey, Dieter.
Hello, Doug.
How you doing?
It could be better, but I'm here with you guys now, so.
Dieter, I hope you weren't waiting long. I couldn't see you down there. I couldn't see that you were backstage there.
58 minutes.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
No. Just a few minutes. So.
Oh, good. Dieter, we got a comment from Alexis here a few minutes ago to Doug that says, I just got an order for a large Man in Yellow doll, so Mini Man in Yellow is going to have competition.
Well, we'll just see how creative the owner of this new Mini Man in Yellow is with their doll.
Yeah. I doubt they'll be as creative as you, I gotta say.
I was going to say, that's one competition I am ready for.
I believe it. Dieter, do you have a comment or a question or something that you would like to say?
Just a few things, nothing special. You look beautiful, by the way, Julie, in the red dress.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm actually, I'm gonna turn off my camera and speaking of Alexis, I'm gonna grab the doll so that I can open it. But yeah,
Oh
Dieter, would
yes,
you like
forgot
to,
about that.
what, Doug?
Nice.
What did you say, Doug?
He
I
forgot.
couldn't quite hear.
Yeah, he said
Never mind.
he forgot about that.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm gonna shut the
Hey,
camera off
Tabitha.
for a minute so I can grab that. But
Hey.
Dieter, go ahead and share your thoughts.
I was just wondering why it's so quiet with Doug in the background. Did you kill everyone? Unalive
Did.
everyone, I mean.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Did you unalive everyone in the background?
Oh no, the bar closed.
That's a good excuse. We'll take it.
No, they shut the place down. But Charlotte, who's in charge here, very kindly said to me, "Look, and I'm going to be cleaning up for about an hour, so you can hang out till then." So yes, that's why it suddenly got quiet. Everybody left.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that seems like something the man in yellow would say.
Well, you didn't see me ripping anybody's throats out or anything, did you?
Well,
I mean,
No,
I don't think
I
the man
only
in
see
yellow
your
would lie.
head.
just sitting here minding my own business, you know.
Wow, that worked out beautifully because there's no noise at all.
No, that's
None.
great.
Yeah.
That's great. And Charlotte's got her headphones on, so
So
she's like completely oblivious.
She's maybe listening to the
yeah.
stream.
Right?
And
That
she's
wouldn't be
back.
crazy.
So sorry, what, Tabitha?
I actually have another question.
Throw it at me.
Sure, go for it.
What advice would you give to someone that is trying to follow in your footsteps?
Go to school.
Go to school.
Find a good theater school and go there.
Okay.
It's an absolute prerequisite, I think. You know, for me, we talked about this. I think it was our last live, Julie, that we talked about this. I went to theater school. I went straight out of high school into Ryerson, what was then called Ryerson. It's now called what is it called? Metropolitan Toronto University, I think, is the new name. Anyway, I did that, and then a couple of years after I got out of school, I went and did the Shakespeare Company workshop in Boston, Kristen Linkletter's company, and it was only a month. It was a very intense month, but that coupled with my time at theater school, I really felt kind of prepared me for my career in ways that I would not have been prepared for on my own. And that's always my first piece of advice to anybody who wants to do this for a living. It's like, go get trained.
Right.
Makes sense to me. Makes sense.
Absolutely.
Do you have an end date or an end goal in mind for your career, Doug? Like, you're going to say, well, I'm not going to act after 75 or something like that.
No, absolutely not. I have no intention of retiring. They're going to have to retire me. I mean, I don't know. Maybe when I get older, I'll get to the point where I don't want to do it anymore. But right now, I can't envision that happening. It's too. Here's the thing, you know. I mean, one of the weird things about suddenly showing up in this role and From is that so many people out there seem to have this image that, like, I must be working all the time. I've worked, I think, a grand total of 4 days since we shot that episode last April, you know? So in the last 11 months, I've had 4 days work. I've had a lot of time on my hands. Now, Marcia and I have been busy writing a lot of that time, so there's that. Nobody's paying us for that, of course. We write on spec, but even that, I mean, I was really happy when we were able to get together and work again because I had so much time on my hands. I had nothing going on, you know. I mean, doing auditions and stuff like that, yeah, absolutely. But it was nice to have something creative to fill my day with, and that's how I feel about work. It's just it is the most gratifying thing that I do. And so, for the time being, at least, I can't envision wanting to stop doing it.
A lot of people actually get deeply depressed when they retire from a career, like that can be like a terrible thing. So if you're enjoying what you're doing and you're able to keep doing it, then I would just keep on going with it, and as long as you possibly can. Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
And by the
that
way, welcome Brandon. We have Brandon here. Sorry, Doug. What were you gonna say?
I was just going to say, when you love what you do, why would you want to stop?
Yeah. I got a friend of mine who's been on and off acting for years, and he's getting to the retirement age, and he just says it doesn't matter if he gets the role of his dreams or anything, as long as he's making a living off his craft, then that's a good life, and that's all he wants.
Yep, I concur.
As they say,
Absolutely.
the best job is a job that you really don't work. You enjoy it. It's part of life.
Yeah, do it.
And I
Oh, I've
want
been
to
doing it
say
wrong then
hello
all
to
these years.
I want to say hello to everyone once again in person. Julie, King, Doug, Dieter. I can finally hear your voice. Hello, how are you?
Yeah, we
And
talked him into it.
Yes,
finally,
indeed.
Well, it's good to
Indeed.
see you again,
Hey,
Brandon.
Brandon.
it's a pleasure. You guys bring me therapy. You make my days better with my stressful life. But thank you so much.
I'm glad to hear that.
And
Oh,
Doug,
that makes me.
you look younger every time you pop on. What's your secret?
It's the lighting in this place.
Alcohol.
No, I am not
Ritual
drinking tonight.
sacrifice.
I'm drinking water tonight.
That's vodka.
Ripping throats out.
All right. Sacrificing everyone.
Yeah. Maybe you absorb the youth of everyone you rip the throat from. You're de-aging.
There you
Right?
Oh,
go.
you're like a succubus. There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
Hey, Doc Cujo. I see you, Doc. How are you?
Oh, is he still
Yeah.
here? Is Doc still here?
Yeah, Doc, he's still here. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't pop in. But Doc, he did the
Uh,
all-nighter with us.
yeah, he did. He did. I think Doc is at work. That's why he can't pop on. Doc joins after midnight normally. That's why, because of his job. But we're always nice to have you here, even if we only can have you in the chat, Doc. Thanks for being here. Um, yeah. So, I have Alexis's doll here.
Here
I
we
haven't
go.
opened it yet. Figured I might as well just do it right
Go
on
for it.
camera. Let's see.
You should
I can
full
do it.
screen yourself so we get a good view of it.
I might freak out a little bit though, just being honest.
I want one of those. I already got people that are ready to order many from her. I want one of those.
Well, the last I heard, Alexis had a 6-month waiting list. So,
Dum 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 dum.
suspense is unbearable.
You're retiring from the Navy in 95 days. It is an entirely different world, my friend, when you retire from the military. It's
That's
an
what I
entirely
hear.
different world.
That's what I hear.
Just under 14 weeks. It'll be here before you know it.
Just get
Right.
ready for the frustration. Understand that. But be
Yeah.
patient. The VA is available, and you have a lot of Navy friends that are there with you. So if you need any advice, please take my name, and I will be able to help you out.
Had you
Okay,
been in the
well,
Navy as
thank
well,
you.
Brandon?
14 years, and my son is also in the Navy.
Cool.
Very good experience, I can truly say.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
That's awesome, Tabitha. Yeah. So, how many days you said you're retiring? 90
90,
something?
95, yeah.
Wow.
Not that
Wow.
she's counting.
Right? I'm down to the
Uh,
hours now too.
And 95, yeah. So that means you already went through, I believe, probably Tap or a version of Tap. But right about now, whatever your rate is, you might want to look at your. It's something that it's a site that you can get, and it transfers all of your military experience over into the civilian world, and it shows you what you actually qualify for. But a safe note: don't put all of your true qualifications on a resume.
Right.
Only give what whatever you're applying for. Only give them the information that they ask for.
Okay. Thank you.
And I used to be a savvy when I was in the Navy as well.
Oh
There he
my
is.
God.
Oh wow.
Here he,
Sorry. Freaking out a little bit.
here he,
You know.
oh,
That's
he's so
awesome.
cute. Oh my God, he's
Oh, I
big.
like that. I like that.
Is he bigger than the man in yellow one? Because he looks either that or you're a lot smaller than I thought, Julie.
That looks like Jade.
It is Jade.
Yeah, look. Yeah, he's a big doll. I wasn't expecting him to be this big.
That looks like a 15-inch. I only got the 12-inch.
That's why. Yep. This is a 15. This is a
I've only got a
15-inch.
5.5. Oh, talking
Oh,
about something
yeah?
different. Never mind.
Oh, yeah?
Thank you so much, Alexis. He's beautiful. Oh my God, and he's so soft. Oh, I could just cuddle with him. It's so soft and beautiful work. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dieter, for ordering this for me. This is just awesome. Absolutely
Was that the
love
one
it.
that she was making when she was on stream last time?
No, that was the one that she gave away to Amy, actually.
Right. Okay.
She made this one right after. Alexis, you
Yeah.
do beautiful, beautiful work. Thank you so much. And it was packaged beautifully too. Absolutely lovely. You are amazing.
She is an
Anyone who
artist.
wants to get a great gift for someone, if you're a fan of From, order one of these. They're beautiful. Sorry, Doug, did I cut you off?
No, I just said she's an artist.
I
She
want
is
a
an
man.
artist.
I want a man in yellow so I can have that right next to my desk.
Well, I think she's been
Yeah.
getting a few orders for Man in Yellow dolls, amongst many other characters as well, of course.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm gonna get
Wow.
one. I have Jade. I think she's making my Jade right now, and the one I'm gonna give to David hopefully sometime soon. And then yeah, I'm gonna order one of you too, Doug.
Is that the link you put up, Dieter? Is that the link for the
Yep.
stuffed animals?
Yep, he dropped the link to Love Crochet by Alexis. You can send her a DM. She opened up the waitlist again in May. In May, she's opening up the waitlist again. So yeah, you can let her know, and she'll put you on the waitlist. In the meantime, in May, she'll have a waitlist. Yeah.
Cool.
So anyway, yeah, yeah, Man in Yellow doll is just amazing. I absolutely love that.
I love that his
Yeah.
shirt's open. It's like open.
Yeah.
It's so cute.
I know, right? The Man in
Ale-
Yellow, like she does such detail. She even made
I-
the Man in Yellow doll dirty, right?
Yeah.
I was
Even
gonna
down
say,
to the scene.
Alexis has such great attention to detail. That's exactly what I was going to say. You know, she's got the little I don't know what those shirts are called. It sort of looks like the top of a union suit on the Man in Yellow. She got his brown shoes, and I don't think his shoes even show up in that scene. I don't know how she figured out they were brown, but just like, wow, amazing.
She has good style, you know.
Yeah, if she can crochet the RV, I'm going to recreate the your entire first scene, Doug.
Build a diorama.
Yep.
Pooldale.
That would be great. Yeah. And
Well,
they're so
I'm actually
soft.
working on an animation of your first scene, Doug.
Oh yeah,
Doing
cool.
you're going through and trying to it's really hard to try. I'm trying to match everything exactly to it, so it's almost like a 1-for-1 with the movement and the action. But yeah, I should have that done in a couple of weeks. That should be good.
Be curious to see it.
Did you see what
Brandon.
Alexa said?
No.
Brandon, you're on
Uh,
twice. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
I don't know. I don't know how that happened. That's
Oh,
a glitch in the matrix. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Anyway, sorry. What did you say, Tabitha?
oh, I was just telling Doug that Alexis said that she studied every frame that he was in. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
okay. So
Yeah.
that's how you found the shoes, because yeah, yeah they, you hardly see them at all. I think when I first saw them, I thought I don't remember seeing the shoes in that entire scene, but I guess they probably appear in a frame or two.
Yep.
Man,
The
yeah,
attention to
Julie,
Brandon.
detail.
Julie, did you see that? They said it was two Brandons, my Innie and my Audi.
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
one, Fletch. That's a good one.
Well, there was Brendan and Brendan K.
Yeah.
Yes. To Brandon, Innie, and Audi. Yes. Um. Hey, KP. Yeah. Yeah. I think 7 might be a little too much at once, but yeah, in a little bit maybe. Doug will be here maybe another 20 minutes or so. 20
Yeah,
maybe
I'm
22.
probably heading off in about 5 to 10, Julie. Depending on how long you are on, I'll most likely be back on a bit later.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. You're welcome, Alexis. You do beautiful work. Beautiful work. Yeah, we're gonna miss these lives with you, Doug, while you're away. But maybe, who knows? You know the kind of crazy hours we keep, even with the time difference. You might find a moment to pop on at some point.
Exactly. I mean, I'll be 6 hours ahead of you, um, but it's kind of meaningless when you guys are on till like 5 o'clock in the morning. And also I'll be keeping kind of weird hours myself, so there might be some times when it's possible to do. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. What I'll do is, when we're doing a live, I'll just send you a link, and if you find the time and you're able to pop on, then just pop on, uh, and we'll have a surprise man in yellow pop in, but not the kind that Jim got. We don't want that kind of surprise. But um,
Mr. Hughes,
yeah,
you said you're going to be 6 hours ahead.
Yeah.
It's better than 12. When I had to live in Diego Garcia, I was 12. That was
Well,
horrible.
12 would actually be better in terms of this kind of thing, because if you guys are
Right.
starting a live at 10 p.m., that's 10 o'clock in the morning, as opposed to 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
I know Dieter manages to get up that early, but I don't think I'll be doing that on the trip.
no,
Well,
Dieter is 6 hours ahead of us, but yeah, it's nuts what he does. The hour that he gets. I mean, right now, I think they're finally turning their clocks, changing their clocks, so they'll be 6 hours ahead again. But now it's been for a while. It's been worse. It's been
5. Oh,
5 hours, right, Dieter? Yeah. So yeah. But
I was just
but
given
yeah.
the 15-minute call, so just so you know.
oh,
oh.
Okay.
how dare they?
Oh, no. Charlotte has been an absolute doll tonight.
They cannot give you the 15-minute call. Don't you know you rip throats out with ease?
um.
I
Well, they
already
actually are doing.
I
Huh?
already feel like I'm overstaying my welcome here. So she's been very sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They like
Yeah.
you.
They actually
We appreciate her.
Yeah, they closed at 11, but they let Doug hang around, so we appreciate it.
Is somebody doing their dishes right now? What is that noise?
Yeah, I could hear that too.
Sorry, that was me. Just hanging some clothes.
Ah,
Doug, what are the places you are going to visit?
I'm going to Madrid, and then I'm going to this town in Spain called La Alberca for a week, and then I'm going to Warsaw and Krakow in Poland, and then flying home again by way of Madrid.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, that's awesome.
2 countries I just love to visit. So, it's nice. And every time that I go to do one of these programs in Spain, I usually try to dovetail it with somewhere else. One of the last times I went, I spent 5 days in Paris before doing the program, which was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Doc.
Yeah, Hi, Doc. Nice to
Hey,
see you.
I wanted to wish Doug safe travels
Thanks,
before
Doc.
he goes. Very welcome.
Look at this. The whole family's together. I mean, we're all concerned about everyone. We always are. Julie, you created a beautiful community.
She has, hasn't she?
Aw, thank you. I appreciate it. I wanted
You
to
really
create a
have.
nice community for people, so I try. Um,
You
I
succeeded.
just I just feel so fortunate. I mean, everyone is just so lovely, and I feel so grateful that I connected with all of you awesome people, and look who we've got. I mean, making friends with Doug. I love these streams. That's why I'm gonna be sad the next 3 weeks. But but yeah, and everyone when I said that this was the last one for 3 weeks, everyone was having the same exact sentiment as me. Like, oh well, no, we'll miss Doug, but he'll be back. Oh, Amy is here. Hi, Amy. You there, Amy? She was having internet
Amy.
issues. She was having internet issues, but we'll see if she's able to unmute.
Remember my very
Yeah,
first
I know what that
time
feels
I
like.
had this. I remember my first time I had the same type of issues I had to fix real fast, and you just move on from there. But Doug, I really, really wish you safe travels. You will always be in my prayers
Thank you, sir.
because I can't wait to see you back on again. You're part of the
Thanks.
family.
Thanks. May I ask where in the States you're from originally, Brandon?
I am from actually Washington D.C.
Oh, really? Okay, cool.
Yes.
Yep. Just as Julie knows, I'm a big fan of accents, so I'm always curious to know where people got theirs from. So thanks.
My accent can actually change a lot because I've also been to different countries.
Right.
And that's why I was about to ask, have you ever been to Dubai? That's how I started learning how to speak a little bit of Arabic. I'm not fluent, but I know enough.
No, I've never been to the Middle East. The closest I've gotten was last fall. I was in Crete for about a week, but that's as close as I've gotten to
It is
any Arabic countries.
it is beautiful.
It
They've
is.
started, it's like they made what is called, like, I don't know, in Dubai, they have the green country, that's what they call it. They've actually transported and made grass and palm trees. It looks like Hawaii.
Hmm.
And I used to live in Hawaii at one time, but it almost looks like Hawaii, but it's still basically desert. But the buildings will mesmerize you
Yes,
because they're unbelievable.
I saw a documentary about Dubai once, and they went into a lot of the technology they've used in some of the buildings. How to deal with you know, the incredible degree of sunlight there, for instance. How to create shade and stuff like that. It's fascinating what they've done from an architectural point of view.
I saw them when they started building the palm tree island, and then I saw it being I saw the finished product. And then they made an island called America, which each section basically is supposed to have a representation of that part of the United States.
Right.
The big mall
Very.
you're talking about? The big mall?
Oh no, that's the Mall of Emirates that has
Yeah,
the
that's
ski
pretty.
slope with penguins inside.
Good
And that
God.
mall is so
Right.
big. I mean, they have golf carts that you can ride around in like a
Hmm.
taxi.
Yep, aquarium too.
Yes, I
Hmm.
see. I was only within one day. I was only able to see maybe like not even like 15% of it, but I did see their humongous bowling alley that they had, and that was unbelievable. I forgot how many movie theaters they had in there, but that ski slope took my breath away.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, inside the mall. Like you're just literally walking around and you're just mesmerized by the ceilings. It looks like it's got like a beautiful celestial like sky. I mean, it's wow. You definitely have to go sometime.
Think about it, Doug. You go
Safe
outside, it's like
travels, Doug.
you go outside, Doug. It's like 100 degrees. You go inside this mall, you have to put on a jacket and everything to go to the ski slope, and you're actually skiing, and there's snow, and you're drinking hot cocoa, and there's penguins.
I know, that just blows my mind. Friggin' penguins. I said, can you imagine being one of those penguins being scooped up in the Antarctic, and it's like, okay, we're going to Dubai, and it's like, we're going where? What?
And they're having fun.
Well, it's like you say, what happens if one escapes? They're not going to know what's going on. Like it'll be like such a huge shock to them.
Yeah.
Safe travels.
Those all yellow.
Yes, I heard my name.
I was just going to highlight something for Martin here. Martin said Charlotte is so damn nice and sweet. We thank her, and can you ask her to join this family when she's done finishing watching From? He says.
I will mention that to her before I leave. Yeah, which is going to be
And
very soon.
And also, hi Amy. Hi Amy. Is your internet better
Hi,
now?
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Ooh,
Yes.
hi,
Yes,
Amy.
we hear you.
You?
Oh, sorry. It's been acting crazy.
She's
I'm on my
alive.
phone. Yeah, I'm on my
We hear
phone, but
you.
my internet on my computer is just not working.
Well, it's working now. It's working now.
Yeah,
Thanks for popping on.
you're
You got your
welcome.
jade doll too. Uh,
Yes, I
now we
do.
both have one. I was so
I
happy for
love
you
him.
that
He's
you
so
won,
soft. Oh, thank
right?
you. Yeah, he's really
Yeah.
soft.
Guys, it
Yeah.
looks like
Safe travels,
we're
Doug.
sorry, Amy. It looks
It's
like
that
I'm
time.
getting booted out of here, so I'm going to have to say my goodnights.
Be safe, Doug. Have a
No,
safe
don't
Good
good
go.
night,
night.
Doug.
Safe travels.
Be safe,
Good
Doug.
night, Doug.
Thanks all, and
Hi,
hope to see you
Doug.
soon. Take care.
All right.
Enjoy
Safe
your
Bye-bye.
trip,
travels.
Doug.
Hi,
I got
Doug.
it.
Oh.
Yeah.
They killed him.
Yeah.
Somebody
They
played that. Somebody played that violin in reverse.
yeah. So somebody played the violin in reverse.
All right, Jade,
Well,
go ahead. Let's go.
yeah. Yeah, maybe it's Jade did it. He played the violin. Got him kicked out. Um well, we were just lucky he was able to join at all because his power is out at home. And so for a while it was looking like we might not be able to even do this. So I'm just glad he was able to come on.
But look at the dedication, Julie. Look at the dedication. I mean, he went
Yeah.
elsewhere to be here for you and basically all of us. He's part of the community. It's a
He's a
family now.
hero.
It is
Yes.
Yeah.
truly a family now.
Yep.
Hmm.
I
Now for all of you that you see my picture right there. You can look in the background. Yes, I've been to a lot of countries. You can see it in the background. Now,
mm-hmm.
I'm just curious. This might be off topic, but I'm just curious. Have you looked at the preview or trailers for Sinners? Because that's going to be another topic come April 18th.
What's it called?
Sinners.
Sinners?
Yeah, the movie Sinners. That's going to be another topic.
I hadn't heard of that. It's a movie?
Yes.
Okay.
It's,
Michael B. Jordan one.
yes. I've
Yeah.
seen that. It's flying all through YouTube right now.
What's it about?
I'm curious. See, they're giving you the hint that it may be with some vampires involved. But if they're giving you that, then you really can't go just off of that because then you see some little bit of magic involved and time, like manipulation with music. Music, which goes back to From, because the person plays a banjo and he's able to reverse time or go to the future or to the past. But you see
Wow.
this all from the trailer. So everyone is like really getting excited for this movie because you don't know what angle is going to go at. But I've been tracking certain things, and the person is a follower of From.
Also, being directed by Ryan Coogler, it's pretty much a hit.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah.
already know. You definitely know. But if you look at it, if you look at the trailer, it's the person playing music, and they even tell you when you play music, you can break the bridge between, the spiritual and reality, and then you see how things change. But April 18th, yes, I will be in a movie theater so I can see it, so I can explain it, because I can't pinpoint it. It's not something that, like other movies I could kind of figure out before it comes out. But this one, no, because they're saying vampires, but I think it's much more than that. You have to watch that trailer, Julie. There's
Yeah.
so many. If there was a way for me to send you what I have seen pertaining to that topic, you would be like, okay,
Nice.
there are
I
so
could
many. Oh, it's amazing.
I could use something new to dive into. I've never covered a movie before, but I could even check it out and maybe, make a video on it or something.
Julie, the way how
It
you
looks good,
analyze
actually.
the way how you analyze things, you are able to dissect anything. Don't don't limit yourself, because you're better than that. You can, because I've listened to you a long
Oh
time
yeah.
before I actually spoke.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. That's so kind of you. And yeah, I won't limit myself.
You there?
Has she gone muted for everyone else, or is it just me?
Yeah. Everything got silent real fast. You
Yeah,
first,
yeah. We can't hear you, Julie.
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 Julie, I think you muted
No.
us.
Yeah, it's like you're muted.
Yeah, yeah. Julie, yeah, Julie, you're muted. You're muted.
But yeah, she's not actually muted on the screen. We just can't hear her.
Yeah.
It's like do you have an external microphone? Did it unplug or anything?
Right? Doug muted her.
Um,
Aw.
just hit F5, refresh the page, and then just jump yourself back in. That'll be the easiest way. We'll hold the fort down for a minute.
We'll all hold it down. You have your A team on here right now.
Hey,
And that's
hey,
just
Brandon.
data.
Hey, Brandon.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Have you been to Japan?
Yes. Yokosuka.
Okay, I was stationed there too.
You was. Oh, so you're a West Coaster.
No, I'm not. Well, I was stationed in Japan like 3 different times, and probably spent half my career there. The rest in Norfolk and and over
Okay.
here in Florida.
Something. Okay, now I'm gonna tell you something. Now, when I say this, then you understand. You would truly understand my knowledge level, your rank, your rate. What were you?
What's my rate?
Yeah.
I'm an OS.
YN.
Okay, you get the good job.
It's not good. It's not good. It's too much. It's too much work. But here's the best thing. I mean, my predecessor, which is my son, is also a OS. I loved OSs. They're the best.
Yeah, we are the best rate. I mean, you know.
You're the fastest moving rank, but you don't have that stress that YNs have.
Shoot, we have stress, I promise you. Yeah, but I mean, you watch the commercials with everybody in the cool blue room. I was like, you know what? Yeah, I want to do that too. They look happy.
And you know what? Those who go to that blue room, those are the ones that love playing video games and everything else. It's in your atmosphere. Like
Right.
I love it, and I wish I would have. Well, I didn't. I can't say that. Well, for a YN, you can go anywhere, and you can do basically anything. So I was able to experience a lot.
Yeah, same. For Fletch, he asked me how long I've been. Wait, let me see. How long I've served? How many years? Yeah, so like 19 and almost 20. Like I'm super close. I can feel
Okay,
it.
so how many years have you done? You said 20?
Almost 20, yeah. Right there, like right there.
I'm going to tell you right now, I guarantee I knew your department head.
Okay.
100%, but I won't say. 100% I know your department head.
From where?
Because it could have been in Japan because they
Oh,
were
okay.
there. They were there, and then when you came back to the States, because there's many different ways how that can go. But moving away from, that side, because remember, well, actually, you're going to lose your clearance when you come out, of course. But the key thing is, how are you going to transition that to the civilian world, and what are you going to transition it to? Your job profile,
It's
you need
horrible,
to,
yeah.
no, it's not. It is a gift. You need to start looking at airports. You need to look at, I know some
Oh, are you back?
I know some other places that you can
think
go ahead
so.
and start.
Yep, we can hear you now.
Julie, you're here.
She's
Yes.
back.
I switched devices.
Hide,
Man.
Right.
people, hide.
Right. Brandon and Tabitha deep dive on the Navy. Oh God.
Oh.
You need
Brandon and
to
Tabitha deep dives.
Tabitha
Tab,
smashed too hard.
Tab,
Right.
you need to contact. You need to go to Little Creek, in Virginia, and
I hate Virginia. Oh, but yes.
I, yeah, but there's quality people there. You need to go to a place called Nyack. That's where you go. Okay,
Got it.
go there. You'll be fine. I'll make sure of it. Okay.
All right. That's what I'm talking about. I keep telling Julie that Julie and I need to do like a ladies in red,
Oh yeah.
ladies in red hour or something.
I would love to do that, Tabitha. That would be awesome.
Tabitha, can you imagine out of all the countries that we've done ran around, can you fathom bringing everyone in here right now to see what we have seen going to these different countries and we are all together? It will be mind blowing.
Right. Beautiful though. It really is.
Yeah.
Ooh, Amy's back too.
Oh, Amy? Is Amy back? No, I don't see Amy here.
No, I just said it in the Data said it in the chat.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks, Amy, for joining and saying hi to Doug. And I'm sure he appreciated all of you guys, popping on to wish him well on his trip. And that's why I decided normally I only do one person at a time as call-ins when a guest is here to keep it less chaotic. But since it's his last his last one for 3 weeks, I thought, what the hell? I'll just let it be a party. Anybody who wanted to come on, why not? And I think it made it nice. Excuse me, made it nice for Doug too, just to see him off on his trip. Just to have some friends to hang out with, not just in the chat, but some people joined the panel. So that was great. I appreciate everybody joining.
Julie, that was a great call. I mean, think about it. That was a great call. You pulled in the people, everyone. You actually put in everyone that talks the most, that are in the comments. They talk the most. You put them in to give him a good farewell. Well, I can't say a farewell, but safe travels in a sense. You did that. You did a great call. And once again, I've analyzed other sites, and you are correct. Yes, they go off of a script. They do not look at your comments. They do not allow you to speak. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's why I started unsubscribing to people.
Yeah. I mean, I like to just, bring people in and make people feel included. And I guess it's because I spent most of my life feeling excluded from things, not good at making friends, excluded in school, excluded at work, excluded everywhere, excluded from things with my own extended family. So I want this to be an inclusive community of people where people just feel welcome and let their voices be heard. And Doug feels the same way. When Doug is on, he loves to hear from people, to be able to hear people's voices and not just messages in the chat. It's nice to have both. So just wanted to do that.
You're doing an amazing job, Julie.
Thanks,
I have
Dieter.
I have a lot of stories for Doug, Dieter, for everyone. You guys, to me, are my celebrities.
Right? I feel the same way myself.
You guys are better. And I mean, I've met a lot of people, but no one can compare to any of you. No one can compare. And my thing is this. Yes, I have a lot of stories, but I love listening to new stories because that's why I said, the stories that Doug tells, it reminds me of sailor stories. The stories that we tell when we out at sea and there's nothing but ocean and you see whales and everything else. People don't have an opportunity to see that because all you have to do is, you go to work, you eat, you work out, you get tired of seeing the same old movies being played on TV. So you go outside and you just see the ocean and you see things. I mean, it's just out there. And it's a beautiful thing. Sometimes it's terrifying, but it's still beautiful. Like I realize when you're in the Indian Ocean, when you're in the Indian Ocean, if you take a nickel or anything silver and you throw it in the water, wait a few seconds and watch a barracuda eat it.
Oh, wow.
It's amazing.
I had a big snake swimming with me one time. That was great.
Oh Lord, I would have panicked.
Yeah, it was a good day. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Have you seen a whale yet?
I have. Yeah.
Yes. Is
May
that
or may not
not
have hit one once.
is that not amazing? When you actually see a whale and see how big it truly is.
The scale doesn't comprehend. It's like the first time that anyone sees like a bear face to face, or an actual, like, if you ever seen a proper sized wolf, like a wild wolf. I didn't realize how huge they were until we saw one, and then seeing a whale in a harbor that looks like 10 buses long. It was the weirdest, most surrealist thing ever, and it appears to be moving in slow motion, yet somehow speeding through the water faster than I've ever seen anything move.
I didn't even know hyenas were that big. Hyenas are huge. So
yeah, well, they'll sit and their head will be 4.5 to 5 foot off the ground from them just sitting on their butt. So,
hey Tab, let me ask you this: did you ever join in on a swim call? Did you jump in the water?
Yeah, that's we were in the we were by Indonesia, and we actually let like the water into the well deck of our ship. And basically I jumped in because I was like, this is cool. And then there was the big snake that was literally probably, I don't even know, maybe 15 feet long. And it was right next to my leg, and I'm like, yep, I'm done.
Have you ever been on? Have you
I'm
ever been
out.
on a? Have you ever been on a carrier?
Yeah, I wasn't stationed on one, but I went on a couple of them.
Did they do a swim call there?
They did, but I am not jumping off that thing. That was
Exactly. I was saying
no.
the same thing. I was saying the exact same thing. I'm not jumping off that. But what I'm not going to do is when you're out in the middle of the ocean, when you hit that water, it's like the chow bell ringing. You don't know what's underneath looking up at you.
Exactly. You don't know what's down
I'm
there.
not doing that. I mean, yes, I can swim and everything else, but I'm not doing that.
Oh, I have so many stories. Oh my God.
So do I. You're a sailor. We have stories.
Yeah, maybe that'll be like, another, like, Julie can have us on and just tell crazy stories one day. That would be hilarious.
That would be fun. I would love that. I love crazy stories.
You might not think the same way towards me, though. You'd be like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, Tabitha.
Yeah. Yeah. I can, yes. Because
The ladies in headlights.
Female, I could say female sailors are way stronger than male sailors by far. By far. They are way stronger. Wow. That's, wow. And they can talk you down real fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fletch is here for it. Fletch said book a stream with Tabitha and Brandon. I love fun crazy stories. We love Doug's stories. That's why we keep doing these. So
Can I tell you one scary story?
Yeah.
Okay, we were out somewhere, and a long time ago, people used to have, to stand watch at the back of the ship. And in order for you to stand that watch, you had to have a rope connected to the back. So that way, in case you fell over, you would be attached. But one instance, an individual called over the radio and said that something was climbing up. Now, every time you stand a watch, you always have a weapon on you. Everyone told him over the radio that he was hallucinating. And the individual on the radio, he kept it on live, and he started screaming, and he started letting off shots at something. And he basically said it was a mermaid crawling up on the back of the ship. And I'm like, wait a minute. The type of ship we were on, that must be pretty big. But he fired shots. But when everyone went outside and got him, there were no bullet holes in any parts of the ship. But there was some type of blood. That individual was taken away and flown off of the ship. Everything was cleaned off with a freshwater wash down, seawater wash down. And no one ever heard of it. But what did he hit? Scary thing.
He hit Nessie. It was Nessie.
Yeah, that scared the hell out of me. But I was there when that happened, and I was like, okay, yeah. But you do see some strange things out at sea. You don't know what's at the bottom of the ocean. But that is a nice little scary story I wanted to share.
Yeah, we don't know that. I mean, the crazy thing is about the bottom of the ocean. We don't. There's so much we don't know about it. That's truly unexplored. which I wasn't aware of until I watched that series 1899, and it mentioned that. And it's fascinating to think about. Yeah, we don't know what's down there for the most part, way at the bottom.
Right. And I literally thought about that, like all those months out at sea. I go outside, I'm like, whew, I don't know what's down there. That is really scary.
Yeah, that's that's where great horror movies can come in, and shows, because like we don't know what's down there. And 1899 just kind of explored that concept a bit. It wasn't really, I mean, it was about a lot more than just that, but it was an amazing mystery series that got canceled after one season, and I'll always be pissed about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's from the guys that did Dark too, which was annoying because you
Yeah,
knew it was good.
they planned 3 seasons, just like they planned out 3
Yep,
seasons of
they had,
Dark.
they had everything mapped.
Yep. And it was going to be another mystery box series that was brilliantly planned out, and then it got canceled by Netflix, of course. So Netflix canceled all the best shows after one season. It never failed. Almost always, that's what happens. For me, anyway.
Remember, Julie, remember the movie Underwater? That right there was an excellent movie. But you have to understand, the bad part about it is that anything that comes from the depths of the ocean, we're going to lose. Because if it's able to come up, the pressure that they've been surviving in for years, we can't handle that. If we come out of a ship underwater with their pressure, we'll just explode. Imagine that. You would literally, your whole body would explode. You would turn into paste. But they survive that and they come up. Weapons that we have, it would just bounce off of them. They're too strong. And that proves that in that movie, Underwater, when all those creatures, and the scariest thing is, down there is dark. They move away from the light, but light is an attraction of food. So for us to see, we are just sending a beacon out to everything that we don't see in the darkness coming at us. That movie Life scared the hell, I mean, not Life, but Underwater scared the hell out of me.
Yeah.
So I actually have a scary thing that happened to me. It's not anything to do with what we're talking about right now, but it is like something really creepy. While I was in the Navy. Geez, I'm still in, but see, I'm already talking like I'm out. Oh man. If you want me to share with you guys, though, it's kind of a
Share, please do. I want to hear.
Please
okay.
go for it.
All right, so there, like, while I was on the ship, so while we are, basically we're not out at sea, we still have to basically like stay on the ship and live on the ship. So we were actually in port for a little while, and then we actually ended up going out to sea, and I had like the first watch, and basically where we have to walk around the ship and things like that. And there was basically I just had like a really bad feeling, and I was doing kind of a rove around the ship and looking around, and I just happened to go all the way down in the very bottom of the ship, which you might know, Brandon. It's like kind of by like the sonar spaces.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm tracking.
Ooh,
I'm following.
way down there, right?
Yep.
And while I'm down there, I see like the entire, like the whole room has like, it looks like a Dexter like scene. I'm not even kidding you. Like all the walls had like plastic all over them. There was knives out. I'm like, did I just walk into like the next freaking episode of Dexter? Am I gonna die today? Like, what is going on? Like, so of course I'm like, all right, let me get out of here. And while I'm walking, right, and it's like a ladder, I would say you can think of it like a couple stories of like walking up this very tiny little ladder, which if you fall, you're definitely gonna die.
Please tell me
Um,
you didn't go down Shaft Alley. You went down Shaft Alley?
no, but no, in the front of the ship. But like
Okay.
pretty far down. But like I went all the way up to the top, right? And I'm freaking out, obviously by this point, because I'm just trying to like all the thoughts in my head of like, what is this room? Why did I find this random room? Like, what is going on? And one of the guys, I guess the guy that made the room, right? He saw me and he was like, "Hey," he's like, "What are you doing down there?" I'm like, what are you doing?" Right? Like, is this where it happens? Does he shove me down the stairs and I die? And he's like, "Oh, actually, I'm trying to get," and he told me like another girl's name. He's like, "I'm trying to get her to come down there and check out, like have a conversation with me." I'm like, no, that's not happening.
Come on now,
That's not happening.
with plastic everywhere.
Yeah.
Come on.
So he was like he just told me everything. He's like, "Yeah, I plan on taking her down there and like I'm going to chop her up in all these little pieces because she won't go on a date with me. I mean, do you think that would be okay?" I'm like, "No, that's not okay. Like, what?" Mind you, this is like probably 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay, like nobody's awake. It's just me and this guy in a scary room, and people obviously are standing watches where they need to be, which means they're making sure the ship is moving for us. But I'm like freaking out, right? Because I'm like, what do I do with this information? This guy is like planning to kill somebody,
How did you
right?
feel? I mean, what were you looking around to see what you could grab? Because technically,
Yeah, yeah.
right there, protocol. Protocol. You should have clocked this. You should have took him out right there.
Yeah, well, see, that would have been the smart Tabitha thing to do, right? But I'm just like, I'm still just kind of shocked, right? And so, okay, I was like, okay, let me calm this dude down for one. Let me calm him down so he doesn't kill me, because that'd be bad, right? I would, I kind of want to live. So I was like, hey, let's go for a walk for a second, let's just like, let me see how you're doing. I'm trying to like get him away from that room. Obviously, I have to go tell somebody. But yeah, I had to like basically I like walked him to where like our you would say kind of like our police are, like the MPs are. And I was like, hey, he's gonna sit here for a little while and he's gonna talk to you, cool? Because like I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Meanwhile, I'm like running upstairs, like up the ladders, like let me go tell everybody that I need to tell because it's crazy. This guy is like trying to kill somebody on the ship.
See, you did the right thing right there. That right there, you calmly were able to lead him to keep him contained, and that right there was the smartest move ever.
Yeah, I
That
was
right there was the
freaking out.
smartest move ever, because if you would have went against his plan and not said that, yeah, I agree with this and I like what you made, then he probably would have, made you his first test subject.
Right. And like once I finally got someone, right, because I told people, right, I told like all the officers and everything, like, hey, we need to go figure this out like right now. Like they didn't believe me. They're just like, okay, yeah. I'm like, no, seriously, like I need you to come with me. We need to come look at this room. We need to keep him, away from this girl. But anyways, like, they ended up locking him up kind of in a way so he couldn't get to her, and we had to like fly him off the ship. But I mean, he had this whole thing planned out. Like it was freaking creepy. Like he was gonna take her, the whole thing, just like a Dexter show. He's gonna do all this stuff. He had the special bags to like put her in, throw over the ship while we were like, in the middle of the ocean. Yeah,
Good
so that was,
evening.
whew,
Wow, that you, whew, God bless,
yeah, I could have been gone,
you. God bless you're here.
right?
Wow, wow.
Yeah,
I
that's the
mean,
scary. That's the scariest thing that happened to me, though.
everyone comes across, and we we all come across things like that in our field. And yeah, it is enough to make a book and everything, but it's real life. We are just the survivors of it. And I've had I've had too many close calls, way too many. But once again, I'm here to be able to talk about it.
Right. Exactly. But yeah, I want to share that because I was like, that was the crazy thing.
That right there, I'm
That was
glad you shared it, because it's taking a burden off of you as well, because you're not the only one. I've gone through it as well. Not in the exact sense, but we've gone through the same things. And that's the one thing that male and female sailors must understand, that the male and females, we both go through the exact same things. So I'm glad you was able to get that off of your chest, because I am listening and I do fully understand.
yeah.
Wait, 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 wait. Good night, everybody. How are you guys? Listen, quick, just sorry.
Hi, KP.
You found this guy like he was preparing to kill another person on the ship.
Yeah. Yeah.
The fuck.
That's
Right.
crazy.
Right.
If
Like
you,
Like how?
KP, if you're gonna, okay, KP, welcome. Hey, I miss you, bro. But if you have to understand, you don't know how big these ships can be. Just like, every day we have to clean the ship. We have to clean our areas. But if you could go to an area and you're like, wait a minute, there's a lot of dust here. And you keep going, there's more dust. That means no one has ever been there. You don't know what's back there. And that's when the hairs on the back of your neck start standing up and you're like, I don't want to go any further because I don't want to see what's back there. And so you go back to where you belong. There's places that people just don't go. It's a whole new world when you are out at sea. It's a whole new law out at sea. You can't use your cell phone. Your cell phone is not going to work. Rules have changed.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I unfortunately missed a bunch of a bunch of your story, Tabitha, because
Oh
my
man.
Wi-Fi has been in and out worse than ever tonight, and so now I'm back on my phone again. But I'll listen to it back on the replay. But for what I caught of it, that sounds insane. Wow,
Yeah. It was. I
terrifying.
mean,
That's the
like
horror story right there.
right.
That's, wow, you truly dodged that
Yeah.
one.
I could have been. You know what I mean? Like, and nobody would have found me. I mean, for real. Like, I would just be gone because he had it planned out so perfectly. I mean, I don't know why he told me. I feel like that was like fate in a way too, that like I was the one that found it and not her, right? Or somebody else that I don't know, like I just feel like I was meant to talk to him and calm him down and you know something like that. But that's what I tell myself so I don't freak out anyways.
Wow,
Do you guys hear me okay now?
I hear you, KP.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Do you remember the quote in the movie Aliens? It says, when you're out in space, it doesn't matter if you scream because nobody can ever hear you. Well, that's similar to when, you're basically on a ship. I mean, there's so many sounds and so much stuff going on. Yes, no one can actually hear you. They won't be able to hear you.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
wild.
Whole new world.
Yeah. Oh, KP, you there? There were two of you for a while. I don't know what's going on with him.
It's the Indian. It's the Indian Audis.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
KP. KP.
Okay, cool. Good
You
evening,
hear me,
everybody.
KP? KP.
Yep, are you hearing me?
Yes, I hear you.
Yes.
Can
Yes,
you hear
I hear
all of
you.
us?
Yep.
You-
Yeah,
I
I
think
can
there's a slight delay, but we hear you.
hear everybody.
KP, turn your TV. Put your TV on mute and go directly off of your phone, and just have your TV playing.
Oh, my. No, I have nothing on. If it continues, I'm gonna put my mic on.
No, we can hear you now. Julie, can you hear him?
I hear you. You're
Yeah, I can
fine.
hear.
Okay. Sound check is good.
Yeah. Yeah. This has been a unique live because of all the various technical problems. With me, Doug. It's been all over the place, but yeah. Sorry you couldn't join before Doug left, KP, but he does watch these back and looks at the live chat. So if anyone said, nice things as Doug was leaving, he had to leave in a hurry. He will look back at it and see it. Just FYI. Oh, and KP is gone. I think he's having Wi-Fi issues too. What the hell is going on tonight? I think LaBruce
Welcome to the Wi-Fi
is after
problems.
us.
I noticed when if you hit like the chat button, if you hit the chat button and you respond, you can't come back. It will kick you out, and then you have to go back through it. That's one of the little issues, but it's I did mine within a quick second, and I was able to come back on. That was when you was like, Brendan, are you there? And then I had two of me, and then it disappeared.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. StreamYard does weird glitchy things sometimes. Yeah. Like during our interview with Mark Geller a few days ago, who plays Kier on Severance, there was a crazy echo going on through the whole thing, and it just completely threw me. I couldn't focus. It was very hard to concentrate, and every time I talked, I could hear myself. So, I did talk to him after, and explains. I think something might have been going on with his device, and he said he'd like to come on again sometime. So hopefully he'll come back on again.
Oh, yeah, that'd be
If
awesome.
you're hearing me, let me know. And if not, I'll just log off because I don't want to
We hear
keep
you.
up production.
I
Oh,
can hear you.
you hear me? All right, good.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Everybody
Like I
in
had
the
nothing
chat.
to release today. I was just doing
Yeah.
some hippie activities, and everybody's asleep, so I just say, I wanted to say hi.
Well, hi, KP. It's always nice to hear from you. Doug got a kick out of your comment earlier where you said, "Okay, I'm here now. You guys can get started," or something like that. Yeah, he was laughing at that. You're
Yeah,
a
I
witty guy.
saw that. Yeah, I had just gotten home, and then and I realized you were on. So by the way,
Yeah.
Would you consider From and Severance to be on the same level of prestige? Because I kind of think, and this might be a hot take, but I kind of think From is significantly better. What do you take on that?
I don't know about that. I mean, I have a hard time ranking them, but From is definitely my favorite show on TV, period. Severance is my number 2. But in terms of quality, it's so hard to say because they're both so phenomenal. I find myself more pulled into From because I think there's a lot more to theorize about. There are a lot more possibilities. And
And
so
there's
I'm
more
more
focus on
addicted
the
to it.
characters, right? Because we know it's the second end of the second season of Severance, but we still know very little about the outies. We know very, very little about not just the outies and innies, but like the world in general and how everybody else in the world kind of perceives the idea and act of Severance. And from we know a lot about these people's past and in some instances the future. So like I think that's why it's my favorite, because it really deals with characters, and Severance is getting to be more but Severance was more about the concept of and the concept and idea of Severance in a dystopian future that we can all see as a possibility.
KP, can can I jump in real fast? Can I
Yeah.
jump in real fast? Julie, okay, okay. I haven't dove deep into Severance, but I started watching it, and what I've noticed is that okay, it seems like the people on the outside are benefiting from the people on the inside. So you have your innies. Your innies are the ones that are working. Your outies are the ones that are living the life, benefiting from the ones that are on the inside. But if that is false, then it sounds like to me that the company itself is just using the best attributes of the people that they have, cloning them to make them more efficient to keep the company running. Now, I still have to watch the show fully for me to go ahead to give like a educated, hypothesis on it. But right now, I can't, but I can only go off of comments and so forth. But it goes off with the title itself, Severance. It's a severance. Severance could be your severance pay, which means you get a half pay or whatever, but in a sense, it's dealing with a person's life.
Yeah.
There's
You think
also
so?
postulated on the idea that
Mm.
human beings are more than their corporeal bodies, because you have only one body in Severance still, but you have two very distinct personalities and two different people really and personalities stemming from the same physical body. So that has very interesting questions about the philosophy of self.
Yeah.
Or 26 in Gemma's case.
Right?
Yeah.
Or for all the clones, with the goats. Hey.
Yeah, it's a fascinating concept because there is only one corporeal body, but there are multiple selves. For Gemma, there are 26 innies. There are 25 that are connected to the rooms downstairs. There's Miss Casey, that's 26. Then there's her outie, that's 27 people in one body. Imagine if they try to reintegrate them all. I mean, I think that would be a nightmare. Honestly, I think those innies are just going to have to die because I don't know if it would be a good idea to try to reintegrate 26 26 innies with her outie now when
Well,
she's out.
hey,
You know.
Julie, if you really think about it, if you look at movies from the past and movies to the present, the movies from the past that we thought was science fiction is now facts for us. I mean, if you look at Star Trek, for example, when they got beamed down, they pulled out a cell phone that had GPS to communicate. That was a communicator. The little flip, and it was actually a flip phone. And then it goes from there. We thought that was so high tech and everything else until we got a flip phone.
Yeah.
I remember when I was leaving Japan years ago, and this person was already on basically they were basically on FaceTime. But I was amazed, like, wow, this person's talking to somebody, and we didn't get that until like 3 years later. And I'm like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
so the things we see on TV in actuality is already, happening. So if you're thinking about when they bring these brand new shows out like Severance or who knows, even From, I mean, there are things that are happening that we are just not aware of yet. But when we become aware of it, we're like, wow, we saw this, but it's the youth that will be like, you know what, we already knew about it.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, and it's scary because everything we see now, you have to really analyze that with a grain of salt. Look at the movie Eraser. A long time ago, the movie Eraser. The person was able to look through walls with a sniper rifle to be able to shoot through walls. No one knew about that. They was like, wow, this is science fiction. No, actually, it's not. That's not science fiction. We can see through walls. We can see
There's
your
been an
body.
argument in the world of philosophy for a very long time about whether human beings, whether our artistic selves creates the intellectual self, or does the intellectual self create the fun self to kind of soothe us? So, like, what it seems Lumen is trying to do is conquer the idea of self itself and say to you, because eventually this where they're going is to a place where the family, the family and the Keegan family and its past, future, and present would be able to resurrect themselves in new bodies. Because if you can conquer intelligence, you can conquer self, package it, and move it from place to place, then it doesn't really matter what the hardware is. So, like, even in Dune, there's an idea of a brain and a mech body controlling the world. Does that make sense? Like,
I think so. I think I'm getting what you're saying. Like, it's interesting.
I
almost
understand.
immortality.
KP, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying 100%.
Yeah.
But there was a show that mimicked it, and I can't quote it because I can't. Once I remember the name of the show, I'll be able to tell you. But the thing about it was this: they had basically said that they had already put things in place, and people had to learn to follow it. Prime example, when you see all these, like, when you see all these brand new technology in movies and everything else, you're seeing it on the movies as science fiction, but it's science fact. It's not science fiction, but it's called desensitizing you. Because, if you keep seeing something, you're going to get used to it. It's not going to be a shock value. You're going to be like, okay, well, I saw that. I mean, it's okay. But if you bring something out of the norm, then people are going to be shocked, like how the drones were flying around everywhere and everybody was going frantic. That was a test right there to see how public would react to brand new things happening. Okay, so now you have to gradually put it in movies, put it in TV shows, because people watch that. Put it into your cell phones, YouTube feeds. they get desensitized. So then when they see it in real life, they're not worried. They're not scared because human beings are violent by nature. If an alien came down in front of you right now that you have never seen, you're going to act violent. You're going to try to kill it. When when the alien could be trying to talk to you, you can't understand it, but it's trying to understand your language. You're going to attack it and kill it because it looks different from you. You're going to think it's hostile when
Or
the
I'll run
gest
away.
yes,
Yeah, you could run
but
away
here's the
too.
thing. But when the gestures that they are making in their culture, in their lives means peace, you're going to think it's violent. And that right there could cause a lot of issues. I saw a real good it was a uh okay, I forgot the TV show. But basically human beings went against these aliens that they thought were violent and they killed these aliens and come to find out these aliens were kids. These aliens were kids and they had trouble killing them. And then the parents chimed in and said these kids they were on a camping trip and you guys killed our kids. We're gonna blow your whole planet up. And
Mm-hmm.
that right there, it's like it's all about like understanding. Human beings, we are naturally violent in nature. Either we're gonna run or we're gonna fight. And if we do
I
communicate,
think the TV show was Falling Skies.
that was falling skies. That's one part of it. But the other one was Outer Limits. That's what it was. It was a quick show, Outer Limits. But understand, you have to think, how would you react if an actual alien that you cannot describe appeared to you? What would be your instant reaction?
Well, it'll depend, but I think if I think I can overpower it, I'll try to fight it. If I thought no, this is too big, I'd run away.
But here's the thing.
If it's the size of if it's the size of a little bunny
What
rabbit,
if you really think
maybe I.
if you really think about it, we are so, happy and we feel that we are technologically advanced. But what if we are the ghetto of the universe? What if Earth is the ghetto of the universe? Because every time someone tries to do a tour or like a UFO tries to do a tour and look at Earth, we try to shoot it down. We instantly want to destroy before we want to talk.
Well, because in that situation you get scared, right? So you're not
So
thinking about the
you're
other life
scared.
form. I'm scared for my life, and I'm doing what I need to do to make myself feel safe. And if I think this thing is going to hurt me, well, if I can fight it, I'll fight it back. If
But
I
here's the
don't think
thing,
I can win, I'll run away.
KP. Yes, you can fight it back, right? You can fight it back. That's what you think. But if this being can travel, if this being can travel throughout space and get to us, right? Don't you think they know more than us? They're stronger than us.
Well,
They
yeah,
know.
100%. But
Do
I
you
don't know
really
that.
think? Do you really? Okay, you could try and fight. See, the bad part about it is, yes,
I'll try
you're
to overpower it, but if I don't know what it is,
you're
I,
not
you know,
gonna. You're okay.
I'll
You're not
probably
gonna.
lose the fight.
you're going to try and fight, but that will be your first instinct, which goes back to why we only get UFO sightings and not landings.
Oh, they're
Because
here.
we are a violent species. We are going to try and kill you first before we talk. We want to know your weaknesses
And you see a
and think
classic
about it.
example
Think about it.
on
And look,
Sentinel Island.
it's just like the Earth. Earth is the worst ghetto ever. Because if we shoot you down, we're gonna strip your UFO and revamp it. We're stripping your car. We're taking your tires off. We're gonna take everything off. We're gonna
Where
kill the
where
passengers.
where are you from again?
Where am I from?
Yeah.
I'm from DC.
Okay. Sorry, I was
We're
like,
we're
bro,
gonna
that's a lot. That's a
yeah.
lot.
I mean, but when you analyze it, it actually makes sense because
Yeah.
your first instinct of seeing something that you are not familiar with, you're gonna get scared. You're gonna try to kill it, and if you can't kill it, you're gonna try to run. And if it catches you, you're gonna plead until it talks to you and tells you to calm the hell down. I'm here in peace.
Excuse me for a sec. Hey, Tony. Hey, Tony. What's up? Tony Teflon popped in the chat. Nice to see you, Tony. We've
What up,
had
Tony?
we've
Hey,
had kind of
Tony.
Ain't
a
nothing happened, Tony. We just talking about life.
And bye, Amy.
yeah, nothing.
Tony's in here. Tony was the
To-
one that said I sound like Barry White.
You really do though.
No, please don't do that.
Yeah, I lost my Wi-Fi again, so now I've been on my phone, and Doug was on earlier, Tony, and his power was out, so he had to go to a restaurant and stream on his phone in a restaurant. But that's the dedication he has. So it's been kind of a weird, random live tonight. It was kind of like a train wreck, but it doesn't matter because we're just family here. So now we can have screw ups and technical issues, and my Wi-Fi's been cutting out, kicking me off over and over again. But
We got
but
you. We got you, Julie. Julie, I love that red. Julie, I love that red. That is beautiful.
oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I
Uh,
love red.
Oh yeah.
hey, Julie. Can you tell Tony Teflon? Okay. Look, I watch everything that he does, and I've been watching it for a long time. But I'm gonna say it right here and now. I will not speak unless
Buy the book. Buy the book.
unless Julie, you give me permission, and Teflon allows me to go ahead and speak upon his channel. I will not do it without your permission. But I watch, I do see Teflon. Teflon, he's great. I love how he be breaking people down on From. It's funny.
He's
He,
great.
he uses
Yeah,
that little
Tony
new
is the
he
OG of
uses that New York accent, or
Watch Club.
I'm trying to figure out his accent. It could be New York, it could be Jersey. I mean, I don't know.
yeah. Yeah, he's from New York. Um, he's I think Queens, New York, I believe.
Queens. I got a
Yeah.
lot of brothers. I got a lot of brothers in Queens.
Oh yeah. He said he just said we have never heard of any alien contact trying to attack us. I would hope someone who has that level of tech has evolved past violence. I would hope so too. Yeah.
Okay, you know what? We go to the three body theory. Okay, you know what? Three body theory. Yeah. You have to think about it like this. Everybody's trying to monopolize and try to build up their own civilization, and you can't put that past. And everybody is ready for war because that's what they had to do to survive. Queens. Okay. I got you, Teflon. I got you.
Oh yeah.
And would you allow me to speak on your channel as well? Because Julie gave me permission.
Absolutely. Tony does call-in lives all the time. You can call in and talk to Tony. It's a lot of fun. I do it all the time. Yeah. We're just friends hanging out. That's right, Tony. It's just kind of chilling out. An unconventional live tonight with lots of glitches, but it's been a lot of fun at the same time. And please, everybody, check out Tony's book, Darkest Before the Dawn. Dieter dropped the link in the chat.
Really?
Check that out on Amazon. It's on my reading
Yeah.
list. Now that Severance is over, I've had some time to read again. I'm going to be reading it myself. So check out Tony's book.
Did Tony write? Julie, do you write or does Tony write? You know what, Julie? If I were to pass you my Navy stories directly to you, would you write it?
Yeah, sure I would.
You would?
Yeah, I could do that. I've never had, I mean, I have a degree in writing. That's my bachelor's degree. So I like to think I know what I'm doing, but yeah, I could give it a shot if you'd like.
Might have to be, what do you call it? Blocking out a lot of the bad stuff, though.
Nah, hey Tab, I'm gonna give her the real unfiltered.
Nice.
I'm gonna give her the real unfiltered, and I think, I mean, for you and I, to be honest, it would take some things off our chest, but at the same time, of course, our names will be anonymous, so we will have fictional names. So think of a good fictional name for yourself, because I already have mine.
Rosita.
Pablo. I'll be Pablo.
I like it.
But Julie, I can give you a lot of stories.
I bet. I bet.
Hey Julie, what are the plans in the coming week for From? Another rewatch?
Yeah, next week we're gonna go back to the rewatch. So we took 2 weeks off, but we're gonna go back to the From rewatch on Wednesday. We'll do season 2, episode 3. We'll Scarlet and I will do a deep dive into the rewatch of that episode. So we'll get back to that. We're still gonna do a Severance live on Monday too. On Monday we're gonna do a Severance live where anybody can call in and share their thoughts. So about the finale, the season in general, theories for the next season. It'll just be an open call in, and we're gonna have Lori from Real Cinema Therapy as a guest, and also Smitty Snippets is going to be a guest too. So I think that's going to be a fun one. And anyone else who would like to call in and share their thoughts on Severance, it'll be kind of a free for all, within reason. I'm not going to let the panel get to 10 people at once, or it'll be total chaos. But but we're going to have a call in from the start of the live. Yeah, and that'll be about 10:15 p.m. Eastern on Monday.
Monday, okay.
Yeah.
Severance is that type of show that I saw a lot going on, which means I have to really rewatch it. But if you have ever watched the movie Natural Born Killers, that is like the blueprint of different moods and everything for a movie. Natural Born Killers showed color schemes, everything that gave symbol to the atmosphere, how people were, everything. And that was an old movie. And I analyzed that movie a long time ago when I was in college and everything. And I analyzed it because if you look at Natural Born Killers, when they were in the hospital, the color was green. It was because they were sick. It used to be an old commercial called, I believe, Mr. Yuck or whatever. And the color was green. That meant you were sick. But then black and white always meant you're close to death, or death was going to happen. Red means rage. Blue means depression. I mean, all of that was all shown in Natural Born Killers. If you look at that movie fully, the uncut version, then you will be able to analyze a whole lot of other movies when they start showing different colors. That's why with Severance, when they were running at the end and the colors were changing, I was like, wait a minute, that gives like a mixed finale. They're running with red and then it would change. Red is rage or violence, but it never showed like the color, which is themed of white. White normally means, you're being relieved. It just, the colors were changing. There's a lot of color changes in Severance. Even when they went and
Yes.
saw the goats, the green means growth, and it's a predominant color. But all of that was shown in Natural Born Killers, one movie.
Right. Colors are really important symbolically in Severance, for sure. I love what they do with color symbolism. The red, blue, and green are the three main colors of the show, and they're also the three primary colors of light, which I'm sure is deliberate because Lumen is the name of the company, which is related to
Illumination.
concept of light, illumination. Absolutely. And keeping the innies in the dark. Mark makes a speech about that in season 1, how they're left in the dark, oblivious to so much about the world. So I think it's so cool what they do with the color, the symbolism, the red, blue, and the green.
But then red it could be red for rage, or it could also be for rebirth. I mean, there's so many different ways that you could look at the colors used, but the only hints you get is from the actions of the actors during that time, what they're doing. That's just like in From. There are certain tints and colors when you see them walking around. Like, I'm not talking about what they're wearing, I'm talking about the entire atmosphere. Is there certain tints that give clues? And I'm quite sure when directors are doing this, they do that on purpose.
Oh, yeah.
And it's up for us as a community to be able to solve it. And whether we're right or wrong, it's once again, it is the joy of the journey because it has heightened our imaginations once again.
Absolutely.
So, Brandon, real
And
quick, Julie, real quick too. So, like, what do you guys think the role of Lumen is? Like, what do you think they're trying to achieve in Severance?
Okay, before I answer that, Tabitha, thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate it. It was awesome having you on the panel, and we can share. Hey, this is a horror fan area. We do love a horror series so you can share scary stories anytime you want. It was lovely having you on the panel. So have a great
Okay,
night.
thank you. Yeah, it was great being here, and I hope everyone has a wonderful time with you. Good night,
Yeah,
guys.
and we need to do our red lipstick.
Have a good night.
Yeah, ladies in
ladies in
red.
red stream. Ladies
Take
in red
care,
stream.
Tab. Take care,
Bye.
Tab. It's always a
Bye,
pleasure.
Tabitha.
Good night.
Good night,
Good night.
Tabitha. And good night, Faith. You're awesome. You're awesome. Yes, I think Dieter actually does have a therapy channel in Discord already. So, everyone is free to make use of that. This is a support system. We're not just people following a random TV show at this point. I feel like we're family. So, and we can have therapy sessions. We can support each other. I think people who follow shows like From and Severance tend to be people who have been through a lot of shit in our lives. And it resonates with us because these are people who are also struggling and suffering on both shows. So we're here to support you guys. So Faith and Repentance, in the Discord, there's already a channel for therapy. So if people want to make use of that, in addition to talking in the live chat, please feel free. We're here for you guys. And thank you, Faith, for all your support. Truly appreciate it. You seem like a lovely person, and we're here for everybody. Amy, everybody I was seeing in the chat sharing the stuff, the difficult things they're going through. We're here for you. Just know that we're here for you all. Amy, Faith, and Fletch, who just left already, Scott, Doc. I mean, everyone goes through difficult things in our lives, and it's just nice to have this community to come to for support and escape. So I'm just glad you feel comfortable sharing and reaching out to people here. You know, you can always find support and empathy here. So with no judgment either. Anyway, that being said, KP, you had asked what I think Lumen's goal is, what their plan is. I think that they want to spread their cult. I think that this cult of Kier, what they're trying to do is spread this worldwide through these chips, that basically the chip is a more technologically advanced form of brainwashing people. They've been doing it already for many, many years with these with these schools, like the way they brainwashed Harmony Cobell, and they brainwashed God knows how many other people, and little Ms. Wong, that little girl. But this way, I think they're trying to use these chips, market them as a way to cure mankind of all its pain, but really what they want is control. Their motto is Remedium Hominibus. In Latin, that means a cure for mankind, and it's on all of the Cure license plates. And in the finale this season, they said that they're sacrificing this goat, and it will be entombed with Gemma, who they were going to kill, for Kier's war against pain. They called it his eternal war against pain. That's what they say they're doing. That's what they claim, but I think the people at the top, just like with any cult, they want control. So they're going to market this chip as a way to keep people from having to experience any unpleasant emotions, any discomfort, desensitize people like they were doing with Gemma in all of those rooms. But then using that chip, what they can actually do once enough people agree to get one, it's a way to control the masses, make them into drones, flatten their emotions, which they call, taming the tempers. But that's what I think their ultimate goal is. Look at any cult, and it's not altruistic. It's not really just trying to help everyone.
You think there's a level of evil at play? Because I know that is the vibe that the show gives off. But I think in the end, we might see that the Egan families they are actually true believers, and they mean well, even if that idea of meaning well ends up becoming something else. They start off this project as true believers, because that's what I think we'll get to discover. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that the people, it's only like the Egans who I think are in this for control. It's always the people at the very top, but everyone else are true believers. Mr. Drummond, Milchick, all of these other people who are like middle management, they're true believers. Even Helena is probably a true believer who's been brainwashed her whole life. But ultimately, like the person at the top, who I would say James Egan, he's in this for control. He's in this to control people. Like look at the extreme LDS sect of the Mormon Church. That guy Warren Jeffs, he's now in prison. He was preaching all this stuff that he thought about how he thought that they should be living, at these people, and then he wasn't practicing what he preached. He was cruising around the country, going to Disneyland and having orgies with women. And so I think it's kind of the same thing with James Egan. I think he ultimately, maybe he initially thought he was doing good or wanted to do good, but he's in this to control people, I think. Oh, I heard somebody pop on.
Well,
Brandon.
wasn't James in it? He was inducted in this as a child. He was born to this position, right? So
Yeah.
I don't think he really gets to have his own agency. I think he's he legitimately is trying to follow and discover the same thing that his great great grandfather, whatever it is, was trying to discover, which is a way to yes, it's a way to it is a way to control people. Um, but one might argue that being controlled, but your life is peaceful, might be a trade-off that a lot of people are willing to make. Anybody, any thoughts on that?
That makes sense. I mean, it's possible. Like, you know, James grew up in this family too, and so he may really believe in all of these doctrines of cure, but I think that the way he's handling it, it's kind of like the way evangelicals make loads and loads of money off of religion when that's not at all the way it was intended to be, you know, like those televangelist guys who go on TV and get rich making loads of money. I think it's the same kind of thing. Like they may have been believers, they may have been kind of taught and indoctrinated with these beliefs, but they're exploiting it. And James is looking for profit, not just serving cure. I think, you know, just look at what Lumen is doing. Like it's a worldwide corporation, if you can believe what they said. They have branches all over, and yeah, I think that it's also about controlling people. And he may think that by controlling people, he's serving cure. Like he may think that this is what cure would want, actually. You know, taming their
That's
tempers.
I think that's correct. That he, I believe yes, he was born into this cult, but he also believes in the idea of being able to control folks, and also on top of that, there's the idea of immortality here, the promise of immortality, and he's getting to a place in life where death is soon approaching, and he's very very desperate to avoid that fate. So like there's that isn't totally altruistic, but it isn't evil because he might think in his mind if. And then let me just pick up one other thing. And we spoke about priests or pastors that are super wealthy in the evangelical world, but one my comeback to that might be something like in Egypt 5,000 years ago, we have writings and evidence of priests being some of the wealthiest people and most respected people in society. So the priestly position, the person who has control over your fate and your soul, has always been a position that we're willing to give a lot of money to. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, because if you really think about it, who controlled kings, you know, back in the medieval times? It was the church. It was the
It
priest.
was a constant struggle. It
It
was a
was
constant struggle.
until I
Going back
believe it
and forth.
was I believe it was Henry VIII. He rechanged it because he wanted to have a divorce from his wife, and that went against the Bible. So I believe he did something to change it. I have to be sure on this because I don't want to give. I would never give out false information, but I have to fact check myself to make sure that this is correct. But I believe it was Henry VIII because he wanted to have another wife because he did not have sons by a particular woman. So he
Yeah,
couldn't get
Henry VIII
divorced.
taught himself to be a direct line to Christ. So I don't
But
need.
but
I'm direct line
the
in Christ
but the
King, and
Bible
I don't need
was
another.
tainted. But the Bible was tainted at that time because it was a confliction between priests or popes or the church, as they say, to kings. That's why when you look at the Bible, you have King James version, you have different king versions of the Bible. But during that time, some kings use their authority and their power to go ahead and manipulate certain parts of the Bible to their own will. And
Yes.
that was what happened.
Yes.
And
There's
you have
no
to also
evidence of that.
understand that the church was also corrupt because the church had no backing without the king, but the king could not control the people without the church.
Right. Right. And Tony makes a good point. I agree with this. Tony said a cult uses religion as a distraction and loyalty to get members to do what they really want. So this isn't about spreading cheer to the world. That's just to get them to be loyal. Bigger plan. I agree. I think the people at the very, very top, the Egan's, that's what they're doing. And everyone else, they're drunk on the Kool-Aid. Drummond, definitely true believer. Milchick, true believer. Cobell was a true believer, but not anymore. I mean, I think she's becoming more disillusioned with it now. But I agree with that. I agree with that, Tony.
It's
100%.
more, and I also agree with Tony as well because it's if you can have someone believe in you, it's better than forcefully making rules like your president. Like think about Jim Jones. And just like you said, the Kool-Aid. Jim Jones had everybody drink the Kool-Aid.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's not true actually. In
Actually,
the
he
Jim
did.
Jones situation, they took the Kool-Aid, but there were guys in the back that had guns that were making sure that people took the Kool-Aid.
But here's the thing.
Oh.
But what happened to those individuals? See, I know this as well. What happened to those individuals that had the guns? They also
So
drank Kool-Aid
they
afterwards.
went and drank the Kool-Aid out. Well,
Exactly. So
a lot of them did.
that
I think it was
came
like
with
7 of them and 5 did. It was
that came with a faith value. That means you had to have faith in him to believe because every night while they were there, he was telling them that they were going to be overran and everything else. He put them through a type of mental and spiritual torment at the same time. So that way his word was law, not God's word, but his word.
Wow. That's wild.
Yep,
Yeah.
that is 100% true.
I
And
know my facts. I would never bring out anything that's not factual. I know my facts.
Wow.
yep. There is that connection. Because the person that you're supposed to look to save your soul, to keep you well in the next life, and that person has tremendous power. Like if the Pope excommunicated you, you were going to hell. End of story. There was no repeal. There's no like appeal process. If the Pope said, "Oh, you're done, you're excommunicated," that you believed that you would not going to go to heaven, and you would do almost anything, including Star Wars, to help him to make sure that he changed that fate for you. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I agree. But let's go real deep. Let's go real deep. Look at the foundation. Who teaches you law and order at a very young age? It's your parents. If your parents are not teaching you that, then you will grow to not respect your parents, which means if they are your higher authority and you don't have control over that, you are not going to respect any authority in the real world because your first authority are your parents. They tell you, hey, don't touch the stove. You're going to get burned. You do it. You get disciplined. You see what happens, okay? You break curfew. You get disciplined. You get punished. You learn this from your parents. If you don't have that type of discipline or structure, before you become an adult, which means around 18 or so, you're lost. You are not going to respect anyone, period.
That is true. I mean, I've seen that time and time again because we didn't control coming here. We didn't decide to exist. We were dragged into this world, So the fact that we think we have control over anything at all is kind of misproven by the fact that we didn't even choose to come here. So, like, why would you think you had any choice whatsoever? Does
That's
that
a
make sense?
fascinating point. That's a fascinating point. It's like, if you think about it on Severance, what the innies are experiencing, it is kind of like a microcosm of our lives because we didn't ask to be brought into the world. The innies didn't ask to be brought into the world. They have, religious dogma down there. They have a class structure. It's very much like a microcosm of our actual world. I just want to highlight Tony's comment here. Hail Bop, bigger plan, get on UFO. Manson, what is this? Manson calls bigger plan, helter skelter. They get them to be loyal, then do their bidding. Yeah. I get what you're saying. Yep. Look at any cult like that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they want loyalty. They want people to do their bidding. And yeah, so you brainwash people and you manipulate people who are easy targets that either get them young when they're children and indoctrinate them that way, or manipulate people who are easy targets like on Severance. They manipulate Mark and get him into the cult. He's not really in the cult, but they get him severed because of his trauma, stuff like that. So
You're right, Julie. Manson dealt with the weak. Manson could not deal with a fully educated adult. He dealt with the weak, those that came with trauma that
A lot of
he
teenage
felt
girls.
that he could manipulate, and he did, and he gathered a following. And when you gather a following first, then you can make them believe you, and they will spread out and grab others and bring them in. So yes, he dealt with the weak. He couldn't deal with people at a level of his own age group, I should say, and of higher intelligence. He had to deal with those that were of weaker intelligence. That's the thing. That's how you are able to manipulate the masses.
So, like, do we think being in control of a bunch of teenage girls and making them do murders is less of an offense than, say, what Scientology does?
It's
Do we not does the other party not get something out of it as well?
okay. It's not less. It's a major offense because anytime you manipulate the young, they grow and become the adults. They also will spread whatever you manipulated them with, which means you've actually destroyed probably a few generations right then and there from, let's say, five women, 5 men. You've destroyed a lot because of the manipulation which you put down. They're going to pass it down. And what do you think what happens when they have kids? They're going to instill that into those kids. Those kids are going to grow with those same mentality and ideologies, and they're going to pass it down to theirs. It's going to keep going. And they're not going to see anything wrong with it because they're going to think that it is just because they learned it from their parents who were previously manipulated. It's going to keep going. It's a
Yeah, I mean,
bad.
it's correct.
It's a weed. It's a
M-
weed that will keep
My
growing in your
comment,
yard.
my comment was more so on the about the idea of this idea that the serial killer, for example, is very, very evil,
Hmm.
but we caught him
Hmm.
and believing in our minds that that is what evil in this world actually looks like, a serial killer. When what evil kind of looks like in this world, wears a suit usually. Evil looks like a Hitler. Hitler looked
Well,
like
where
a
did it?
very
But here, but
dignified
but
man.
but the question is, KP, is where did it come from? We don't
The,
know what we
the
don't
result
know.
of the
We don't know
circumstances.
what happens behind closed doors at a person's house. We don't know. So where did it come from? That's the main
And
question.
and if we do know it, it's probably because they told us, and there's a lot of room to manipulate things in that
Exactly.
communication as well.
Yeah. Look at the Mendez brothers. We don't know why they
Yeah,
turned out
but
like that.
dude, that case blew my mind because I don't understand why people are today on their side. Like, oh yeah, they should get out of jail now because they used to be molested. Like, even if like you still made a conscious decision to murder to your parents, it's still a bad thing. Even if they did something bad to you, you still did a bad thing that you should be in jail for the rest of your life. Because there's other ways to deal with it.
But you
But
have to listen.
yeah.
This is the one thing that all parents look out for. You never spoil your child, because if you give your child everything that they want and they're used to getting their way with everything, when it comes down for you to tell them no, they're going to lash out at you because they've never heard that before. That's foreign to them. They're going to become angry and they're going to try to break their own things and expect you to replenish it. I mean, that's why you, as a parent, have to put these disciplines into a child from the very beginning, so that way you don't have these issues when they become older. Because yes, as you get older you become a little slower and weaker, but the child becomes stronger and smarter. So these are the things that you have to always look out for.
And we have to ensure that there is a place for young people in society to contribute to both the discourse and the execution of policy. Just because you are a quote unquote small man, a quote unquote regular guy, doesn't mean that your opinions, your ideals, your beliefs don't matter to the world. No, they still matter, and we still would like people still need to hear them and consider them when making decisions that would affect your life and the people around you. So that's just a thought.
I agree.
Because you could easily, I mean, demonizing religion is easy. And there's proof of a bunch of religions doing a bunch of bad things. But at the end of the day, like I'm Catholic. At the end of the day, I'm Catholic because I genuinely believe the Catholic Church does a lot of really good things for people around the world that I personally have benefited from. And it's unfortunate that some people had a horrible experience, but my experience has been completely positive.
But in order for you to help someone that has had a bad experience, you kind of have to relate to theirs. You have to actually, put aside certain thoughts, and you have to really see or feel what they're going through in order for you to help them. You can't like you. It's
Well,
almost thinking like you can't.
unless their need is necessitated, meaning to say, without the thing that you're bringing to them, they would not no longer survive.
It's,
If
it's
that's not the case,
it's one of those
then
things like you really can't. It's like you really can't give someone. You really can't give someone advice about jail unless you survived jail before, or like you can't give someone advice about the experiences of the military just because you watch CNN and everything. you can't do that. I mean, it's like you don't really know, the other side. That's just like someone coming on here that only watches how can I say comedies or something else, and they try to tell us about From and Severance when their intellectual level is not even on our level. They can't open their mind to that because they're stuck on their level.
Hmm.
Yeah, and a good
Right.
example of that is the villainization of wealth. Like when you vilify people like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or uh, Bill Gates, whatever, and people in history, they are people that all of us do bad things. But to say that a person did a bad thing and but he also did 100 good things, but the one bad thing makes the 100 good things no longer good or no longer desired or deserved of
But
a
K,
place in society.
but
Uh,
KP, what do you consider a bad thing? It's all of the perspective of the individual. I could go and save your life, but from the perspective of someone else, it could look like I hurt people and I pulled you away.
yeah, yeah,
From your
true.
perspective, I came in like a saving angel to you, but to everyone else, I look like the villain. It's all about perception as well. That's why some
Mm.
people. That's why some people they rather film on their phone before they react. So that way there's proof of their actions, but those actions, can basically, you know, be life detrimental. I mean, people pause and say, please take my phone and film this while I give someone CPR. That's what they do now, just to cover themselves.
Mm.
And I've seen
Um.
that.
Mhm. Go on.
I mean, and with that right there, I mean, you have to, it's a safeguard, yes, but at the same time, you know, the world, eh, point blank, the world is messed up, period. And everyone has to be able to protect each other, period.
Yeah, I think it's been that way forever, because if humans are very good at innovation, um, so like now we have the capacity to literally blow up the world if we wanted to, and what stops us from doing that has to be mutual desire, mutual desire, mutual necessity. Um, as in mutually assured destruction. Th- These are very, very high-minded concepts that's one could only really talk about at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Mm.
KP, you getting
Um.
sleepy? You getting sleepy, KP?
Sleepy? No, I will be up for a good while. I'll be up for a while. I'll,
I'm over here getting ready to make breakfast.
Hey guys, sorry for
um.
interrupting. But what do you guys think is going to happen in the next season of From with the Man in Yellow?
Um. Well, before I answer that, let me just address this. Ryan. Wow. I never heard of that, but he said the cult I grew up in, Ilwan's Children, was all about indoctrinating the kids while they are young in order to continue the teaching through generations. Well, Ryan, I'm sorry that you had to go through that. Wow. I can't even imagine that. That's horrible. Um, well, that's exactly what they're doing on Severance. They're getting the kids young. That's how kids are malleable and their minds are like sponges, and a lot of cults do indoctrinate people young. That's terrible. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Ryan. getting out of a situation like that must have been extremely difficult. I can only imagine. But Dieter, to answer your question, with the Man in Yellow, I have a very hard time predicting what's going to happen there. I think we're getting a time jump for one thing. I don't think we're going to be in the same time. I think it's going to be wherever future Julie came from. It's going to pick up there, maybe a couple of years in the future. She'll come back and she'll tell everyone that she failed to save her dad, or whoever it is. That no one tells everyone everything, but she'll tell her family that she tried this and she failed, or she'll tell somebody. And I think we're going to pick up there. And the Man in Yellow, well, I mean, he could just be out there lurking in the woods, and people might feel that they're safe because it's daytime. So that could definitely pose a different kind of a threat, but it's really hard to imagine even what that's going to look like. That's one thing I have a hard time predicting. They can't just have him showing up like, I mean, he's not going to be hanging out at the diner with everybody. I think he'll have a much stronger presence than he did in this season, because that was like a 45-second blip and then the show was over. Maybe he'll show up a few more times, or I mean, Doug had an interesting idea that he may, like, certain people may encounter him and not realize that he's a threat because he present himself as more normal and build up suspense that way. So I don't know. I really don't know. What do you guys think?
Julie, out of everybody that we see on the show right now, okay, they're let's just say that everybody we see right now on the show, they are reincarnations, right?
Do
What
you think
fly
everybody?
on?
Do
Yeah,
you think everyone is
because
reincarnated?
in some aspect, but the thing about it is
Okay.
they're not communicating with each other, so nobody's really gonna know, because people hold whatever information they have to themselves, and they dilute it by colony house, smoking a lot of weed, drinking, having sex, and everything to keep their mind off a lot of things. In town, they're more worried about cooking and supplying everything for people to come in to go in and eat. So, if we think about it, what type of person would the Man in Yellow have been during 1501? Would he
Right?
have been? Would he came in and killed Jim like Boyd, like a regulator, like a person that's regulating a town, and you stepped out of
Yeah.
the boundaries? So
Yep.
what would the Man in Yellow be like in the past?
I don't know. See, that's the thing. Um, yeah, I think that he's probably able to move. He may be able to move through different time periods. Especially if there's a time jump. Like, I think there's going to need to be a time jump. Um, I think it's possible he's able to time travel, but it's very hard to imagine what role he played. I think he probably was part of the origin story of the town. He may be just a higher level entity than the rest of the monsters because he's able to come out in the daytime, but he has some sort of he's not human. He ripped Jim's throat out with his bare hand. There were no claws. Doug confirmed that there were no claws. So he's a higher level entity, and maybe he's the one who brokered the deal that got them turned into monsters in the first place. Maybe he was like the leader of the original town.
I keep
It's hard
hearing
to
that.
say.
Remember that phrase? I keep hearing that phrase. The answers are in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
The answers are in the beginning. You know, Boy grabbed the father after the little girl and her mother died in the very beginning. Boy grabbed him by his throat and threw him against the wall.
Oh yeah, you did.
It's and Boy. Oh, I have to go back. Wasn't Boy wearing a yellow shirt at that time?
He was. Yeah.
When he killed Smiley, he was wearing a yellow shirt.
Mhm. And he also grabbed his throat. He slit it,
And
and then he
he
grabbed it.
knows Jim.
Remember, Boy slit his throat, cut his hand, put it on his throat. Same
Yep.
type of way how the man in yellow ripped out Jim's throat. Look at the actions and the hand placements. It was the exact same.
That's
So
true.
are we thinking that Boyd it ends up being the big bad, or signing up to the side of the big bad, or is he still on the side of good, but he has to do this thing in order for good to happen? What do you
Boy
think?
is going. I really believe that. Look, we're talking about reincarnations. I really believe that, and like I said this from the very beginning. I believe that Boyd is going to be the hindrance to them getting out to continue the cycle. There's certain signs. Okay, yes, he wears yellow, and look, he's become dingy. Even Acosta said that he's off his rockers in a way. He may not look like the man in yellow, but we're talking about reincarnations.
Yeah, Boyd seems to have a very hard time, but for me, it seems like Boyd is the very opposite of the man in yellow. I think the boy in white brought, I think Julie said that, brought Boyd in to give the people hope.
Yeah, I think there are signs it could be Ethan. That Ethan becomes the man in yellow. I think that theory has legs. But when you're dealing with reincarnation and time travel, yeah, all kinds of possibilities open up. That's why it's possible that he is a character we already know, just in the future, or something like that. Reincarnation, but with time travel, it's yeah, it boggles the mind, but it's possible. I think the man in yellow, he was trapped somewhere, and now all of a sudden he can come out because of Jade's playing the song that brought back Jim and Tabitha. I'm not Jade and Tabitha's memories. Then he said knowledge comes with a cost. So I think he was there already manipulating things. He just couldn't physically show up, and now that he can, it's a game changer. Now that he can, I mean, I think we're gonna see more of him. Before
Oh, I hope
he
so.
could only show up in the form of voices.
I hope we're going to see the man in yellow a lot more. Because, like you said, he's now visible. So it only makes sense, but maybe he can't access the town.
Right.
Unless he did destroy the house, of course.
It could be a good chance. It could be a good chance that Ethan grows up to be a Martin chained up, because he's the equalizer. So you would definitely want to change. You would definitely, if someone's going to mess up your plans, you want to keep him contained, or maybe get rid of. But you probably can't get rid of him. So the best you can do is keep him out of, the mix with everyone else. So who's to say that Ethan doesn't end up becoming another Martin chained up. He knows too much.
Wait, you said Ethan?
Yes, Ethan, because he knows too much.
Yeah. He
Ethan
knows how
could
everything
be
works.
exactly. So you're gonna chain him up. You're gonna chain him to the wall. But then there's also 2 slots over there. So maybe there's one for his sister, one for him, or let's take his sister out of the equation. I mean, it would be Ethan, and then it would be Jade and his mother. Those 3 right there are the ones who could actually change, Fromville. Those are the ones who can actually change it. The 2 parents who
Right.
failed to save the kids in the beginning, and you know, uh, stretching. We don't know what happened to Victor's sister, the sister who could hide everywhere and she was hard to find. Who knows if Ethan is basically a stem of her? We don't know. We don't know much about the sister, but
Right.
the only thing we know is that she was a good hider. And when the mother
Right.
was killed, the way how we saw it, it could have been if we. Okay, when Ethan's mother saw the vision, she saw Smiley run up and kill the mother, but then it panned away as if somebody else was looking at it. If it was a vision and you were in the mother's shoes, then how come it just wasn't a frontal attack or the view of Smiley running directly at you? It was like someone was in the trees from behind and watched it happen. That's the thing that doesn't make sense to me. If you are a reincarnation of somebody, then you would see Smiley coming at you. We would have saw a camera view of you falling on your back, and Smiley on top of you and killing you. But no, it was from a different angle. The mother was seen being killed. It wasn't through her eyes.
I think the way that they depicted that is just the way that shows and movies have to depict memories for the most part. You very rarely are going to see a memory depicted through a point of view shot. Because if they did that, then we wouldn't know for sure. We wouldn't be able to see the person being killed. We would just see through their eyes. This way we were able to see, oh, it's Miranda.
I
I
agree.
think so. I don't think necessarily someone was watching that flashback. I think it was just the way that the show had to handle it. Look at Victor when Victor remembered his mother leaving him and Eloise in the root cellar. I mean, we saw that from like a third
A
person
third
perspective,
person. Yeah, yeah.
right? So I think that's all that is. Eloise is out there somewhere alive. I think Eloise is alive. They left that open. They left that situation way too open. And if they were going to say, "Oh, he had a sister who died," then they would have brought it up right when he remembered her. Like if the
I
show wanted
believe
to pack an
Oh yeah.
emotional punch,
I
that's
believe
what it
that's
would have done.
Eloise. Eloise over there in the log cabin area. I believe that's her walking around.
Yeah, it very well could be her walking around. Um,
Hey
and
Julie.
and Julie may have story walked, and I have. I mean, I'm still working on the theory, but I think Julie may have been the missing link in between what we saw, the memory of Eloise running after her mother, and then her mother getting killed, and Eloise is nowhere in sight. There's a missing link there. There's something we're not seeing, and I think the missing link, the missing piece of that memory is it could turn out to be Julie, whose story walked, maybe pushed Eloise into a faraway tree and saved her, and she's alive somewhere. I do think she's going to come back. She's going to turn up somewhere, definitely. Dieter, were you going to say something? I thought I saw you about to say something.
Yeah. Michael is backstage.
Oh, thank you. I'm on my laptop, so I can't hear any noises The
No
old
worries.
laptop. The old
Yeah.
laptop. The new one, I didn't get a chance to finish installing everything. Okay.
You'll get it.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Michael.
How's it going?
Nice to hear from you.
Been a while.
Yeah, sorry I didn't see you there at first, but I agree with everything you were saying in the chat, by the way. But what's your theory on Eloise? Is that what you wanted to share?
I mean, sure. Or if there's any other stuff you want to talk about, but yeah, my theory on Eloise is that it was Abby, because she's pretty much the only person other than Tabitha who has memories of Fromville before coming there, which to me I think means that she may have actually been there, because unlike Tabitha and Miranda, I don't think that she's a reincarnation of the original parents, since she was or at least in my opinion, or well, I guess you'd say Eloise wasn't one of the parents; she was the child of one of the parents. So I don't think she was like an actual resurrection or reincarnation. And so my thinking is that when Miranda died, Eloise made it out essentially into the real world, and then grew up, and then eventually came back. I think that when she left, she had like basically PTSD or something, or amnesia. Didn't remember who she was. Grew up to be Abby, and then when the next cycle started, got pulled back into Fromville, and that's why she has the memories that she mentions to Ellis when she's like standing out in the road in front of the diner, that she remembers, whatever she's looking at in Fromville. So whereas Tabitha would
Mm-hmm.
have had like a memory of a past life, I think that in Abby's case, it had to have been because she was actually there as a child. And so to me, I think that's possible evidence that Abby was actually Eloise, who escaped when Miranda, I think, sacrificed herself to Smiley in order to save Eloise, who had left the root cellar after Miranda had told her to stay there. That's kind of my thinking.
Yes. I agree that if Eloise is alive, I've always pictured her as kind of a female version of Victor who doesn't remember anything. She does not remember her past.
Exactly. It'd be
So
essentially
you
like
just
a kind of a
disappeared.
narrative mirror to Victor, where he had blocked out his childhood. He had actually, if I remember correctly, he hid her drawings in the trunk of, I think, what was it, Christopher's car or something like that. So he didn't even
Yeah.
remember like those drawings, and she wouldn't have seen those drawings in order to trigger her own memory.
That's amazing.
Mhm.
And I think that Abby would be the correct age to be the same age as Victor, because she'd be about the same age as Boyd, who had been in the army for roughly 30 years. So he'd be about 50. And
Yeah.
Victor would be about 50. So I think Abby would be about the same age and could potentially have been his sister. That's my thinking.
That's amazing.
She'd be about the right age.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great theory.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, originally about, I think it was partway through season 3 or whatever, when I was kind of doing some theory crafting, and folks were kind of like, oh, yeah, we think, Tabitha's Eloise. And I'm like, no, the age isn't right. There's like a 20-year age gap there. But
Mhm.
Abby is the right age because she's the same age as Boyd, and she also has memories of Fromville. But if she wasn't a reincarnation, then she'd have to have actual memories as opposed to like ancestral memories.
Yeah. But
Yes.
the best thing about it is like the reincarnations. It's like they could be in a sense, anybody that's younger, unless you survived. Like Victor. Victor survived. If his sister survived, for her to become a reincarnation, that meant she would have died by old age or something. But she's not dead. So
My thinking is that after Miranda died, then the next person essentially after that, which would have been, I'm assuming, Tabitha,
yep.
would then be the actual like, reincarnation, as opposed to the daughter who was alive at the same time, or whatever.
And my thing is, to stem off of that, they stayed in that cellar. So if that was a hidden cellar, did they ever know that there was a trap door going down to the tunnels? Because that would truly explain why when they
I mean, it
moved
doesn't
that.
seem like it.
But here's the thing: who put the blanket over the dead body all the way?
It's a good
Well,
question.
right. Right? Yeah, it seems like somebody, you know, maybe killed that person and hid their body in there because somebody covered their body with something. That's a great point, you know. And you know, I don't think enough people are focusing on that because of all the other stuff that happened and the man in
And the
yellow and
question
all
is,
that.
whose body is that? Because we still don't know yet. I don't think.
That's true.
Exactly.
Whose body was that? And here's the thing. They didn't walk through that door. They went through the trap door. And over time, that door was buried by dirt. Because it
Right.
lets you know how long it's been there. So whoever was in there killed the person that was there because there wasn't a talisman or anything, and they thought they were safe.
Yeah.
And whoever killed that person laid a blanket over them. So they must have cared about that person to do that. They laid a full blanket over them and then went back through the tunnels, and it's been sealed since.
Ryan, we're talking about the body that was found in the secret room in the root cellar. They found Elgin found a secret room back there, and then there was a body laying there, and a lot of people thought that the shirt looked kind of like Jade's shirt, but when we looked closer at it, it's definitely not Jade's blue and white striped shirt from season 1. It's a different shirt. And I think he's wearing jeans. I maybe
And
it's
I'm
Christopher.
assuming the
We
body was
still,
male, right? If I remember right.
yes, maybe it's Christopher.
Oh yeah.
It definitely looks like a male. We still don't know what the hell happened to Christopher, so I
Mhm.
think it could possibly be him. I don't know who else it could be that would be of any significance to us. So it could be Christopher's body,
Hey Julie
maybe.
and Michael, the link I sent you about the map. If you look at the top right corner, that's the place where I. Because that's some
Wait,
type of
what?
at the
Cut out
map.
there for a second.
Yeah. The
If
top
you
right
go to
corner, what?
yeah, that's some. How is it called? It's a jumping game, I believe.
Keep that up. Keep that up. I'm
Hopscotch.
looking at it.
It's like
I'm looking
hopscotch.
at it.
Yeah, hopscotch. I always thought that would be the place where Eloise would be in hiding, because it's a children
Yeah.
game.
Where's
Yeah.
the church? Where's the church on the map?
So
The church that they go to. Where's the church at?
right here, this is the church. There's a cross right here. And you see, there's the diner. There's the blue house, the yellow house. Yeah, so the church is right here. And you got the motel sign, the where the pool used to be. This
If
is a
you
nice
could put
clean
that,
version of the map.
if you could put that map to the one you had of the wall, look at where the water is at, because I'm looking at it. If you bring it out, put this map, compare it to the little story map that they had in the caves. We could start comparing a lot of things together.
You mean so the cave mural?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll see if I can locate the cave mural one. But yeah, this is a nice clear. Somebody took the map from the peach truck and cleaned it up and took a lot of the mess out of it that made it so difficult to see. So this is a really nice version of it, and it shows there should be a lot more stuff here that they have not discovered yet. I mean, there's a lot on here. I don't
Was
know
it
if these
that one
are.
or the
I don't
one that
know.
somebody redrew? Because I think there were two versions of it.
Fromville is in the vanilla box, I believe. But if you look to the upper where you're waving at, that looks like the wooden cabins, could possibly. But if you're looking at the town where it's a little bit more detailed, that's the vanilla box where everyone's in. But just like you said, there's other places.
Right. Yeah, there's the lighthouse. The lighthouse is up near the top. There's something here that looks like a scarecrow, so maybe one of the totems.
They went the wrong
And
way. Remember, Boyd said take this way. They went the wrong way, and they ended up over there. They ended up to the left. They ended up to the left at those houses up there. They went up to the left where it looks like a big totem you have to the upper far left. Those could be those wooden cabins.
right.
But then you see there's something else beside the wooden cabins. Yeah, right there, or right there where your mouse is at. Yeah, those are the wooden cabins.
Yeah.
And you see
It
how there's
looks like
kind of
it
like
could
a
be.
line. And it's like that
Yeah.
little line right there could be where those scarecrows were at. And then going across, what is that? Is that the Lake of Tears? Because why is it looks like lava almost. And then there's a little
Right.
island, and then
Yep.
there's more. But if you look at this, oh, well, that would make sense. If there's water right there, look, there's a light. The lighthouse is right next to there. And
Right.
lighthouses are there to guide people through water. But then if you look right to the right hand side, there's a whole nother town in a circle.
Right. This is baffling to me. What the hell is this? It looks like a
You see
town
that?
So this
in a
this is what we
circle. Like,
talked about on an old live stream, where we talked about it may be equivalent to the town in a snow globe drawing that Victor
yeah.
did. And so there's kind of a theory, which I guess I'm sort of on the fence about, but leaning towards, which is that Fromville is kind of like a pocket dimension or a bubble world sort of thing. Essentially a like a closed three-dimensional spherical space-time or whatever, where essentially it wraps around like a giant sphere. So if you go in one direction far enough, you end back at the beginning. Essentially, because you're basically going around the circumference of the circle, or in some circle, kind of on its surface.
Remember, Julie, on the late night conversation we had when I said it would be kind of heartbreaking when if people escape and then they zoom out and they see all of the other towns where people are trapped.
Yes, that would be crazy.
So
It's like
if you zoom down from the globe town, what is that man in that circle?
yeah, what is this right here? Yeah, this thing.
When you zoom down there and it's pointing, the arrows are pointing to, yeah, that little man in a circle, yeah, right there.
Yeah.
And but you see how the arrows are going. Was
Yep.
that what drug Boyd and Sarah up? It's kind of crazy right there, because why would that be positioned right there? But it's in its own little globe. It can only go but so far, so it drug them to as far as it could go. Now, if we could look at this picture and find any signs of like spider webs, that's going to be more clues. Oh, why does that town have an X right across from the man? Go up, and you see there's the X right there. Was that a failed town? You see that big X right there?
Where's the X?
Okay, right underneath the globe. Go down.
Yeah.
You see where it says 4 underneath the 6? It says 6-4. Go right underneath 4. It says
Yeah.
6-4, and then there's the X on this town.
Oh, I see. Yep, I see there's an X.
Yeah, it's the big X. What happened to that town? Those are not trees. Those are towns.
I don't know. They're
Yeah,
kind of
maybe.
pointy and triangular. It looks kind of like either mountains or trees, kind of like on the other side, or stuff below
Looks
it.
kind of like trees. Yeah, it looks kind of like trees. I wonder why there's an X there.
Or huts. Trees or huts, because if they were trees, they would have been green. Those look like huts. Or, yeah, no, those look like huts.
It could also be the Eye of the Crow road.
Well, why is there an X?
Good question.
Yeah.
But it is pretty much
Um,
right in the spot where an eye would be for the big Crow Road or whatever that they have on the map. Where you
oh
have
yeah, the crow. Yep, yep, yep. This thing, this is like the shape of the crow on this map.
and the X is
Yeah.
right where the eye would be.
Yes.
Whether there's a
So,
significance to that, I don't know.
well, there was a dead crow in the cave that the rats were eating in season 1. It could be symbolic. I look at the crows and the rats as symbolism. I think the crow represents the big bad that's watching them and causing all this harm, and the rats represent people. And because Jade literally said that they are. He said that we're rats in a maze nibbling on cheese, and then you see rats eating a crow. So maybe this is symbolic of or foreshadowing that they're going to defeat this entity by the end of the series, that this will be dead. That's what I think it symbolizes, hopefully.
Who made the
um
map? Who made the map? Is
that's
this the-
that's a
is this
mystery.
is this a map that is a continuation of reincarnations that people explored? You know,
Well, I mean, if
a
if if
little
it's
bit
if it's a
further.
version of the map that's in the back of Victor's box truck, I assume it's one that Victor created over the last 40 years while he was living in
Yep.
Fromville and was kind of like mapping out the area. And nobody's really commented on the map plastered all over the back of the box truck yet, but I think that it will
No,
become important later, probably.
I
I
think
was kind
so.
of
Yeah, it's
screaming
it's that map.
screaming at
Yeah.
Jade in the end of season 3 when he's looking directly at it and just says absolutely nothing about it. I'm like, come on.
Look at
That
the
drove me
numbers.
insane.
Look at the
That
numbers.
drove me
You have 1, 2, 3. You have 1, 2, 3. I see 1 in the center, 2 up top, 3 in green. But then what explains the little green railroad up top, 8 like hopscotch? Are those
right,
different towns? Because the 1, 2, and 3 you can see they're marking towns.
right.
So we only see
Yeah,
one. We only see 1, 2, 3. Where's 4? Where's 5? Where's the rest of them?
yeah. There are
I mean,
just
we
the
we
three
still don't know what
numbers.
those numbers actually indicate. I mean, one of them's like right next to the hotel pool. One of them's I think next to what is that, the
Yep.
post office or the school. And
But
one of
here's the
them's
thing:
up
we don't
just
even
past the Colony
we
House.
don't we don't even know what happened to the hotel.
Yeah,
Why did it disappear? But you're seeing numbers that are marked there
and was it
for a
ever there to begin with?
reason.
Who knows?
Exactly. There are numbers that are marked there for a reason, but we only see 1, 2, and 3.
Mm-hmm.
Where's 4? I mean, was 4 where the X was at? I mean, where's 5?
I mean, do we even know that there should be a 4? Well, I mean, we don't even know what the
Look
numbers mean. There could just be 3 of them.
look at the hopscotch. Look at the hopscotch thing. You see 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Are those failed towns that they just didn't mark because they were basically failed towns, and all you have left is 1, 2, and 3.
B
Well, I
could
mean, 1
be.
and 3 are
Yeah,
just all in the same town.
the missing marking towns are on the hopscotch.
Right.
I
I
mean,
mean,
1 and 3 are literally just across the street from each other. I mean, they're not that far apart.
that's
Just like the
interesting.
school and the swimming pool.
Yeah, on the hopscotch thing, there's no 1, 2, or 3. that's
Which
that's
I
interesting.
was just noticing that too. So it seems like the 1, 2, and 3 are on the map, and then you have all the rest of the numbers on the hopscotch thing. I don't know if there's any
Weird.
significance to that or not.
That's interesting. And of course there's a huge faraway tree down here. That's a faraway tree.
Failed towns. Those are failed towns that are on the hopscotch.
Like
Julie, I'm
Martin was
sending you
saying.
And
the
what is
map
that?
from in the cave.
What is that dark thing right there? It
Oh,
looked like
thanks, Dieter.
you saw by the house by 3. When you zoomed in, what is that dark splotch right there? Is that an entity? Are they telling you where the monsters are? Because you have little man in a
Yeah.
globe, and then you have this dark figure over there by the trees if you look at 3 and look up right there on the tree line, that one, yeah. What is it?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of questions.
I have no idea. I mean, and it's so
I
clear
mean,
to
it seems like
everything.
it's
I
in
mean,
the area that
clearly
would be
this
the
map is
animal
not
pen
drawn to
for
scale.
the farm.
Yep, you're right.
Right.
It's not
I mean,
far
like
from the
seriously,
farm.
I
And
mean,
look at
obviously this map is not drawn to scale. You know, like
Well,
there's the barn here, and then there's a faraway tree that looks like it's really close, but it can't possibly be that close.
look at the
So the
barn.
map, you know, we can't.
It says
That's the
409.
barn.
It says 409 above the barn.
It does.
409.
It does say it looks like 409.
409, and then
Yeah.
above it there's a 2. And then there's
There's a
another
2, yeah.
entity in between. If we were to analyze this bit by bit, piece by piece, there's a lot of clues.
Oh, I think so too. You know, and Martin was pointing out in the chat here, Martin said that it's like it may show where the trees lead. It looks like these purple arrows may show where the faraway trees go. Like Victor may have been trying to map where they go. Maybe some of them are not as random as he thinks. You know, you've got
Look
purple
at
arrows all over the place.
see
yeah,
you
but I
have it
that's
zoomed
it.
in, Julie. You have it zoomed. Look at 1984. Look at the numbers all around. There's numbers there. 1984 stands out. It's towards your left by Colony House. That's Colony House right there. Yep, right there. Zoom in. Right there. Right there. Zoom in.
1984.
Yep, you see it?
Yeah.
And then above it,
1984.
you got numbers. 117, 27, 427. And that is
Yeah.
Colony House. And look at the numbers. And then you keep going, and then that leads to a barrier, and then you have looks like the wooden cabins, but that also has that number 2 again, meaning it could be another town location.
Right.
Okay,
And I think this
let's circle back to the arrows for a second. So
Yep.
Go ahead.
I don't think they have anything to do with the faraway trees.
Why are they
because,
so
like,
close to the trees? Because
I mean,
look at the
most
arrows.
of them aren't. I mean, not close to the faraway trees anyway. I mean, like the one in the middle, just above the swimming pool motel sign.
You're
basically
right.
An arrow between 2 houses. So I mean, I don't think that has
Yeah,
anything
you're
to
right.
do with the faraway tree. My opinion is
You're
that
right.
those are actually distances where Victor is walking the distance and counting how many steps it is. Because we know from the opening episodes of the first season, he was counting how many steps from Colony House to the trees right next to it. And so one of the theories is that kind of like bubble world drawing in the upper right hand corner, if that's collapsing, then those distances might be getting closer and closer together if they're on the surface of that bubble, and the bubble is getting smaller over time, which may put some type of a clock on the game, so to speak.
Yeah.
Just one thing.
Keep that right there, Julie. People died up top where it looks like lava. Look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a slash through. It looks
right
like
here,
they lost people up there. You can see those slashes.
Yeah.
That means either days passed or that was people that died right there.
Or
And
if you look in the lower left hand
Yep.
corner of the map,
Yeah.
it looks like they're tracking weather patterns, they're tracking lightning, they're tracking cloudy days, might be tracking like lunar cycles or that sort of thing. So if you apply that to the upper right hand corner, then that might be something similar.
My God, that's a lot of death right there. 1978. Wait a minute. 1978. Wasn't that one of the numbers in the lighthouse?
That's when the massacre happened, when Victor, his whole town was wiped out. It was 1978. Oh, and look at this.
Look,
Look,
1700.
1500. Look at these Look at these. 1600, 1500. I don't know what that says.
Which you're
but-
right next to the arrow, right? So I feel like those are distance measures. We're saying between the diner and this either like tree or hill or whatever it is.
Those
Maybe
are
there's
years.
like the distance itself
Those
is
are
shrinking.
years. Those are definitely years,
Yep.
100%. Those are years because those
Steps.
match the years.
That makes sense.
Those actually okay, but you see the arrow. Yeah, he's right. It could be steps, but those are also years that match what was scratched on the lighthouse when his mother was walking up the lighthouse. And it makes sense because 1978 was one of the numbers where that massacre would have left
But they weren't all
victim.
100 years, were they? I mean, there were years within.
It all started. It basically that we know it all started at 1501, and then
Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah.
And then
Right, but these
Yeah.
are just like 1700, 1600, 1500. I mean, it seems like
Yeah.
it's just like a descending list, like it's just getting smaller and smaller. And then you have
it's
the arrow
probably-
just to the left of that, kind of over where the whatever the weather counts are, and those seem
Yeah.
to be in like 178, 154. So I don't think those are dates because that would be pretty close to the time of Christ, I think, or a little.
There's
little
more. There's more numbers to the right. No, time of Christ. You're looking at AD. You're looking at AD period.
Yeah.
It wouldn't. Time of Christ is not during like any 19 anything. That would be like.
Right.
One,
Or, well, I'm saying on
AD.
left hand side of it. I mean, there's just very small numbers like
And then look in the
178.
woods when you
So I
look in
don't
the
think that
woods
they're dates.
when you go down. When
That's
you
just
go down and you look in the woods, you can see a lot more X's. Like those are like where people were buried because those are
Yeah,
crosses.
these look like they're representative possibly of deaths. Yeah, all these crosses here, they look like crosses from a
those could be like
graveyard.
little grave markers or something maybe.
But those arrows mean something.
Yeah.
Because look how the arrows go every which way. So yes, I do believe, as he said, that
But it looks like the arrows between specific points, like the diner and the tree.
And I agree with you.
Indeed, Michael. I think it's just the arrows are just maybe so many steps in between those two places.
That's what
And
I'm
the
thinking.
steps
Just one
and the steps are getting smaller. The trees are moving closer, so the numbers are going down. I do think
Yeah.
those are probably steps. This one here is a year. That's because that was when Miranda died and everybody
Yeah, there's definitely a
died.
couple of them for sure that I think are years, like the 1978. There might be one or
Yeah, it's a different
It's like in
color also.
1984, I think, up next to the Colony House.
But what does it mean that the trees are coming closer and closer? Is it like that place is kind of like imploding? So
I mean, that's
going
sort of
towards
the
its
theory.
end.
I mean, if it's like the picture in the upper right hand corner, like it's kind of this bubble that they're on the surface of, then as it gets smaller, then all the distances
Think
on the
about it.
surface would be getting closer together.
Let's make it real simple. Let's make it real simple.
Just like if a balloon that's deflating.
Let's make it real simple. You know in any video game, you start off with a very large map. But if you want the action to really happen, you're gonna close the bubble and bring them all in so people can fight. It's closing in, and I agree with you. He's tracking steps and wondering why everything is getting closer in. Because imagine what happens when you push all of these different territories into one. Everyone has been fighting their own set of monsters with their own different ways. Can you imagine the type of chaos and confusion? One set uses scarecrows, the other set uses totems, the other people could use something else, the other people could have this, the other people might want to stay close to water. It will be so much chaos when everyone comes together because everyone's going to have their own ways of survival. And instead of working,
and it's also going to suck when it gets too small and the entrance to the monster cave is right in the middle of town.
Exactly.
Or something.
Yeah.
That's how you clear and sweep a map, and then you expand it back out and bring in new people.
Yeah, I think that this bubble, this, I don't think this is actually a point on the map somewhere. I think this is a symbolic representation of of what could be happening to the place, that it could be shrinking
Yeah,
like a kind of
essentially
bubble.
a theory of mind of what's going on, essentially.
I like that theory a lot, Michael. I think that makes a lot of sense. I don't think that's an actual point on the map, and I think it would explain Victor's
Right.
drawing that looks like a snow globe too. That's
Mhm.
symbolic. And the fact that they're
That's my
tracking
thinking.
these weather pattern, yeah, he was tracking weather patterns is interesting too. Ryan had said in 1978 there may have been a solar eclipse and everything went dark and everyone unalived. Yeah, maybe like there could be like weather patterns that have to do with different events. Like there was, 1978 is here for a reason. We don't know why, but this is interesting the way that they're tracking like the different. He's got sunny, partly cloudy, thunderstorm, rain, and then just clouds here, and then a bunch of tick marks, like he's counting things.
They need to
That's
get
interesting.
they need to get Victor's journal. Stop
Yeah.
listening. Stop listening to Victor. You need to get that book that he's always writing in, because remember when he was with Ethan, he was saying something's wrong. It's never been cold. It's never snowed, and the trees are moving, and he's writing everything down. Come on now, you need to get Victor's book.
Yeah. Somebody needs to talk to Victor more, because if he actually mapped this out by himself, then
They need to
I mean,
ask him about
honestly,
the damn map and what it means.
exactly. He probably doesn't remember most of it. Like he draws things so that he'll remember things, because his memory is, you
Mhm.
know, he's an unreliable narrator. He can't remember. So even if you asked
And
him
he
about
knows
this
it, I
map,
think.
He's
you
not
think he
gonna
knows?
he's not gonna remember it because it's built with trauma. When some people have like extreme trauma on them, they're gonna bury thoughts because it's painful for them to remember. So he's not gonna remember things. You need to get his journal, because he wrote everything down.
Right. Oh, and this looks like, of course, people have discussed this before. This looks like some kind of an eclipse, and there are little tick marks for how many eclipses happened underneath there. So that's another weather situation, or weather related. Not really weather, but um, so that's interesting. And
And mind you, Victor is doing this from a young age. And how was he? What, he was about 7 or 8. So this is from a 7 or 8 year old mind all the way up to adulthood, and this is the best representation he could do.
I think it was like 10 years old. Yeah, and like you can't see it very well because there's a Reddit icon covering it, but in this bottom right corner there is a merry-go-round with rainbow colors like the one we see in Fromville. So, and it's not where it's
Now,
supposed to be.
I don't think it's a merry-go-round.
What do you think it is?
It's just my opinion, but there is one of Victor's drawings that shows basically that symbol, but it's in the middle of a grove of trees. So I think that there's something like kind of off somewhere, maybe down in this area of the map, where there's something
Yeah.
going on there. I don't know exactly what it is, but it seems to match up with one very specific drawing of Victor's.
But what's crazy is
So I
that
don't think
circle,
this merry-go-round, which is like elsewhere in the town.
that
Oh
yellow
yeah, of
circle,
course.
that yellow circle with the dots and the line coming out of it. That right there would be alarming, because if that's the only way that he could describe it with his young mindedness, that's not a house. That's not anything. It looks like a blob with black dots.
Yeah,
What the
what
hell
is
is
this
that?
spiral?
And why
It's a
is that
spiral.
connect? And why is that connected to all of the black lines around everywhere? The solid black lines. There's a reason why he drew it like that. He saw something, but that's the best way he can explain it.
Maybe that's a loop. When they drive towards that, they just came back.
Yep.
Yeah,
That
is this the
yep.
road? I mean, the black part, the road, I think,
That's the road,
maybe
yeah.
the road.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the black heavy lines are roads, I think.
Right.
Now, one
And
of the
maybe
questions
the
that was
cookie
asked
is
previously,
something just to So that's the way they go back.
But all the
Yeah,
roads, but all the roads
if you
came from
scroll
that
back down
blob.
again,
All the roads came from that blob. That's the scary thing.
underneath the orange symbol, there's also basically an arrow pointing downward. I know at some point we'd ask kind of what is that? Like, is that the way back home, but nobody can get to it? Because usually you loop around someplace, or is that supposed to mean something else? The little arrow downward under the kind of cookie symbol.
And I agree with you. Maybe that is the way.
Oh, I see what you're
But you
talking
see,
about.
I agree with you on that. And maybe that is the way because it points in every direction. But here's the thing. Everyone that went there are dead. Everyone that went past that black line, they're dead. If you look at it. That's why you have all those X's there trying to get to the exit. And that looks like, I mean, those are like little house symbols over there by there. So that could have been a town too close to the exit and they're all dead.
Mm-hmm.
All of them.
Yeah.
But
Now also that so that cookie symbol, is it possible that that's the stone circle that Father Katri would sit in, maybe? Or
I don't think anybody can pass that black line. I don't think anybody, because if you look, there's so many deaths all around there. I don't think anyone could pass that black line. So wherever Father Katri was, he was.
I mean, I know it was like off in a field someplace, kind of off to the side of the town.
They never
I don't know if it was right there.
They never gave us the direction of where they would go.
Yeah.
But I'm quite sure we could figure it out. So Father Katri would be toward the top.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where where that field would be located. There's a field somewhere,
There's a
and
break
it
in a
has a
line
circle
right
of stones, but I've never been able to find it.
There's a break in the line right there,
Yeah.
Julie. Right there, you
Never
see.
been.
Oh, the church. Okay,
And I'm guessing some of these drawings may have been done before the show
at the
was even
church.
started.
Look at the church symbol. There's that brown house with the church
Yeah.
symbol. There's a break in that road. There's a few deaths, and then there's like a field there. Right there. Yep. You see the break? There's a break in the black line. That's where they could have been going right in there.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what that means, honestly. I don't know.
Hey
There
guys,
are
I need to go. The kids are waking up, so I need to take care of them.
Okay.
It was fun. Take care.
Have a good one.
Take care, brother Dita.
Thanks, Teeter. Thanks for joining. See you
Bye,
later.
Julie. Take care of Jade.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna be heading out too. It was a fun evening.
Always
Later.
I'm glad, KP. Thanks for joining. Always nice to have you. Samuel, like Samuel said, Victor probably doesn't know how to write a real map, especially in this world. Jade and Victor should team up. Now, that's probably why the map is so screwed up. It's like, it's so screwed up. Yeah. And Martin said on the real map, the top left looked like boats, also looked like some wells in a way. Ryan says, well, think of it. Miranda left the root cellar during the day and it was pitch black. Exactly. Why was it pitch black when she got to the faraway tree? Either she took her sweet ass time or there was an eclipse. When Jade and Tabitha went to the same faraway tree, they left during the day and they got there on the same day. So there's something missing from that story. There is a missing piece in those memories for sure. And part of the missing piece is what happened to Eloise for sure. So great point, Ryan.
You know what,
That's what
Julie?
I've been saying.
The scariest
Yeah.
thing
Well,
from
maybe
Farmville,
back then it was further apart.
the scariest thing, I'm
Could
sorry,
be.
the scariest thing I
Could have
would
been
say
further
from
back.
Farmville is
Mhm.
what if they have like a time period like Alaska when they have like a whole dark period We may say it's an eclipse, but what if that lasts like a week or something like that? When they just clear the map, when the monsters just clear the map, it could be consistent darkness at one point in time.
Oh yeah,
Oh, there was the
absolutely.
eclipse down on the right-hand side.
Because here's the
Down
thing:
here.
who's alive to ever say that it doesn't happen? The only one that would know would be Victor.
And he can't remember. So
Exactly.
it very well could have happened. I love the eclipse idea personally. I think it's highly likely that it's happened here before and it could happen again. And I hope it does, because that would throw a really interesting twist in the mix. And we were thinking it would probably happen in season 3. But it didn't come to pass, but that they can still do that. There's still, I mean, this looks like these look like eclipse symbols here.
Now, just to the right of
Lunar
that, I
eclipse.
mean, what is that? Is that another town? Are those houses? Like,
Yeah, you see,
what is that right
I
there?
was saying that was another little town close to that void, and it's decimated, and you have like a lot of deaths on the side. I imagine that those crosses that are slashed out. Okay, those crosses we know are graves, but you have to look at the other numbers there. Those are slashes with lines going through. Those could be people that have died right there, but that is a town there. And
Like it.
then all of the
Yeah.
borders come from that blob, which is blocking the exit.
Mm-hmm.
But the sad part about it, if they have a full-fledged eclipse, how could they tell each other? How are they going to go out and get food? Somebody could go out and try and get food and the monsters can replicate voices. I mean, that's an end gamer right there. And you can't trust the phones because someone could easily
Right.
manipulate it.
Right.
That is the
You know,
worst case scenario.
right. Um, yeah. I think it's very odd how there are random what look like little towns in different spots on the map. Like these look like little houses. Why are there houses down here? Like what are these houses? Um, like it's clearly this map is not drawn to scale, so it's kind of all over the place. So we can't take it as like a perfect rendering of the place, but there are clues in here for sure. There are definitely clues, and at least it's showing us ways that Victor was trying to figure the place out and explore it, and maybe someone helped him with it. Like there's a theory that the boy in white helped him, or someone helped him make this map rather than him doing it all on his own. Um, yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, and like this here, this blue house. It's got like it looks like roots coming underneath it too. And this is the house that the big bad entity collapsed. That was a Matthews house. It was right next to the diner and it collapsed. It's got roots under it. It's
No, I mean, it
interesting
seems like
to
it's
me.
indicating that there's caves down there or something.
Yeah, you see
Right.
that underneath the roots. There's a lot of stuff. Okay, there's a swing. We seen that, but that house is now collapsed, and there are stuff underneath it.
Yep. Yep.
So
Um
above that, it looks like is that can't. Oh, whoa! That's the lake. That little circle right above it with the little it looks like a pier. No, it means
this
that's
here.
that right there. What is that? It
Yeah,
says.
we debated that on an earlier live stream. It looks like the Brundles, but it's in the place where the pool should be, and it has the motel sign next to it. It's not clear whether that's the pool with the diving board or whether that's the Brundles. And again, I don't know
Exactly,
whether these
because
drawings were made like before the show started, and
The
they didn't quite know where
Brundles,
everything was.
you're right. The Brundles will be up further where that little lake is right there, where the circle
Mhm.
is.
Right.
That would be the Brundles up there. And you're right. Right
Right.
there would be the dried out pool. But why does it have a pier going across
Mm.
it?
I mean, it looks like a drawing of the Brundles, which because it has that here on it, which is why I
Diving
wonder
board.
whether some of these drawings
Yeah.
were made before the show started, and they just hadn't quite nailed down where everything was going to be yet.
Or once again, things are
Right.
moving. Things are
Could be
moving
too.
every cycle. Which would, if I was Victor, it would confuse the hell out of me that, okay, there was a lake right here, and now it's a dried out pool, and the lake is up further.
Mhm.
I'll be walking around trying
Yeah,
to map out everything as well.
things could have easily moved around. Things are very much out of place in this realm. Like, like a pool and like an empty pool and a motel sign, but no hotel. An
Yeah,
old
I
stone
mean, there's a lot
church,
of
which
things
is
that don't
way
make
old.
sense, like the electric cables that go nowhere,
Right.
and like where does the
Yeah,
water and the plumbing come from, and how did the town itself
right.
get built in this place?
They have that Tesla
Right.
energy. They have that real Tesla energy right there.
It seems like things were added over time because some of the buildings are clearly newer than others. The church is the oldest looking one, and the stone hut in the woods. And then you've got Colony House, and then there are colonial like houses in town that are more modern looking, and the diner. So it's like different buildings have been manifested there over time, and things have moved. So it very well could be that the Brundles used to be here and moved, because that looks like a diving board to me. That's not a rectangular empty pool. That's not how it should look at all. So yeah,
Yeah, it
it's
does seem like
interesting.
there's things
Maybe.
from different periods, like the church, I think, seems older. Colony House
Oh yeah.
seems relatively older, but then you have newer stuff like the post office and the school and the diner.
Yep.
Kind of makes you wonder whether the
Yeah.
town has evolved over time.
The only thing that hasn't evolved is the church. That's gonna always be like a landmark it survived this long. Is there wait a
Or well,
minute.
not even so much
Look
necessarily
at
the things
that.
themselves evolving, but like things being added to the town over time. Like maybe originally it was, the church and a bunch of farmland, and then more people came and other buildings kind of got put in. Once it was like the 1950s, you had like the diner and then sheriff station and
If you look over
school.
there where you see the number 3, that's the old camper which they would put where you put the father into that got destroyed. That's the old camper right there.
Isn't that the school or the post
Where is
office
it?
or something?
That's the old camper right there next to the 3. It looks like a camper.
No, but it's got the flag next to it. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's either the
Is that the
sheriff's office or post office or something.
wait a minute, the
I mean, I think
sheriff?
it's the building that has the flag next to it.
That's
Whatever
not
that
a
is.
that's not a it's shaped like that camper that was destroyed when they put that father in there. And that
Yeah,
was by
one of those cabins.
actually by the blue house that got destroyed.
Hmm.
Because that definitely looks like a camper.
Yeah, I don't
That's
know.
not like a house. Right
I'm pretty
next
sure it's whatever
to
building has the flag next to it, because I know there's a building that's got a flag.
the 3. Ah, look at the very top of it. That type of it looks like a little arrow on top of it. No, that type of camper would not have an arrow on top of it because that was more like a storage camper that they put them in.
Like I said, it's the big flagpole that's got the flag at the top of it. So I'm pretty sure it's
Yeah,
whatever building's right next to that.
yeah. See, yep, you're right. That would be the landmark. Whatever building is close to the flag post. Now there may not be a
I think
flag
I
there
think the camper was
now.
just in front of that, blue building
Yeah,
or whatever.
there may not be a flag now, but if we see that post, I'm gonna go back and watch. I find that flag post, then that's gonna that's going to tell you what building was there. But that looks like that camper, because that was an old rundown camper, because Boyd had to, nail some stuff on it before he put, the father in there.
Oh, it might look like a little horse trailer or something.
Oh yeah.
It's just like a small it was.
Yeah, and it was.
Yeah.
Remember, that was what the father was in before they bust through the wood and got him.
Yeah. Scott, 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 what's up? What are you trying to say? Uh, are all the arrows the same color? It looks like they are.
Pretty much all purple, I think.
They're all
Purplish pinkish.
purple. Yes, they are purple. And let's see what else here. Yeah, Martin. I mean, somebody took the original map and they basically redrew it and cleaned it up without a lot of the clutter that was making it difficult to decipher. So I don't have the original map handy, but I'll see if I can find it. This map is missing a lot of numbers, and I have to be a jade here and say, and you don't think that's important when Jim said he pulled the numbers down.
I have it in
Yeah.
my auto suggest. I put it in chat or in the StreamYard chat.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Let me see. Thank you. Reconstructing Victor's map from many different images. Okay, yeah. See this is much more complex and harder to decipher the original map.
I would love to see it.
The
Let's
original
go.
map here.
I would love to see it. Let's go. Let's dive in it.
Now, is that the only one? Wait a minute. There's this one. This one is like it's bright in this
Okay.
part, and then it's
Then I also put in the original redrawn one.
Okay, let's look
yeah.
at it.
Yeah, see, on this one, you
There's a
can
little more
see
detail in the
that
original.
color wheel.
Okay,
You can see the
that looks
color.
more. That wheel right there reminds me. It's similar to like a compass.
It
That
does look
it,
like a compass. Yeah.
Mhm. Okay, and look, and now you see more where that orange blob was. That's the way out. You see the arrow pointing down. Get out. You see it right next to the
Yeah.
compass. That is the way out. But you got to get past
Maybe it
all
is.
that.
Yeah. But first, it seems like you at some point in this place, you come to a fork where if you take one path, you wind up going back around in circles, still trapped in the cycle. And I think this is probably symbolic of that. It may not be a specific location, but if you go a certain way, if you do the right thing, then this is the way out. If you don't, then you're back trapped in this cycle and you're in this loop forever. It could just
But
be a symbolic thing like that because,
the bad
like
part
some of the
is
things on here are symbolic.
you don't want to
Just like this.
go. You don't know what that blob is. You don't want to go there.
No, you don't want to go here. I think this is the endless loop. This is the endless cycle right here. It's either that or you get out. And that's the symbolic part of it. Just like I think this is symbolic. I don't think this is a real point on the map. This bubble with the town and it looks like the town inside.
That's
That's symbolic too.
oblivion. That right there is oblivion. Where that circle is, where that blob is. That's oblivion. You're gonna go in there and you're gonna be like in an empty space of.
Now, if you go to the right of that bottle tree on the right-hand side, there's something that's not in the redrawn map, which is an arrow that basically comes in and points down, basically directly right to.
I see it.
Oh,
I
yeah,
see
yeah,
it.
yeah.
I see it.
Then you've got the
pointing down.
like different like colored cards or whatever, or little colored dots around it, which I don't know.
Yeah.
I see that. And then
Yep.
right next to it, you see 173.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Hard to say exactly what it says. 173, 175, something like that.
175. Yeah, I thought it was a 3. It could be. Yeah.
I mean, it could be either one. I can't tell. Little blobby.
I think you're right. No, it's 3. because the
But
edge
y'all,
is
but
pointing.
also next to the tree, you see the little kind of white thing, which maybe is indicating this was a place that the boy in white was seen or something. Maybe we talked
That's
about that in the previous live stream.
and look at this one. That's not a man in the globe. It's a cross.
Yeah, maybe it is a cross.
Right above where it says 409. It looked like a little man inside of the bubble, but that's a totem. It's like that's like a totem.
Right here. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it could be just a cross, it could be a totem. It's hard to say, really.
But that's definitely a
Um,
landmark.
oh yeah. Now what that is, I don't know. What that means, I'm not sure. Like I don't know where the cabins would be on this map. The new village and the totems. I'm not sure about that part.
I wonder if we can make out the rock cabin where Boyd fell into to get the totems. Because remember, that was
Oh
in
yeah,
the woods. The
the
rock
talisman
cabin.
hut.
Yep.
Oh, there's another white figure here. Maybe this is another spot where Victor saw the boy in white. Just like over here, there's a white little blob, and then there's another
Yep.
white blob.
There it is. Yep. And then another one over there by the tree. Now, I would be very impressed if
And
Victor
one next to the
tracked.
blue house.
If Victor tracked where he saw the boy in white and those dogs, that would be amazing.
That would be.
That would help
Yeah.
out a lot.
Well, there's definitely
Oh
one
yeah.
picture of the dog just above the building with the flagpole. Actually,
Really,
just above the
really.
flagpole. Yeah. Yeah, just above the
Building
flag.
with-
There's a dog right there, kind of next to the yellow round building.
Oh,
Just to
the
the right of
dog.
the
Yeah, yeah,
motel
yeah.
sign. Yeah.
The dog is right here. Yeah. That looks like
Ruff,
Gus the dog.
ruff.
Oh my goodness. Oh yes, there it is.
Definitely a dog.
Oh, we saw that last
Nice.
time.
Oh,
Yeah.
and the boy in white figure. I think this is probably where he saw the boy in white, and he's very close to the dog too. We know those entities have to be linked. I think so. That makes sense.
They're never like seen directly together, but they're always close by.
Oh, well, they were after the massacre. The dog followed the boy in white down the street when Victor was looking over all the massacred bodies after he came out of the root cellar.
Yeah. Yep. Now, what is this thing? What is this rounded thing here? I can't figure this out. What the hell is this? It's rounded and it's yellow. It looks like it has doors. I can't tell what this is. What the hell is this?
Is that
I
the
don't
root
know.
cellar or is that someplace else?
Maybe the root cellar. Maybe the root cellar.
Look,
Yeah, it could very
To
well
the
be.
barn, but that's to the right.
Oh, wait a minute. That's the diner going upwards toward the trees. I think the root,
So it's
but
kind of next to the motel
further
sign
away
or
is
just
the
up the road.
farm. Further away is the farm. No, the root cellar will be a little bit away because remember when you saw the root cellar, you could kind of see the town in the back. But once again, things move, so you don't know. The root cellar could have been there because
I
why
feel like
would
the
you
root
have?
cellar was off to the right of the 3 over there, I
Yeah,
think, somewhere. If I remember right.
but here's the thing: why would you have a root cellar outside of town where that's where you want to go and you want to supply your stuff? Why would it be on the outside of town? It could have been within the town, like it shows on the map, but it just moved.
Maybe it moved. It could have moved.
A lot of things
Now,
could be in pretty random places, so.
I know this is a map that was how it was then. And everything that we see is supposed to be there, but it's just spread out and moved in different places for confusion for the new people that come in. If you want to play a
yeah,
game with somebody, you can't have things the same.
yeah.
Oh, there's the merry-go-round right
Amy,
next to the blue house with the caves underneath it, I assume.
what is it next to?
Honestly,
What is next to the blue house?
Oh, so just to the right of the blue house with the little caves underneath, there's the merry-go-round, I think.
Oh, wait. Where is the blue house? Let's see.
Just underneath the motel sign.
Oh yeah,
You've got
yeah,
the
yeah.
boy in white, which is right next to the
Yeah.
merry-go-round, or actually probably on the merry-go-round, I'm guessing.
It's
Right
just
Like
here,
that,
yeah.
like that scene where he was riding the merry-go-round the first time. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that means those little
yeah,
marks are the boy in white.
he's right there.
Definitely. Definitely.
So those little white little spots right there is the boy in white. But
I'm assuming.
so if we're looking at that, if the white spots are the boy in white, what are the other little different color blotches? Makes you wonder.
Not a clue.
What was the
That's
Komodo?
definitely the boy
What
in
was the
white.
Komodo? The Komodo woman was wearing red, correct? And then now we have to look at certain colors, red and yellow. Where do you see little yellow splotches? Look toward the trees. We might be able to spot the man in yellow. Who knows?
Hey, that would be wild if if there's a figure on here that represents the man in yellow and we just didn't know he existed yet, so we don't know what it is. He could be on here somewhere.
Well, I mean,
It's
there's not a
possible.
figure, but just to the left
Okay,
of the motel sign,
look at the big
there's a little
blob.
yellow circle.
Look at that yellow circle. Look at the big blob right there. Look at
Tell you
these
what it
yellow
is.
blotches. There's even one over there by the landmark. If we're going by colors, we can look at that because the
Yeah,
dog
yeah.
is a certain color.
Actually, that might just be a street lamp there.
Oh yeah, the street lamp. Yeah.
Going up into the right there, right in the middle of the yellow blotch. Just guessing.
Yep.
Where here? Or no, here,
Oh
here,
no,
here. I see.
real
Just to the
close.
left of the motel sign.
Yeah, real close to the street lamp.
Right here.
I mean, yeah, I see it. It's close, but there's still it looks like an orange blob in front of it.
Well, the orange blob I think is the number one in a circle. And then you've got the three to the right of that.
Okay.
It is. Yeah, it's a number.
But
It's
I
the
think
number
that
one.
the yellow blob might just be lamplight. I don't know.
Huh.
But the fact that he chose to draw it yellow, I think could be symbolic. I think that the yellow lights in the town.
I mean, sodium lamps tend to be yellow, but anyway.
Yeah, I just find it interesting the way they use colors in the show to symbolize certain things, yellow, red, and
That is
blue.
true.
All of the lights in the diner look yellow, and there's a light in the Matthews house that is distinctly yellow, and it blinks just as Jim is about to go downstairs. He's actually on his way downstairs to help his family dig the hole. The yellow light in his hallway starts blinking. And
Yeah, it does have at a couple of points, I think. I'm not sure what the blinking means from the light, but I've definitely seen it do that. I'm pretty sure a couple of times.
it's got to mean something. And I think,
I mean, you'd think.
I think when the man in yellow said, "I did try to warn you, your wife shouldn't have dug that hole," I don't think he was just talking about what he said on the radio, because there was no
It
way
seemed like
for
a
him to
pretty direct
communicate until they built the radio. I think he was communicating through the lights. I don't think he had the ability to speak to
Right.
Jim, but the light blinking, I think, was him, quote unquote, warning Jim to stop her helping her dig that hole. I think that's why the light was blinking, and it's yellow.
Wouldn't be a very direct way of doing it.
But
No,
I
it
don't
wouldn't.
get it, Joe.
If nobody knows what the hell the blinking means, I mean,
But Julie,
Exactly.
Julie, here's
Unless
the
it's
thing.
Morse code.
Here's the thing I don't get though. Here's the thing that kind of confuses me. If the man in yellow knew if his wife was going to keep going, which would lead to his escape, why was he telling them not to do it? If he was trying to be set free, or did he not want himself to be set free? Because in some movies, the person's like, I need to stay locked up because if I'm released, I have to fulfill a task. Meaning, if his task is to come in and decimate the entire town for a reset, that could be his task. And he was probably warning them to not go further because you're going to release me and I'm going to have to do my part in keeping the cycle going.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to be some kind of cartoonish villain. So, you make a good point. Maybe, yeah,
I
he
don't know. It
didn't
seemed a
want this
little
to continue.
cartoonish, but
Maybe this is the part he has to play, and Doug likes the theory that maybe the man in yellow is not good or evil, but he's kind of a neutral arbiter of the place, and he has to do certain things to maintain the way things are. And I think he was trying to warn Jim through the lights. And hey, Scarlet.
Hey.
Hey. I was just telling the guys here about what we were thought about the yellow blinking lights, possibly warning Jim, the man in
Oh
yellow.
yeah.
Wouldn't you
Yeah. You summoned me.
Hey, Scarlet, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. But see, I kind of figured out with how the whole town got cursed, because this was the same thing that happened in the storm of the century. They all had to make a pact to basically give up their kids. So in a way, they were sacrificing their kids for their own survival, but they had to do a lottery, and only one kid would have been taken, and the town would be fine in a sense. But what you saw, yeah, the storm of the century. But what you saw in the movie was that once the pact was made and the wizard got what he wanted, the person that disagreed, he kind of started aging, but everyone else still stayed the same. And I noticed that when I rewatched it again, like last week, it was like the person that disagreed, he looked older, but everyone else still looked younger. And the entire town now had great weather and everything else. And everyone was just like, this will be a dark secret that we'll just keep. And their kids grew up and everything else. But all of the parents were forced to basically sacrifice their kids.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got to check out that movie, Storm of the Century. I got it. Scarlet, how's your night going? You doing well?
Oh, it went pretty good. Played some games. Had some good times.
Doug's power was out. I don't know if you saw any of that.
No!
Yeah.
What happened?
Doug, the building next to Doug, some electrician electrocuted himself and knocked the power out. And it's actually a horrible story. I don't know why I'm laughing, because I
Yeah,
now I'm
that doesn't
remembering
sound
it.
very good. I hope that guy's
No,
okay.
I bet
No,
you
it's
that
not
was a
okay.
shocking
Oh
experience.
no! Oh God!
Yeah. Some guy next door. Well, I'm laughing at how silly the live ended up being. I'm not laughing at the guy that died, but as a result, our live was a comedy of errors. But yeah, there was a guy in the building next door who electrocuted himself and died, and they couldn't restore Doug's power until they investigated the situation. I don't know why, but his power, they said, would not come back till 4 a.m. So he went to a restaurant and they let him stay there even after they closed at 11 p.m. and he used their Wi-Fi and he joined on his phone. So he was there on his phone for almost 2 hours. And so sad for that poor man's family that died. But it became a comedy of errors for this live because it was goofy, and then I kept getting kicked off my own stream because of my Wi-Fi problems over and over again. It was bonkers. And then we just did a free-for-all and let anybody join and call in who wanted to call in. So it's been an interesting one, to say the least. And
Yeah, for once my
yeah.
Wi-Fi actually seems right as rain. What a surprise.
Julie, we all held
wow.
it down for you, Julie. You know we all held it down for you.
I appreciate it. I need to get a new router. There's something wrong with my Wi-Fi. It's worse than ever now. It just cuts out really fast out of nowhere over and over again. Anyway, yes, Amy, the electrician, one of the electricians actually died. So Doug's power was knocked out. So we weren't sure if he'd even be able to join us, but thankfully he still was able to do it, and we made it work. Well, it was cool. But yeah, we've just been randomly diving into this peach truck map again, looking at this.
Any new discoveries?
Well, I don't know. Anything new? Well,
Still kind of rehashing old
well, I
things.
mean, pretty much just rehashing what we've already gone over, you know. Like this down here, you know, like this spiral seems to be, I think, symbolic of, you know, there's a certain path you can take to get out. I think this arrow symbolizes the fact that it is possible to get out of here, but you have to take the right path. If you take the wrong path, you wind up in the loop
Yeah.
again and you're still trapped. So that's something I never thought of before, but
Yeah.
now I think that makes sense. Symbolism. And yeah, and like this thing here. I mean, we've talked about how this looks like a snow globe, and I like Michael's theory that this bubble could symbolize
Oh yeah.
this Fromville area getting smaller and smaller, and you know, maybe shrinking, collapsing in on itself. So there's that. Yeah. Yeah, and
So
we were
like
looking at
a pocket universe within a pocket universe.
yeah, maybe, or it symbolizes the entire place as a whole. Maybe this is the symbol of all of it. Could be. And then I never noticed before that it says 1978 down here. That was news to me. That's the obviously the last massacre, but it says 1978
Yeah.
with all these weather patterns and things that we noticed before, that they were tracking some sort of, you know, weather cycles, or Victor was anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that. We looked at the cleaned up version, but it omits some things.
Oh yeah.
It omits some things when you look at the cleaned up version. Like over here, there's an arrow next to the faraway tree that's pointing down, and then there are a bunch of little like it looks like colored little cards of different colors around it, or I don't know what they are, but there's a color palette there.
Yeah.
And the boy in white. There are these little white figures. I never noticed this before.
Yeah.
This looks
I
like
think we talked about it a long time ago on one of the, I think it was on the 11-hour live stream. So doesn't surprise me you don't remember that particular 5 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, not the boy in white part. No, I remember seeing the dog though. There's clearly the dog.
Oh
I
god.
Yeah, if you
don't
look at the
remember the boy in
merry-go-round, it's
white.
got one of the little white things too, which I'm pretty sure means it was the boy in white, since you saw him
Oh
on
yeah,
the
right here.
merry-go-round when Victor originally saw him after the massacre.
Oh yeah,
So I'm thinking that's what that's
definitely.
representing, which presumably is a key to the other ones also being places where he saw the boy in white.
I agree. Yep. Um,
Now, a question that I was just sort of having was at the arrow to the faraway tree with the little colored cards or blotches or whatever. If you go down further to where you have the little compass or the kind of like 6-pointed colored thing, I'm wondering if those colors match up with the colors on the little cards and if that has any significance. Like those versus those, if there's any.
Oh yeah.
Red. It looks like rainbow colors, but not all of them. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue. Can't tell what this one is, but
I mean, it seems like it's white.
Yeah.
It's white, but it looks like it's not supposed to be white.
Yeah, it looks like it's
like
like shine on it or
I
something.
don't know.
But then there's some like scratches over here that are kind of the same white though.
right.
The ones over there, yeah. I mean, they kind of look
Somebody
the same.
scratched. Like somebody took white and scratched over some of this. But yeah, these colors are different. Yeah, I don't know why. But yeah, there's pink, blue, orange, yellow, purple. Can't tell what that is. Oh, and yeah, and we're wondering what the hell this black splotch is. There's a big black blob, and it was on the other map too, the cleaned up version. I've never noticed that before.
Mm-hmm.
And then just random numbers. And I think Michael is right that these numbers are steps between
Oh, here it
locations, the
is.
way Victor counts the
Mm-hmm.
steps between the trees and other locations. Like these are numbered, probably his steps. And we gotta
Okay,
remember some of this
here's
is
a link to a set of Victor's drawings.
Okay.
Okay.
And if you blow it up in the the upper right hand corner, you have the little grove of what looks like faraway trees with the kind of 6-pointed colored wheel that you see in the lower right hand corner of Victor's map. So I think that picture is what is being referred to there. Like there's a grove
Yeah.
of maybe faraway trees, and then there's something kind of going on in the middle. Some weird thing.
See, I lost
associated with
connection
colors.
for some reason. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that definitely looks like the same thing. Yeah. So, yeah, that looks like the same color
Mm-hmm.
wheel, red, orange, yellow, green, blue. It's the same colors and in the same locations too, of where the colors were on the
Which is
other
why I
one.
think that picture is what that symbol is referring to. So I think that's where those things are. Maybe we just haven't gotten to that part in the story yet, or something.
Right.
Where did you get these pictures?
And there are
It was just on a Reddit thread.
Oh,
it just
okay.
had a collage of a bunch of Victor pictures. I'm not sure exactly where they got them
Oh.
offhand, if it says or not.
Yeah.
these are great. They're so sharp.
Yeah, I didn't know they
They're
were
really
production
sharp. I
pictures.
mean, the
And
resolution
all
is
sorts of
incredible.
interesting stuff in here too. Like there's a picture of what looks like a Ferris wheel or something. Not quite sure what that is.
Oh, yeah.
The hand that looks like it has
It's
trees coming out of his fingers.
There's like a squiggly spiral.
Yeah.
Not sure what that is.
Yeah, that does look like a Ferris wheel. I can't zoom in on it more for some reason, but this looks like a Ferris wheel. There's a spiral. That makes sense. Endless loop. This thing always makes me think of a hand with bugles on the fingers because that looks
That's
like
actually what I kind of suggested at one point. It's not a tree. It's somebody who's putting little corn chips on their fingers.
that's what it looks like.
That's what I'm
And
calling it is. Called it at one
I
point.
see this. That's what I see every time I look at it.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it. So
I was just gonna say the same thing. You can't unsee it. Yeah.
which is why to me that's what that is.
Now, does this mean that there are only 6 faraway trees, or are there more? Because I wonder why he drew 6.
It seems to correlate with the 6 colors. So you have the whatever red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and white.
Yeah.
Which seems to be the same as what's on the map. So I think that white is white. Is the same on that drawing there, I think, more or less.
Yeah.
It's just kind of grayish, but
It is kind of like a whitish color. Yeah. On that. Yeah, I see what you mean. So, I mean, there may be a total of 6 faraway trees then. We've seen one near Colony House. There's one in the woods with Victor and the rock that he threw in. There's the bottle faraway tree. There's the one that Boyd and Sarah went through. That's 4. We've seen a total of 4 so far, I think. 4 faraway trees.
And they have a picture of the monster. So so on the left-hand side underneath that kind of grove of trees with the little color wheel, underneath that they have a picture of what on a MGM tweet they had a video entitled "The Monster," and they have that particular picture at the start of the video as basically red eyes that show up after a couple seconds. So I think that particular drawing is "quote unquote" the monster. Whether or not that's an actual depiction of it or just kind of a metaphorical thing, I don't know. But the fact that they put it on an official tweet is interesting.
Oh, I wish I could have seen that tweet. I wish
Oh,
I could
I
see
can,
that.
I
That's
can find it really quick. One sec.
because
Monster.
I've seen this thing before with red eyes. I don't remember if it's in the opening credits or if it's in the show somewhere, but I've seen that thing and I've always thought it seems like it probably represents the big bad. This mysterious, it may not actually look like that, but it represents the big bad, like a boogeyman type figure.
It is this tweet here.
I see a giant spider.
Where's the giant spider?
At the top.
Okay,
to the
I
right.
posted the tweet in
Okay, cool.
StreamYard's chat.
Okay.
And actually links to a little video that they posted.
Thank you. Wow, you're good with these links.
Well, it's just in my auto suggest in the browser. So I just type in the monster and it's like, it's the one from MGM.
It just remembers because you
Not
looked at it
me,
before.
MGM, actual MGM.
Right. Wait, before I switch over to that, Scarlet, where's this spider? I'm not seeing it.
Oh, it's at the top, in the top right. Go all the way almost over to the end. Bottom picture, under the trees. Go from the top picture of the trees. Giant spider. Oh, I just
coming
know
down.
that I know you and Jamie don't like giant spiders, so I just thought I'd point out the giant spider.
It's not that I don't like
the
them.
giant spider haters
It's just
in the room.
it's not that I don't like them. I just can't imagine it at this point in the show because it's been 3 seasons and we still haven't seen it. But it's not that I'm against it. But I see
don't have
I see it.
CGI for it.
And
see
in
the
the
CGI
lower right-hand corner, you have the house with a giant spider web in front of it.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, look at the spider web. Yep.
And next to that, you have the floating eye with the Lake of Tears.
Lake of Tears. Oh, yeah.
Which I think is that's the icon up at the top of the original map, I think. Kind of over the rock. You have that kind of bluish figure, which I think is an eye basically crying. Kind of the blue kind of arrow pointing down towards the rock. Which I think maybe the lake is around that or something.
Yeah. Definitely the Lake of Tears. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then this one here, there's one other thing too. There's one, I can't zoom in any more than this, but there's a family, there are 2 adults and a child, and I swear this tree looks like a hand too.
Yeah,
like the hand that's right next to it to the right. Yeah.
Like the
it's
bugle.
very similar.
Like the bugle hand, yeah.
Right. Right. It's similar. It's similar. Then there's like a person without a face. There's this red thing that I can't even tell what this is. Is it like a red spotlight shining on something? I'm not.
It's a meteor.
Maybe it's a meteor. Could be a meteor.
I don't know what's on it. I can't even see what's on the face of that thing.
I know. I wish I could zoom in
Little
closer.
people?
When I
People?
try to
Is it
zoom
like
in,
a cave? Like cave of people in it?
Yeah, I can't really tell what that is.
It
Let
looks
me
like
see.
there's
Oh, I was able
little figures on the circle. It's just kind of hard to see them.
Yeah.
Now, what's that upside down houses? One couple below it. Looks like that one's upside down. Can't quite tell what
Yeah.
Like maybe they're coming into something, like into a faraway tree from the outside, and the figures are in there, and the light's coming into the faraway tree.
Maybe.
Perspective.
Yeah, this one always catches my eye. I'm fascinated by that one. Yeah,
the one,
these kind of
one
look like
under it looks like a
houses.
fox head that they turned into a building, which is really bizarre to me.
It does.
Like some
It does look like a fox head.
psychedelic melting fox head building, which I don't understand.
I know.
LSD.
I know.
It's a theme, everyone.
It is a theme. Yep, it's a theme. These kind of look like a bunch of upside down houses or something.
Fox head.
Fox head building.
Yeah. By the way, hi
Well,
Doc. I see you said hi to me in the chat.
Okay, so I noticed there's 2 copies of the same picture in the upper right-hand corner next to the color wheel. there's just to the left of it, there's like a rock with a faraway tree, it looks like.
Yeah.
But then if you go down to the bottom section all the way on the left, there's another version of that, and next to the faraway tree, it looks like there's a door, like an open door or something. Just kind of like standing in the middle of like nothing. Is that what that is?
It kind of looks like a door, yeah.
No. Let's see, where is it?
It looks like a curtain thing. I love these stools. This is really good drawing.
No,
of the
where you have the
stools.
picture of the monster, and then you have the picture of the grove of trees with the little color wheel. Just to the left of that, there's another copy of that picture with the rock of the tree, and then just to the left of the tree, there's like looks like a couple of doors or something, like an open door.
Looks like a door to nowhere.
Either that or it's two rocks. I can't quite tell, but
or two gravestones. Everyone.
yeah, maybe. That's possible.
Might be. What faraway tree all the same?
Interesting. I never noticed that before.
Yeah,
these are
this bloody corpse or whatever that's over here.
it looks like a bloody corpse.
Great.
Yeah.
This one over here.
There's Victor's massacre picture is over there. Huh?
Looks like a giant chair to the side of that. That's just weird. Giant green chair, kind of. Not sure what that is.
Looks like a big green sofa chair or something. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's interesting. Down at the very bottom middle, there's actually a kind of interesting picture next to the one that kind of looks like a window or whatever, just to the right of that. It has like a black dot, and then it looks like two people, like one on top, one on the bottom. And it looks like about 8 trees around the outside of it. That looks like what's on the talisman. Like the talisman is like a coded symbol of that, I think.
Yeah, because it has a person on top and a person on bottom.
It's kind of interesting. So
I can see that.
So that might sort of give an indication of what the talisman itself is actually representing. I don't know if that's like the 2 parents and whatever the black circle is.
Well, they do have a moon
trees
and
like around the outside or something.
Yeah, moon and a sun, like sun people and the people of the light and the people of the darkness.
Yeah, it could be.
And the trees.
Day-night opposition or whatever.
Yeah, but they don't have it represented here, but on the talisman itself. It has a sun
This
and a
thing,
moon.
yeah, I definitely think that resembles like a talisman type of figure, and also it looks like it's got trees around it too, and the talisman has runes around it that look like little trees too.
Yes.
So it could be like the talisman. But instead of stick figures and runes as trees, it's got like more fully formed figures of people and fully formed little trees. Interesting. This just looks like like some kind of an eyeball here. It looks like an
To me, it
looks
looked like
eyeball.
to me, it looked like a bear bat. It looked like a bat with a bear's head.
A bat with a
Bear
bear's
bat. Bear bat. Flying through the trees.
I don't know why, but it looks like an eyeball over the trees to me. But this could be like a Freudian ink blot
that's
test,
his nose.
you know.
And just for comparison, I put a version of the talisman picture link in the chat.
Nice.
Okay, let me see that. Yeah, so I got that here. That's a nice clear picture.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like just kind of a mock-up or whatever. But...
Yep. Yep. Yeah.
The 3D printed ones.
That's cool.
But it doesn't have the sun and moon really clear, but the people
yeah,
are
not
there.
on the drawing,
Trees
but
are yeah.
but the other parts of it seem to be kind of represented there.
Yeah, so I definitely think that's representing the talisman. Interesting. Yeah, every time I look at that, that mess of drawings, see new things.
I was going to say, did you take a look at that the tweet from MGM?
actually right now. I think I have too many tabs open. I'm gonna close.
Fletch.
I got so many
I
tabs
have
right now.
Fletch. I have a message for Fletch.
For Fletch?
Yeah. It's called Eat It, Eat
What
It, Don't Make Me Repeat It.
Oh.
You know, if they didn't play Weird Al's Eat It at the end of that episode, it was really criminal. I'm just gonna say.
But was it a smooth criminal?
Shauna's not a smooth criminal.
Okay.
She's a
Well.
very, very messy criminal. She's been off I can say. Spoilers, if you
Just
haven't
little
seen
Michael
it.
Jackson
I'm not going to say anything. I'll just say Shauna's the worst and leave it at that, everybody, and watch Yellow Jackets, and then we can all talk about it.
Oh, wow. Am I sharing it? Can you see it now? No. Why is it not sharing?
Not at present.
Oh, okay. I didn't press the right button. Here we go. This is the tweet Michael was
Ugh.
talking about.
Oh, yeah,
And then you see the red eyes show up.
Yeah. And it says, the monsters are real and they will get you.
Mm-hmm.
It appears like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I have my own
I've always-
theory on why that's important, but whether it's right or not,
Yeah.
we'll have to see.
I've always thought that looks like a symbolic representation of the big bad, that particular drawing. It just looks like it. It looks like the boogeyman or something. As for what it is exactly, I don't know, but yeah. It's interesting that they posted this. How old is this post? February 2022. How in the world did you find this?
I
It's
honestly don't
Epix.
remember.
It has an Epix logo on it.
I don't remember how I ran across it offhand. I mean, I'm pretty sure I was looking up something or other and
Or Epix.
either
Is
saw
it
the
Epix or
picture
Epix?
maybe in Google Images and then clicked through to it, or I really don't remember at this point.
It's amazing. This is 5 years old. I mean, not 5 years, 3 years old. 3 years old. Interesting.
But it's literally entitled
Yeah.
The Monster. And,
The
and I did
Monster.
technically respond to that tweet with my theories on what's going on. But,
And it says the monster there underneath it, and yeah, Michael, your comment is right here.
I
What is
may have
this?
had
I'm
an
calling
opinion
it.
on it.
Yeah. You said the monster is how do you pronounce that? From Inuit myths.
So it's from Inuit mythology. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's like Ijirak or Ijirak, something like that. Basically, there's actually a Wikipedia article here on it. In Inuit religion, an Ijirak is a shape-shifting creature said to kidnap children, hide them away, and abandon them. The Inuksuk of stone allow these children to find their way back if they can convince the Ijirak to let them go. Let's see.
Okay.
And then in the description, let's see, it says that while a different entity appears to be half man, half caribou, an Ijirak can appear in any form it chooses, making it particularly deceptive. Their eyes will always stay red no matter what they shapeshift into. Their real form is just like a human, but their eyes and mouth are sideways.
Interesting.
So if that's
I like it.
indicating that the monster's eyes are in fact red, then that could be support for that interpretation through the kind of Inuit connection with the Inuksuks and whatnot. And that would potentially also then give them a escape hatch at the end of the show as to how they can save the children with the Inuksuk, which Tabitha recreated as part of the, in my opinion, kind of shamanic test of the first ghost child in the cave under the house when she fell through the basement and saw the child roll the ball out and break the little stone construction. And then Ethan rebuilds it out of the block puzzle on the porch. Two ghost children come out to observe, essentially, I think. Kind of, in my opinion, narratively kind of observing the progress of the essentially shamanic figure, Tabitha. And then at a later point, she takes the block puzzle to the mouth of the monster's cave and rebuilds it herself with the intention, seems like, of summoning the ghost children. Then like all 7 of them come out and lay on hands and go on kui, essentially recognizing her. Essentially their kind of savior figure, kind of imploring her to, save them. Now in season 3, I guess, remember, but that was essentially the implication of that scene, in my opinion. Which is why I kind of think that Inuit mythology may play a role
agree.
later on, and the Inuksuk may be the way that they save the kids, if they can find them in some way, release them, or
Right.
use the Inuksuks as kind of a spiritual guidepost home or something like that.
Right,
That's
because
me
that's
theory
the
crafting.
thing that's tripped me up in trying to figure out, like, how exactly they're supposed to save these kids that are already dead, because I personally do not believe that they can fix this with time travel by going back and prevent the sacrifice. I think they've already shown us the version of time travel that they're using, and it's not that. You can't
Right.
change a story
Essentially,
that's
you
already
can
been
view the
told.
past, but the past is fixed. It's already happened. You can see it, but you can't actually change it. There's no
Exactly.
grandfather paradoxes or whatever. Whatever you do is already figured
Right. So
into the
that's
flow of time, so it doesn't do anything.
yep. Yes, I think Ethan is our guide to how this thing works, and he said you can't change a story that's already been told. You can view the chapters, but you can't change them. And we already saw it. We don't even have to just take his word for it. I mean, we saw an example of the way they're going to do these bootstrap paradoxes, this loop with Julie and the rope with Boyd. She threw him the rope. He climbs up the rope. He goes on to later save her from the dungeon. She throws him the rope as a result because she's freed from it, and it goes on and on in an endless loop. It's a bootstrap paradox. So what we're seeing, it happened the way it's supposed to happen. We never saw a version of time when Boyd died and Julie had to go back and save him. She always did. And I don't think she can save Jim, and I don't think they can prevent the sacrifice. So then the question becomes, how do you save the kids? So maybe,
And
yeah,
in my
maybe it
opinion,
has
this
something
this
to do
this
with,
is an escape hatch.
yeah, I like that. I like that. Um,
Chat
you
GPT liked
know,
it pretty well too, but it seems to like everything. So
yeah. I mean, I think that's it. That yeah, there has to be some kind of way to free their trapped spirits. Maybe that's the solution, and it could be something related to mythology, like you suggested. That to me, that makes a whole lot more sense
yeah, it seems
than
like
fixing
in
it with
some way
time
they
travel.
need to like either break or rescind the original deal and essentially have the children escape. Either that or they save the kids, and by saving the kids, they break the deal. Like if they can, have the kids move on, or whatever particular way that they save them is, whether it's saving their souls and they go on to the next karmic cycle, they're reborn, and they're no longer being held captive, or if they can somehow convince the entity to let the children go, because that's part of the Isaac myth, is that if you can convince it to let you go, then you can use the Inuksuks to guide you back home, kind of past all of the illusions and all the other things that the Isaac is capable of, because I guess it can cast illusions, send you around in circles in the forest, so you can, never leave, can't find your way home, that sort of thing. But you can use either Inuksuks, or you can use like animal spirit guides with heightened senses to kind of get past illusions and that sort of thing.
My Wi-Fi cut out a little bit. Sorry. Yeah, I think that makes a whole lot of sense. I like that theory a lot. I like that theory a lot.
We'll see if it's even close to anything resembling reality, but I like it.
Yeah. Well, no, I think it's logical, and I think especially because the show is pulling from various mythologies clearly, and
Mm.
it's already shown that through the Inuksuks and various other things.
Faraway tree
So
itself, I think, is
yeah,
essentially Buddhist mythology. The Bodhi tree, kind of the karmic resurrection cycle of basically life,
Yep.
suffering, death, rebirth, life. In theory, karmic progress through each lifetime, getting further and further until you eventually achieve nirvana or enlightenment or awakening, at which point you transcend the cycle. You essentially escape from the cycle of death and rebirth. You become essentially a perfected being, sort of thing, perfect knowledge, whatever. At which point you can see all of the previous incarnations back to the beginning, like the Buddha did, which in part Miranda did, because once she had her kind of vision quest on LSD, she could see, at least flashes of previous lifetimes and that sort of thing. There's a direct kind of metaphor to that. There's definitely lots going on in the show.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, if the whole concept of reincarnation, it ties right into the concept, the mythology surrounding the karmic cycle and Buddhism, and I think that's probably, while there are multiple mythologies blended into the show, I think
Oh,
that's
absolutely.
there are some that are more dominant than others, and yeah, it seems like Buddhist mythology and Inuit mythology are like the two most prominent in understanding it, like how
And
this
there's a
place
little bit of
works.
Norse mixed in too. I think the Talismans are fairly Norse influenced.
Right.
And I think that the three root symbol, I think, is a reference to the Norse world tree, which has basically three roots that go into certain particular realms of whatever. Three of the, I think it's like 9 realms or something of existence. There's like the human realm, kind of the underworld, and then I can't remember if it's like the spirit world or the world of the gods, or something or other. But essentially, it acts as kind of a bridge between worlds, kind of like people get sucked from the real world into Fromville, which is kind of like the realm of monsters or whatever.
Right. Yeah. And of course, then there's the Japanese Abume, right? The mythological figure.
Yep.
She could be the kimono lady. So that's another mythology blended in there.
Which could be a Jorogumo, which is basically kind of the same thing, but is also like basically like a spider entity. So could maybe account for the spider stuff going on in the woods. Don't know. Was one of my original theories, just because I looked up, is there anything that's like spiders and Japanese women? It's like, oh yeah, there's this Jorogumo. It's like, okay, cool.
I started
But
to
we,
get so confused with that, the Japanese kimono lady. Like, I was, what
yeah,
the hell? Another mythological reference from another culture? It's a lot.
right. But yeah, so far we haven't seen any specific link between the kimono lady and the spiders, so I don't know if they're actually linked or not. They may not be, but it came up as a possibility.
Yeah. Yeah, Samuel, maybe the Lake of Tears in From could have a special quality like the spring water from Tuck Everlasting. That could have been the source of the immortality. I mean, think about it. It's called the Lake of Tears, and it led to this horrible curse of these original inhabitants who became monsters. So it would make sense if that could have been the source of the eternal life that turned them into monsters. Imagine if they eventually were to find it on the show. Yeah, I don't think they would want to be anywhere near it, if that's the case. I think it's a real thing that exists somewhere in the show. They just haven't found it yet. Um, let's see. Amy, we're glad you're back, and we're all here for you. Just please take care of yourself. I've been looking at the chat. Please take care of yourself. Drink some water. I know it's difficult. I don't take care of myself properly either. Um, going through so much, but please try to take care of yourself. We all care about you so much. And Martin, okay, Martin said you said it looked like a sofa chair, two figures standing opposite sides of it. I think it was green. Martin thought he saw a guy in a cowboy hat. Let me see. Let me go back. Let me go back and look. Which tab was was it? I've got like 50 tabs open in here. I'm surprised StreamYard hasn't even crashed. Okay, sofa chair. Where was the sofa chair looking
That was the big
thingy?
green sofa chair?
Was in here.
Is that what he's talking about?
Yeah, he said he saw someone that looked like it was wearing a cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Come on now. I'm trying to get it to zoom the way I want it to, and it's not cooperating. I had it perfect before. I should have left it alone. Damn it. It's not going to be like this much longer. I am going to be able to use a better device, but I just didn't have it ready for tonight. Right now, I'm still using this cheap thing. Let's see. Okay, this is better. A little bit. Still can't get in close enough, but it was somewhere. Oh, yeah. There it is. It does look like a guy in a cowboy hat. Let me see if I can get in closer. Yep, it's right around somewhere around here. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it does look like a guy in a cowboy hat. What the hell? There's just random stuff in here, I swear. Like, the art department must have had a lot of fun just screwing around and putting random stuff in here. Yeah. It looks like there was this show when I was a kid, The Big Comfy Couch or something. It looks like the big comfy couch and some dude in a cowboy hat next to it. Yeah. So it looks like. And there's a car accident as well. I don't know whose car this was. This may have been Miranda's car, and I don't remember what Miranda and Christopher's cars looked like. I'd have to go back and look. We're doing our rewatch. We are resuming our rewatch of season 2, so we'll dive back into it. And at some point, it does show Christopher's car and Miranda's car. I don't think these were the cars though, so I don't know what this car crash is. But there's an accident there. Yeah, and like Scarlet mentioned earlier, I think these are cool too. I don't know why, but I just like this picture of the stools from the diner. I couldn't figure out what the hell they were at first, and then I realized, oh yeah, but
Yeah.
they're just diner stools.
They're well done.
They're just 2 stools from the diner. They're very well done. Oh, and look, a spider. Another spider for you. Right here.
Where?
This one. Right here, next to the stools on the left, is a spider.
Very
Big
top right
one.
of the map.
Yeah.
Just underneath the faceless kid.
It's in shadow a little bit.
Yeah.
See it?
All right.
Yeah, it's a spider. It's another one for you. The spider imagery is strong. It could be symbolic, the way that spiders trap their victims. That could be a symbolic thing, or maybe, who knows, we'll get giant spiders. Wait a minute, what is this thing? Is this Victor and Julie climbing out the window of Colony House, maybe on the rope?
Where?
I've never seen
Where
this
are you
before. Look what I'm showing right here. Right? Oh wait, I'm in the wrong tab.
Point.
I was in the wrong tab.
Yeah.
What the hell? What was I? Doesn't that look like Victor and Julie climbing down the rope from Colony House?
Yeah, that could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It definitely does. It definitely does. That's funny. I've never noticed that before. Well, I've never seen this high resolution of an image before where I could zoom in this far and still see what things even are.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, there's some pretty cool stuff in here.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was in the wrong tab before. I don't know what I was showing you when I was trying to show you this, but
I don't know. I saw the
Nothing.
spider. I saw the spider on the other one, but I could even see the better detail on those stools now. So thanks.
I think it was just on the static big image.
Yeah, so this is the stools are here, and this is the spider I was talking about. The spider is
Yep.
Yeah. It's quite large too. So yeah, there's that. Yeah, the stools are very well done. And yeah, I was trying to show I don't know what I was showing before, but I was trying to
cowboy.
show this.
Yeah, I
There's
know what
the
you're
cowboy.
talking about, though.
Yes. It looks like a giant
Cowboy
couch.
monster?
Oh,
Western
maybe it's
Star?
Woody Monster. Maybe it's Woody Monster.
Western
I mean,
Star
it
actor.
looks like it's just like a love seat in Colony House or something with maybe like some end tables next to it and a picture on the wall
Yep.
or something.
Looks like it to me.
Little end table with a
Yeah.
plant on it or something.
Yeah, there's looks like an end table. And there's a car accident, but I don't think these are Christopher and Miranda's cars, so I don't know
There's
what
a
that
car, and I
is.
think the other one's like a school bus, if I remember right.
Mm.
Because I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure that in the previous cycle there were kids in town, so I'm thinking that they came on a school bus maybe or something. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
Wonder if
Yeah,
Christopher was
I
driving
think.
it.
Oh, really?
I don't know. I was just thinking. I mean, if Miranda and Christopher came in on the same day
Mm.
and they crashed, then maybe I don't know. Not sure. Unless that
Well,
wasn't Christopher and Miranda, in which case I don't know who that would be.
I definitely think that every time they've come back, they've crashed into each other, and it's just symbolic of them colliding again and again. Two soulmates, in an endless cycle of reincarnation, and every time they come, I think they probably crash into each other, or at the very least,
Something like that.
the two of them arrive at the same time. That they're the
Yep.
two vehicles that arrive at the same time. They may not have crashed because actually in season 2, Victor takes Tabitha out there, and he shows her his mother's car and Christopher's car, I believe, and they don't look damaged. So it may not be that they crash every time, but they both arrive at the same time. I think that's the thing that makes sense. That's why he says when two cars arrive, it's special. It's special because it's Jade and Tabitha coming back again. He just doesn't know why it's special. He senses it.
And he asks Julie if she knows why it's special, and she's like, "Get away from me, weirdo."
Yes, he does. Yeah, it's like he's like, two cars hasn't happened in a long time. What do you think it means? And she's like, get away from
It's
me.
special.
Yeah, but
As
why
he
did they tie her
leans.
up and put her in the kitchen by herself? That's the thing.
Do you want some peaches?
I can sketch
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. You want some peaches? And he leans over her, and his complete oblivious sensibility to her extreme discomfort. I find it hilarious. Like, she has this horrified look on her face, and he's clueless.
And Fatima comes in, and she's just like, "Hey, stop it, down, bad boy, go to your room."
It's like, take your peaches and chew. Yeah.
Can't you see you're freaking her out? It's like, oh.
Oh,
Whoops.
yeah. Yeah. And
But I swear Victor's
a
on
lot
the
of
spectrum, I think.
yeah. He could
Definitely has
be.
problems with social cues, has some sensory issues, definitely PTSD.
Or just being by himself for so long, he has no social cues.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be hard to have an awareness of social cues when you were alone for many years. So it could be that. It could be that it mimics similar traits of autism, the situation he's in. So yeah, it's possible. He's either on the spectrum or his trauma just made him similar to people on the spectrum in some regards. But I swear this looks like a giant hand coming up out of the ground behind this family. It really does. Yeah, that looks like a hand. It's got 4 fingers and a thumb.
I think there is a Victor doll, Amy. Is there a Victor doll? Or are you just going for a Scott McCord doll and not a Victor doll?
Oh, yeah.
Like the
There
Scott
is a Victor
McCord doll would have the cool hat. Like, is she looking for a guy with a cool hat? Is that what's going on?
Yeah. Yeah, because you can. I mean, yeah, that would be neat. You know, he always wears cool hats. He's such a cool guy, Scott. He really is.
Yeah. Mhm.
He's about to and yes, Amy, she does make a Victor doll. It's very cute. So what was I gonna say? Scott is about to do a show in New York. You know, he's gonna be in like I think it's only a two-person play, and it's gonna have a limited run. I think just the second half of April. So, I mean, I'm not sure why he told me that he was gonna like his schedule would be freer in the spring because it sounds to me like he's gonna be pretty damn busy. He's got to be if he's in a play that has only two people, him and one other person. Right now, he's got to be really in the thick of preparation for that role, and then do the play. You know, for the second half of April, they shoot. If they start shooting from in June, well, maybe I don't know, maybe he could squeeze in an interview in May. I'm gonna try and reach out to him through Instagram and through his agent and see. And if you know it doesn't work out, I completely understand. You know, he may have thought his schedule would be freer in the spring, but you know, things may have come up that he didn't expect. So I'm gonna try. I am gonna try because Scott did say that he would do an interview with us, and I'm sure if he can't fit it in now, then you know when season 4 gets closer, I think it's a safe bet that he will come on here and do an interview. So um so yeah, he's a great guy. He really is, and he's a phenomenal actor. I'm sure he's gonna be super busy um with this play, but eventually I think we will be able to get him on here. And oh my God, when that time between now and then, honestly, it might be a little better if there's a little bit of a break before that happens because I cannot have him coming on here and have my Wi-Fi keep cutting out and kicking me off the stream over and over again. I cannot let that happen. Would be devastated. So between now and when he comes, I'm gonna be working on trying to figure out what's going on with the Wi-Fi, get a new router. The router might be too old. I don't know. That's what Dieter said. And if that doesn't work, I'll get some kind of Ethernet cable or some other kind of device to try and get Wi-Fi in my room, because I can't let that happen. If somebody like Scott comes on and it's just a one-time thing and, you know, there are no redos, then I can't have unreliable internet. I just can't let that happen. So we'll see. But in the meantime, yeah, I am gonna be looking around at ways I can fix my Wi-Fi problem. Um, and for a brief time tonight, it was the Doug show because my Wi-Fi cut out, and it was um it was Douglas E. Deep Dives, as somebody said in the chat. But luckily, I didn't leave him alone for long. I just grabbed my phone, used my phone data, and jumped on via my phone. So thankful I was able to do that. Teeter and Amy, you've got quite a conversation going on in the chat here. And 41 people watching. Well, this is wild. I guess maybe people in Europe are waking up or something, but thank you for watching and please hit the like button. We're just kind of winding down now. I'm gonna need to get off, take care of myself, and we've been we just randomly this wasn't planned. We just randomly started diving into these awesome images that Michael shared, which I'm now going to save all of them. I need to put all of these links in my Discord so that I can access them easily because these are the sharpest versions I have ever seen. This is fantastic. I've never seen ones this high resolution where I could get this much detail in. So I'm going to save all of this stuff. Michael's always hooking us up with the best links when he comes on. The last time he came on, he did this too. So if you're watching and you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like. And Doug will be going away for the next 3 weeks or so. We'll miss him. It's gonna be sad without our Doug streams or story time with Doug streams, but he'll come back when he comes back from his trip. Then Australians, maybe it's the Australians who are joining. We do have a bunch of Australian viewers, so there may be Australian lurkers actually. So hey, anyone who's lurking and don't, if you don't come in the chat, thank you for watching or listening. I appreciate it. And people listening on the replay gang, you're awesome. I appreciate every single one of you, whether you feel like chatting or you're a lurker or you just can't, you can't chat because you're busy doing other things, or you just like to go to sleep and wake up to these streams. Thank you. So, so while Doug is away, Doug is going to be, you never know. He might pop on. I'll share this link to different streams we do with him. And if he has the opportunity to pop on, he'll have about a 6-hour time difference. But if he has the chance, then he said he'll pop on with us. So he might surprise us on a stream or two. Who knows? But, otherwise, we won't have any planned streams with Doug Hughes as a guest for about 3 weeks or so until he comes back. And then hopefully we'll resume regular lives with him. And of course, until he has to shoot from, and then we'll have to lose him again for a while he's doing that. But yeah. Thank you, Scott. Thank you so much, Scott. You're awesome. I really appreciate you with reminding people to hit the like. That helps a lot. It helps with the algorithm. Being in the off season, I could drop out of the algorithm right now. And Severance is over. So the more likes, the better. That really does help. It does help. I've got to find a way to stay in the algorithm to keep the channel healthy. Keep regular content coming out that is staying in there that people can see. It's easy to find. So thank you, Scott, for all that you're doing. I appreciate it. You are amazing with this. You've been cheerleading. I've been looking back at these things you're writing. 38 in the chat and 30 likes. Oh, you're great. I really appreciate you, Scott. And I know you missed the From rewatch. We will get back to that. We will get back to that next week. I promise. Next week we're gonna do the From rewatch. I mean, if all goes well, if it, provided nothing gets in the way, that's the plan. Wednesday next week at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, we'll do the From season 2 episode 3 rewatch. We'll break down the episode, and Monday we're gonna do our Severance stream, which will be a call-in. So we'll be discussing the finale, the season as a whole, season 3 theories, anything people want to discuss as call-ins. Lori from Real Cinema Therapy will be a guest. She'll be with us. Check out Lori's channel. She released an episode 10 video that's terrific, and she's gonna be trying to get another video out soon. So check out Real Cinema Therapy's channel. She'll be a guest on Monday. Smitty Snippets is going to join for the first hour. He said he can make it for the first hour. We haven't had Smitty Snippets on in a long time, and he's so kind and so awesome. So I wanted to reach out and see if he's available, and he can make it for the first hour on Monday. So Smitty Snippets will be there. And Dieter, the pain is rising, so that's why I'm, moving toward wrapping this up. So I can try getting on the treadmill, but it could kick me off. And I'd probably wake up my mom. On the treadmill, the Wi-Fi kicks me off a lot the last few days, and I don't know why. It's a bad spot. But oh, Amy, feel better. Feel better. Hope your headache goes away and get some rest. Drink some water. Being dehydrated, that can make your headache. I mean, that can cause a headache, actually. So, yeah, make sure you're drinking some water, get yourself hydrated, and take care of yourself. Self-care is really important. I am not one to talk. I'm not so great at it myself. I'm trying to do better. But yeah, we care about you. Please take care, drink some water, get some rest. And and now we have matching jade dolls. We both have our jade doll now, so it's pretty awesome. I showed it on here earlier. Now where did I put him? Oh wait. I had to shut off my camera and stuff because it kept kicking me off. But I'll turn my camera back on one more time. So I don't have my webcam plugged in anymore, so the lighting isn't very good. But here's Jade. And Amy, you showed your daughter. Yeah, and they are well made. They're beautifully done. They're beautifully done. Yeah. Um, and it's so soft. It's so soft. Like, oh, it's just so nice to just cuddle and hug this thing. It's so cozy. It's the softest yarn I've ever felt. It's like it feels like chenille. I don't know if you know what chenille is, but it's like Dieter might not be familiar with the term in English, but now my cat is trying to get in the way. Um, yeah. So anyway, yeah, he is amazing. Alexis did a beautiful job. Absolutely beautiful job. Gorgeous. And he's season 1 Jade. I love his shirt. I love his shirt. The season 1 Jade, I think, is probably my favorite, I gotta say, although I love all of the Jades. 1, 2, and 3. Even Sasquatch Jade. I love him. Yeah. He's so big. Oh my god, I wasn't expecting him to be this big. Look at his head next to my head. Oh, Doug. Hey, Doug. The power's on. Wait, I lost it. Where is it? Hey. Hey there. Glad your power's back on, Doug. I forget when you said you're leaving. What day you said you're leaving, but we'll miss you. We'll miss you. I was just talking about, I summoned him. I was just talking about how we'll miss Doug, and I summoned him back to the chat. Yeah. We will miss you while you're away, but we hope you have a great time and, you know, hopefully get your first production of Sucker done. Doug's 7th play. He's going to be trying to get a production for while he's away in Spain, I believe. I believe he said. So I really hope that he's able to get that done. That would be amazing. Well, he's going to Spain, but I think he might be trying to get a production of it somewhere else. My brain is short-circuiting now. But thank you for joining us, Doug, earlier, despite all of your issues. Now I'm having issues getting my camera to turn back on. What the hell? There's something wrong with it. Wow. This has been like an absolute train wreck of epic proportions tonight with the technical issues. My God. I'm just trying to turn on my webcam and it won't. Okay, now it's on. Jesus Christ. Anyway. Yeah, we will miss you, Doug. Thank you for being here. What in the world? um, does Doug want to hear a new From song or a couple? Yeah, where are the songs, Michael? Where are the songs? We can play them. Madrid, then I don't know how to say that one. Then Warsaw, then Krakow. Nice. Michael said if I could, I could point to the Suno website, search in playlists for Fromville. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Monday. Doug is leaving Monday. Okay. Well, I'm sure I'll speak to you before then. But on behalf of all the Fromaholics here, we will all miss you. And look forward. Hope you have a great time. Scarlet.
Hey, Doug.
Doug's going back to bed. Okay, good night, Doug. Thanks for popping in.
Oh, I did put the Suno links in the StreamYards chat, if that helps.
Oh, okay. There we go.
There's a
Here's the
playlist, and then
playlist.
particularly the Yellow Man.
Yeah, okay. The Yellow Man. Ooh. Fromville, the musical.
Oh, there's an echo.
What did you say?
There's an echo.
Oh, no, not again. I don't hear an echo. Hold on. Is this better? Is it gone
Let's see
now?
if it is better. I do believe so.
Okay. Okay. Good night, Doug.
Night.
Let's see.
There once were two who fought for love, a mother below and a father above. Through lifetimes past they've long pursued, the children kept in woe. Soon may the Yellow Man come to spoil their quest and to end their run. But one day, when the questing's done, they'll save their kids and go. They grew a tree from hope and tears, but the cycle turns through countless years. The children lay, they await the day someone reclaims their souls. Soon may the Yellow Man come to spoil their quest and to end their run. But one day, when the questing's done, they'll save their kids and go. The townsfolk made such a wicked trade. For endless life, 'twas their souls they paid. Like monstrous beasts, now the townsfolk feast when darkness claims the road. Soon may the Yellow Man come to spoil their quest and to end their run. But one day, when the questing's done, they'll save their kids and go. The Chromanocles rise once more to break the curse and to end the war. But the parents see and they uncouie, so here comes that man of woe. He walks in blood and he walks in dreams, excising hope through silent screams. A warning sent and a lesson taught to ancestors untold. Yet still will they come, yet still they fight through endless days and through haunted nights to find their way and to save the souls of the children trapped below. Soon may the yellow man come to spoil the quest and to end their run, but one day when the question's done, they'll save their kids and go. Soon may the yellow man come to spoil their quest and to end their run, but one day when the question's done, they'll save their kids and go.
That was awesome. Wow. It's catchy. It's a catchy tune. I like it a lot.
Yeah, you can probably pause it so it doesn't play the next one. I think it tries to automatically play the whole
Wait,
list.
it does auto
Unless
play.
you want to
Yeah,
listen to the next one.
yeah. That was awesome. That was
And the funny
really
thing
cool.
is, I actually
enjoyed
didn't
that.
tell it to put in that little music box transition at the end there. It kind of did that on its own. But when I heard that, I was like, that's actually really cool. Because you have the music box actually in the show and just kind of randomly threw that in there. So I thought that was
Yeah,
kind of
that's
sweet.
so cool. That's awesome, Michael. I love it. Yeah, that is so cool. And Amy makes cool songs too. I'll have to play some of hers on here sometime too. Um, she does an awesome job. Like I've heard a lot of creative stuff come out of the fandom. That one was just so fitting. Like the Yellow Man. It's perfect.
Yeah, and the next one is kind of more telling the like an origin story. Kind of similar, but not exactly the same.
Yeah,
But
the
folks can
bargain,
listen
the
to those on their
passion.
own if they want to.
That's so cool, Michael. Did you share that link in the Discord too?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. So people can check it out, like the whole playlist.
Sure. Yeah, I'll just post the playlist.
Yeah. Nice, nice. I love it. I couldn't hear it as well as I would like to because I'm on my old laptop, but by the time I do my next live, I'll have a laptop that actually functions properly. Um, Amy said, I just followed you, Michael. I love the music. The song is really amazing. Yeah, agree. Agree. Um, Doc, if you say the man in yellow 5 times while alone in a dark room at night, he will appear on Julie B. Deep Dives. Probably. I mean, I've mentioned him and he pops in the chat suddenly without even knowing I mentioned him. It's just coincidence. So, yeah, we can summon him. It works. It works. Thanks, Amy. Yeah, Boo has to make her appearance on every live apparently now, and get right in the way so I can barely see anything. But I let her do it because the cats run the place, truly. Now if this were a more formal thing, of course, I would have to make her get off me. But at this point, it's not that formal, so I'll let her do it anyway. Um. So Dieter dropped the link to our watch party for oh wait, what did I miss here? Yeah, Scott. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for posting the link to this. Um yeah, so yeah, again, Dieter set up this PayPal in his name to help me with expenses, especially the new laptop um that he took care of for me. So any little bit helps. Any little bit helps. And so thanks for dropping the link to that for Scott. It's in Dieter's name, but he set it up on my behalf. Dieter's practically like my manager at this point. And he's been incredibly generous and kind. And so, yeah, any little bit helps. It adds up. Believe me. Dieter's the one who actually ordered me this awesome Jade doll too. So I think Scarlet's internet cut out again.
I
But
just dropped a
yeah,
link to the playlist in the music channel on Discord.
nice.
It should be on there now.
Cool. Thanks, Michael. So you can check out Michael's playlist of From themed music like that in the Discord in the music area. Definitely check that out. Yeah, thanks, Amy. Yeah, when the ring light is shining on Boo, you can really see all the orange in her fur. It doesn't show up as much in normal lighting. So, anyway, Doc said the bargain, the pact, and the tree is my favorite out of Michael's songs. Yeah, well, I like how you put your theories into the songs itself. That's so cool. Oh, thank you so much. Panda Kala. I don't know how to say this. Panda Kalima. I don't know how to. I'm gonna butcher that. I don't know how to say that, but you said this is the first time I have seen Julie, your beautiful sweetheart. Thank you for your content. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. Um, I I see. Like that's why I say all the time. I know there are people watching who just prefer to listen, or you know listen or watch, but aren't in the chat, and I appreciate all of you. I appreciate all of you. Whether you're in the chat or you're just listening, I see you whether you're in the chat or not. And I appreciate every single person who listens to my content and supports. Just by being here and listening, you're supporting and giving it a view, giving it a like. Uh, thank you so much. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. That was lovely. That was lovely. And when people thank me for the content, I just think, well, you're the one helping me. This is therapy for me. So thank you for watching my content and the kind words. Thank you so much. I watch but don't often chat. See, I knew it. There are people like that out there. And hopefully my lipstick isn't smeared all over my face now. I knew that there are people like that, and that's awesome. We love everybody, I appreciate every single person who watches, and whether you want to chat or not, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you so much. Anyway, and please like the stream. It costs nothing but the push of a button. Yeah, that it's free. Doesn't cost anything. That's very true, Scott. Thank you so much, Scott. And anyway,
In case you missed it, I put a couple more links to some Victor drawings in the StreamYard chat, just in case you wanted to bookmark those.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see that.
Just before
Okay.
the two Suno links.
Yeah, I get more Victor drawings. Let's see.
Just figured you could add them to the list if you didn't have them already.
Yeah, thank you. You always find the best links. Like, I find it difficult to dig these up, and you hooked us up like the first time you came on with some see, where is it? The one that I missed. Not that one. You hooked us up with that cleaned up Peachtree map the first time too, which was great.
Mm-hmm. I consider
Oh,
myself
okay,
a
I
good
found it.
internet dumpster diver.
You are. You're really good at it. Awesome, I found it. I'm bookmarking that. Dieter, no, I didn't see that because I was combing through all those images. So sorry, I haven't watched the chat as closely as I normally do because we were dissecting those maps and drawings and whatnot. The manager or lifeguard? Um, I like them both. Lifeguard is cool because it fits with the deep diving theme. I like I mean, I like that. So lifeguard for deep diving, that kind of thing, that thematically it works well. So I would go with that, but that's just my opinion, whatever you like better. Jade's copying a feel. I swear that was not intentional. Copying a feel, Dieter, it means it means feeling someone up. Let's put it that way. It means feeling someone up. Yeah. It's an American expression, I guess. Oh my God. I can't get over how big this guy is. He's huge. He's huge. Yeah. Um, yeah. That's what that meant. Um, so anyway, Jade with the reach around. I was just talking to Doug earlier about how I get so thirsty doing these lives. I get so ridiculously thirsty. Um, any theories still left to craft? Oh, there are always more theories to craft, Michael. Always more theories to craft. I mean, we could do this forever. Jade's being bad. Like, yeah, lucky Jade. Yeah, copying a feel is having the opportunity to put your hands where you really shouldn't unless she's asking. Yeah, that's pretty much it, Scott. I see his little hand. Yeah, Jade, Jade's uh, Jade's getting a little cheeky. Um, anyway, let me look at this last thing before we wrap it up because this is a cool link too. Let me see if I can. So this is cool. Yeah, it's got like a bunch of Victor's drawings all put together into one area. That's awesome. We got spiders, faraway trees. There's a scarecrow, the dog, more dog, spider web. It's a house with 6 graves. There are 2 boy and white pictures. House with what looks like trees that are more like hands reaching toward it. Another car accident. So that's 2 different car accidents that he's drawn, at least. Oh, of course, there's Jasper, Julie.
And I think some of the upper
The
left ones are actually Ellis's drawings.
oh yeah, way up.
Yeah, in the top left. 1 or 2 not as safe for work.
Yep. Yeah, the Eve, the Eve with the all-seeing eye. There are Adam and Eve here, and
Or character study anyway.
Fatima. This one is Fatima. That's the one he was doing in the first episode. He was drawing Fatima. There are like, well, it looks like an angel, a crow. a flower, a hand holding a flower. I don't know what the hell this is, but they're creepy faces with smiles. And
I'm assuming those are some other kids, maybe, or something, but not friendly kids. Maybe ghost kids.
maybe they look creepy as hell.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one he drew when the Matthews had their accident, even though the color of that car doesn't match Jade's car. But that's what he was drawing when they had their accident. And it kind of looks like an RV, but that car color does not match. Then there's a fire. Looks like a gigantic fire. I mean, that's an inferno. There are
It looks like
tiny
there's a
little
building burning down there.
It's huge, whatever this is, because there are tiny little people, and there's a giant fire.
I wonder if that's the hotel burning down.
It could be the hotel burning
That
down.
there's nothing else around it, but it looks like a building of some kind burning down. A big
It does.
conflagration. $10 word.
$10 word, yeah.
Oh, and you have Jasper on the side over there. Little dummy on the right-hand side.
Jasper the dummy. Yes, we just rewatched the episode where he did this one too. After he saw Jasper in the cave, he drew this and he held it up.
You
Season
remember what he
2
said to
episode.
Jade? Rah!
Yeah. And I don't remember this one with the trees and water. That one I don't recall seeing ever.
I think that one's
That's
supposed to be like a representation of it as like an island or something, which I don't think it necessarily is, but
yeah, because we've never seen an ocean.
which would sort of make
ever.
sense with the lighthouse, which currently doesn't, because when you look out of the lighthouse, there's nothing but mountains and trees. So it kind of makes you wonder why there's a lighthouse in the middle of the mountains when there's no real water around it.
That's why I think it's like a mirror dimension that mirrors Camden, Maine, but it's not a perfect copy. It takes features of it that were pulled into the pocket dimension or copies features of it, but it's missing things. Like there's a lighthouse with mountains around it and no water, no ocean. There's a motel and a pool and no motel.
That reminds me of a thought that I was having a couple of days ago, which is that it seems like a lot of the things in town are just kind of like pulled from almost like memories or imagination or something. Yeah, I'm not quite sure, because it seems like there's kind of a mishmash of different things in the town. You have like the church, you have the colony house, you have the more modern 50s diner, you have the elementary school. But if kind of Fromville and kind of like the pocket dimension itself maybe was kind of created as part of like the original bargain or pact or something like that, and if it's at all kind of like created by or kind of powered by like the kids that were sacrificed, whether it's their life force or their hope or something, then maybe the whole thing's kind of also pulled out of their memory or out of their imagination, I guess, kind of imagining how things should look, but without really knowing how they work, which is why you have like wires that go like nowhere, just kind of go into the ground, that sort of thing. Why I have a swimming pool but no motel, just kind of some of those other weird things. Maybe it's just the kid's imagination that's actually kind of putting all of those things kind of in the town, and maybe it changes over time as there's more people that come into the town, and so you get like newer diner and elementary school and all that sort of thing as time goes on. But I don't know whether that's what's actually going on or not.
I think that's exactly what's happening, because we got a clue to this when we heard the origin story of the faraway bottle tree, that it was created from the hope of the children as they were being sacrificed. And if they could do that, then
and it seems like it was through their essentially like hope, wish, child magic kind of narrative thing that then the roots grew up into the original like faraway tree, which I think is what's
Right.
powering like the entire like reincarnation cycle, kind of along kind of the Buddhist mythology sort of thing.
Right, and that's how I think other children who visit there, that things could be pulled from their imaginations as well. The whole
Maybe.
place could have been built based on children's imaginations, and that's why it doesn't make sense, and the wires don't lead anywhere, but the electricity still works. And there are
Well, and if you
goats and chickens
remember
running in the woods.
from whatever it was, Sarah's sister, or Sarah's brother, I mean, sorry, Nathan, who had kind of put forward the idea that like when people die, maybe their fears get kind of like trapped or incarnated in the forest somehow. So that might also be kind of part of that thing. If the whole place is kind of powered by children's hopes, fears, and imagination, then it may also kind of pull in, you know, fears, nightmares, dreams, mythology, kind of stuff that's rattling around in people's heads, whether it's kids or, you know, people who die or, you know, that sort of thing. Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it could be not just their fears, but other aspects of their imaginations could help manifest this place the way it is, and that's why it doesn't make any sense.
And kind of
So
imperfectly, kind of like in a dream or in imagination. We don't necessarily know exactly how things work, but kind of have a nebulous idea that, well, the lights turn on and cords go somewhere, but you don't know, you know, it's supposed to connect to a power grid and there's supposed to be, you know, a power plant somewhere that powers everything.
exactly,
But just from kind of a
exactly.
child's perspective, it's just like there's a cord, it goes into the wall, and magically power happens. And that's all they know.
Right. And they wouldn't understand that livestock shouldn't be in the woods. Cows and chickens or and goats shouldn't be popping up in the woods either. Nonsensical things like that. Uh, so I think that makes the most sense in terms of how things work. Um, yeah, I definitely think so. Um, now,
One other
Doc,
thing that I was
yep.
kind of thinking about the other day was that let's hear it. So we kind of know from Victor's monologue and Fatima's monologue, basically kind of the origin story that, you know, the kids poured their hope into the roots, and it was kind of the hope that powered everything, made the tree grow. But in the scene with basically, you know, the music box entity or evil Abby in the dungeon, when the you know, cicadas take over the three or whatever, and Boyd's going there to smash the music box. One of the things that evil Abby says, if you remember, is it's not your fears that feed the forest, Boyd, it's your hope. Now, it seems like she's trying to say that hope is kind of a nihilistic thing and that it's extending the townspeople's suffering by keeping them there and the monsters continue tormenting them. But it seems like there's also kind of a counter side to that where it seems like the entity knows that the hope is what's actually kind of like feeding the tree, or if there's multiple trees now, you know, if it's been some amount of time and there's more than one faraway tree, that kind of the ongoing hope of the townspeople is what kind of keeps the trees going, keeps the reincarnation cycle going. And so Voice Abby is trying to get Boyd to get the town to give up hope, which will then weaken the trees and maybe weaken the parents' reincarnation cycle or something like that. Just kind of an idea that I was thinking that's kind of an ongoing thing, that their hope continues to essentially power the essentially narrative avatar of hope, which is the kind of central faraway tree or bottle tree. And so it's kind of an ongoing kind of renewing process of, well, we have hope, and so it feeds kind of the tree of hope, more or less.
Right. And she was saying this like it's a bad thing, like the
Right.
forest is a bad entity, and your fears feeding it, and so
But
you
it
need to
seems like
just
she's
give
trying
up
to
hope.
manipulate him into giving up
Yes.
hope, like entities tried to manipulate Sarah into, you know, killing Ethan, Toby, tried to manipulate Elgin into helping Fatima give birth to Smiley again, that sort of thing, and may have convinced Abby that Fromville was a dream because she was there as a kid and she thought that her memories were a dream because she had like, you know, amnesia. And so her dreams were essentially resurfacing memories. So she was particularly susceptible to that particular manipulation from the entities in Fromville when she came back. If, again, my theory, she was Eloise. And so kind of had that manipulation from the entities trying to kind of subvert the process, or, you know, keep people from, you know, kind of keeping the cycle going, or manipulate people into killing other people and, you know, trying to stop the cycle, or at least that particular cycle.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was a completely manipulative act. Some people took that literally, like she's saying that hope is a bad thing in this place. No, she was just trying to manipulate him into giving up. You know, yeah, hope is what makes you willing to suffer, according to her. And yeah, that's true, but you have to continue to suffer through all of the ordeals that you have to deal with in life, no matter where you are. You have to do that. Otherwise, your only other option is to just lay down and die, which is what she was, you know, trying to convince him to do. Just give up. You're all going to die anyway. That was the message.
But in a certain sense, kind of the opposite is true, that if you have hope, then it feeds the hope tree and literally and figuratively, narratively keeps hope alive in the form of the tree, which requires hope to feed it. So it's kind of a renewing, you know, you have hope, therefore, you know, keep hope alive, metaphorically and maybe literally, sort of, in the form of the tree.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because the tree represents the hope of the children.
Exactly.
And that's why the boy in white, to me, I cannot
And
see
he
the boy
says
in
you
white as
can't cut
anything
down the
other than a
tree.
helpful figure. He
Yeah.
says, don't cut down the tree. So
The
I
tree is
can't see
important.
him as he says Victor just wanted any detail he could get out of him, and all the boy in white said is, don't cut down that tree. That's him trying to help, because that tree represents the hope of the children. That's a helpful thing. I definitely think that's a huge clue that he's a helpful entity. So that tree is going to be pivotal to ending it somehow, ending the cycle.
Yeah, and my kind of previously expressed theory was that the boy in white kind of can't really say exactly out loud what's going on, because there may be some form of spying going on by the entities, whether it's the crows or the dogs, or there's just some entity that sees all, like the, you know, Eye of Isatok, which is another kind of Inuit entity that's basically a giant floating eye in the sky that sees everything, essentially. But then you also have the Norse mythology of Hugin and Munin, I think, which are the two ravens that Odin sends out daily to essentially spy on the world and then report back to him, you know, whispering in his ear at night, or that sort of thing. So if there's something similar going on in Fromville, then the boy has to be kind of coy about what exactly he says, because if something hears, you know, this tree is the thing that powers everything, you know, don't cut down the tree, then, you know, something might come and try to cut down the tree. So it has to be a little bit coy about it, like, it's important, don't cut it down. I'm not going to tell you why, because I don't want anything else knowing why, but don't do it.
Right.
If you want to be helpful,
yeah,
don't.
that's interesting.
Don't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think I lost that link. I don't want it to go away. Wait a minute. More Victor. Oh, I wish I hadn't X'd that out. I was trying to find that. Where did it go?
A link
Was
should
it
still be in
Reddit?
StreamYard chat if you need it.
Yeah. Okay, I think I found it again, because I want to bookmark this. Yeah, yeah, I think this is it. Yep, I got it. Okay. I want to bookmark all of these. Yeah. When people say the boy in white is evil now, after watching season 3, I just don't see the argument for it anymore. Season 3 showed me all the proof I need that the boy in white is a helpful entity. Not saying perfectly pure and angelic, because I think he's had to do things that, you know, may cause harm to a small group to benefit the greater good, but ultimately he's trying to help and trying to end the cycle and free the children. That's the only conclusion I can come to after watching season 3. That's what sold me.
And when there's
So
bad things that happen, he shows up and helps. I mean, when the Colony House massacre happened, he pointed Victor and was it Julie, I think, to the faraway tree. When the storm came up, he pointed Boyd and Sarah to that faraway tree. When Tabby got to the lighthouse, he pushed her through the window out into the real world so that she could go and get Miranda's story or via Henry, see all the paintings, hear that Miranda thought that there was a reincarnation cycle going on. He didn't maybe say it in exactly those words, but she saw previous people who had theoretically gone to Fromville and who had tried to save the children, and Miranda thought she was the next one. Now Henry thinks that Tabitha's the next one. So in essence, it was kind of priming Tabitha to accept revelation when it came to her. I think because when the boy tells Victor that now he's doing things differently, because last cycle he tried to tell Christopher, but Christopher was like, Fromville lies, screw you. I'm not going to do this and I'm going to work against you. And so the boy in white is basically saying, well, I tried to spoon feed it to him, but he wasn't ready to receive it and rejected it. So now we're basically making you learn it on your own. And so that's why he pushed her out into the real world to kind of prime her for what would come later when she and Jade, finally figured out the, music puzzle, and then they started to remember. They're like, oh my God, we've been here before, yada yada. But she was at least ready to accept it, and it seemed like Jade was too, whereas Christopher wasn't, because he just wasn't kind of at that point. And it's kind of the old whatever the saying is, when the student is ready, the master will appear. But if the student's not ready, there's the other phrase, I forget exactly what it was, but the eyes won't see what the mind is not yet prepared to accept. I think that's the kind of flip side of that thing. And so the boy just trying to spoon feed Christopher kind of the resurrection story, needing to go save the children, yada yada, and he's just like, this is too much. Nope, you broke my mind. Go away. Not dealing with this anymore.
Exactly.
And by the way,
It
who
was
the hell
too
are you?
much. Yeah. He couldn't handle it. It was too much. So he's changed tactics now because Christopher couldn't handle all that at once thrown at him. He just snapped.
Instead, Tabitha
We
was
don't
kind
know
of like eased into it, kind of on her own. She had to like go and actually find the information or have it, kind of told to her by Henry, a little bit at a time. And then, they came back to Fromville, and then she was ready to actually hear kind of the revelation, so to speak, and accept it.
That's what
Sort of.
convinced me. That whole thing in season 3 with Tabitha, that's what convinced me that he's a helpful entity. I mean, yes, there were plenty of incidents where he seemed to be helpful in the first 2 seasons, but it was still ambiguous. Maybe he was still serving his own agenda at the time, but then that whole thing with Tabitha, it was obvious to me he led her there for a reason, and it turned out to be a positive thing. He was laying the groundwork for her, bringing back her memories. He was laying the groundwork so that she could accept it more easily, connecting with a past life, seeing the artwork that she made in a past life, her past husband. I mean, all of that was laying the groundwork for the revelation she would get later. He was kind of laying the breadcrumbs, and he even appeared to her outside in Camden too. So, it all tracks. It tracks with him
Now I
being a
still wonder
helpful
why he went into the little restaurant or whatever, as opposed to just walking down to Henry's house. I still don't know what that restaurant had to do with anything, if anything. But at least she eventually got where she needed to go.
I have my theory on that one. I mean, I think that, yes, there could have been a more direct way for him to do this, so it's a little convoluted, but I think he did that to point her in the direction of the church, because she went and followed him in there. And when she left the little shop where she thought she saw the boy in white go in, and it clearly was him. And then when she turned the kid around, it was somebody else, but it was him. Then when she exited the shop, she was facing the church. She went into the church, and the priest just happened to be awfully interested in her. Very, very eager to get her to open that lunchbox. And what kind of snacks did he pack you in there? And he was really insistent. He was following her out of the confessional. And then she opened it up and she saw the directions to Henry's house. Now, could the boy in white have been a bit more direct and just, kind of led her in that direction, walked her there? Yeah, maybe, but he's really trying to be careful, I guess, with how involved he gets, and just dropping clues and pointing her in the right direction in an extremely indirect way. And my pet theory is that he spoke to that priest in his head, masquerading as the voice of God, just like there was a voice of God supposedly speaking to Father Khatri before he wound up in town. Because that story was too uncanny to be coincidence. Father Khatri was about to jump off a bridge, and a voice told him to get back in his car and drive. 2 hours later, he was there in Fromville. So I think that entity was the boy in white, and I think he did it again with this priest and let him know a woman will be coming. You need to get her to open. She'll have a lunchbox. Get her to open it. Like, just basic instructions, and he would think that this is the voice of God talking to him. Now, I'll probably
I
never
don't I
know if
don't
that's
think it was
true.
that direct. I kind of have my own theory, which I think I've mentioned before, and it kind of ties back into the Eloise was Abby argument. And my thinking is that when Eloise, if she did get out into the real world, probably had PTSD, DID, or dissociative identity disorder. Basically, she couldn't remember who she was. She blocked out her childhood. She blocked out Victor and her family. She blocked out Fromville. She may have had flashes of Fromville as kind of like dreams or nightmares, as like kind of resurfacing memories or that sort of thing. But my thinking is that when she got back, basically she didn't know who she was, and so she was essentially an orphan. And maybe she got dropped off at a church or an abbey and picked up a nickname, and that stuck. Like, oh, it's that Abbey girl, who got dropped off at an abbey, maybe even the church in Camden. Who knows? Just kind of a thought that I've had. Did Julie drop off? Nope, I think she dropped off. Well, I guess I'll just keep talking. So anyway, carrying on with my theory, if Eloise got out to the real world, I think maybe she got orphaned, ended up possibly that church, and either that priest knew her as a younger man and heard maybe some of her nightmare stories of the place that like nobody can leave. And then when Tabitha, came back out to the real world and kind of gave her confession and kind of gave a similar story, then maybe he was interested, and that's why he kind of seemed suspiciously interested that way. I think that's about what I had. And I think Julie is still offline. All right, fair enough. I guess, does anyone in chat have any questions? Oh, hey, there's Julie.
I'm sorry.
Trying to keep the stream alive there for you.
This has been a complete circus tonight. My device just disconnected and it wouldn't let me back on, and I don't know why. So, thank you for holding it down for me for a minute or two.
Might have been a minute of dead air there for a second, trying to figure out what was going on, but
It's been one of those nights. Jesus Christ. Well, you're good. You're so good at this that you could just be on your own, and it sounds like you could have a channel yourself. So it was in good hands.
I think I'm just about out of material, but
Yeah. Well, I like that theory though. That I did hear at least part of your theory, and I've heard it before. And it's a great theory too on
like if
the
I was
police
writing it, that's how
situation.
I'd do it. If I was doing it, I'd even do it one step further. That Eloise made it to the real world. Got orphaned, eventually became Abby. Got a nickname, that sort of thing. Grew up, and then maybe she had a kid just before she entered the military and gave it up for adoption, and that kid was Tabitha. The ages would be about right. Tabitha's about 20 years younger, plus or minus, versus Abby. And I seem to recall that somebody had mentioned that Tabitha was an orphan as well, I think. Can't remember offhand. I thought I heard that somewhere. But then you'd have essentially like kind of a matrilineal line where you'd have, Miranda had, Eloise. Eloise became Abby, and then Abby had Tabitha, and then now Tabitha has Julie, and so you have this essentially, 3 or 4 generations of, kind of the same kind of familial line or that sort of thing.
I really like that theory. That's fascinating stuff. I like it. Nice.
Just if I was trying to write something integrated and just a super frummy, kind of mind fuck or whatever. That's how I do it. Ages work, and you could sort of make it work if you really tried at it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Well, you would be really great at writing the show. I like that. And Samuel, yeah, I need to get back to aquatic therapy. I used to do that and I stopped. I haven't done it in over a year. So, yeah, I'll have to get back into that again. Yeah, I went through a faraway tree. The man in yellow got me. I was story walking, and you can take your pick.
Dr. Mabuse is fucking with the electronics again.
God damn it.
He doesn't like it when people get too close to the damn answers.
Nope, he doesn't. Dr. Mabuse has to take over then. God damn Dr. Mabuse. Yeah. Anyway, I was gonna play. I don't know if I can do it now. I was going to play this thing that Doc shared, and I don't know if I can do it now because my laptop won't connect to the stream, and I can't play it from my phone. At least I don't know how to. I don't think I can. Damn. I had this thing I was
What
gonna
is it?
play. It's I'll put it in the chat. It's just a short, like, wait, I think this is it. It's like a 1 minute. Yeah, here it is. I'll put it in the I'm in the backstage on my device that won't connect. So I'll just put it in the chat. I don't know if you can share. Do you know how to share your
In
screen?
the StreamYards chat?
Yeah.
I think so. I'm assuming it's the present button.
Yeah, it's the present button.
Tab or something.
Yeah, I told Doc I would play it for him, and then I got kicked off.
Tab did that go into?
And then you can select which you want to highlight, if you can do it. If not, it's okay. It's so strange. I don't know what happened.
Okay, so it's the They Come for 3 song?
That's it. Yeah.
Let me see how this works.
And I think you have the ability to do it without me having to.
Yeah, I think so. Let's see. So it should be share screen, I assume. I don't need tips. Share screen.
Or wait, I might be able to do it. The only thing is, I don't know if you'll be able to hear it because something wrong with my device right now. I don't know. Let me know if you can hear it. Yeah, I doubt it's going to work. God, this is the most technical difficulties I've ever had in a single stream. This is nuts. And we got 41 people watching. Okay, it's playing, but I don't hear anything. Nah.
Yeah, I don't think I'm hearing anything either.
No, we should be able to hear it, and it's not playing because there's something wrong with the device I'm on right now. Should have finished setting up the new laptop. It's not just that. There's something wrong with my Wi-Fi too. Oh, well, I tried, Doc. I tried. It's just not working. My devices hate me tonight. Technology hates me. Yeah, Dieter, I'm gonna do that.
Okay, is this working?
Let me see. Wait, let me go back to my StreamYard tab. Okay, I think I can add you because I'm backstage in my laptop. Let's see if I can add you. Maybe not. I think it won't let me because my devices are not connected. Oh wait, no wait, I have to take mine down. There we go.
Okay, is this showing up? They come for 3?
Yes.
All right. Let's see if this works. Let's try that again with sound.
Yeah, the sound, for some reason, the sound is still not coming through. I thought it was just me, but now I see in the chat no one else hears it either. That's okay. We tried. We tried. Our devices and technology all hate us tonight. So, but thank you for trying.
Well, gave it a go.
Yeah, thank you for trying. Appreciate it. And as I'm on my phone, I can't play anything because I'm streaming from my phone, so I'll probably just have to sign off and not stream anything other than that. All of my devices have conspired against me, from my phone to my laptop to the Wi-Fi in general. But we had a good live anyway. We made the best of it. I enjoyed it, and I hope everyone else did too. And I appreciate everybody showing up. I'm gonna try one more time to sign off via my Chromebook instead of my phone because I okay wait I think I can do it. There we go. Now I'm back. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yep.
Okay, good. So I'm gonna give this one more try. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna just call it a night. No, that's not the right tab. I need Doc's link again. That's the old one. Oh, I'll go into the private chat. It's in there. Or not. I guess I lose the private chat if I switch devices. See, I'm learning all this stuff still as I go. It's a learning curve. Some things you can only learn just by doing. And you figure out, oh, okay, I can do this. I can't do that. Yeah. Anyway, while I'm doing this, I'll just ramble on about what we've got going on next. We're doing a Terminator 2 watch party on Saturday night in the Discord. So that's technically tonight now. We'll be doing that. I forget what time. Okay, 10 p.m. 10 p.m. Eastern time, Terminator 2 watch party in my Discord. If you want to join, the link to join the Discord and watch is in the description of this video. And yeah, so you can join that. Within the next, I'd say, day or so, I'm going to have my deep dive on Severance out for season 2, episode 10, the finale. It's all I have to do is just put my images together and record it. So hopefully no later than Sunday. I was hoping to get it out today, but now I don't know if that's going to happen. But definitely by Sunday. So if you're a Severance fan, please check out my Severance finale deep dive. That will be out by Sunday. Monday night, we're going to have our next live, and we'll do a call-in to discuss Severance. Lori of Real Cinema Therapy will be a guest. And let's see, Smitty Snippets will be a guest for the first hour. So definitely check that out. And anybody that wants to call into the panel and discuss the Severance finale or any part of Severance season 2 theories for season 3 and whatnot, you're welcome to call in on Monday and we'll just have a fun discussion. And Wednesday we will resume our From Rewatch season 2 episode 3 at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. And I'm assuming, as long as everything goes well, we're gonna do a FROMACADEMY next Friday with Doc Kaiju Labs. So we'll keep you posted on that if we're, if everything's cool with Doc and he wants to do it, and then we're gonna do that. We'll let you know what the theme is going to be for next Friday. And oh, that's the wrong tab. I was trying to share this tab. I think it's gonna work this time. I'll share Doc's song. I'll use this as our Oh, thank you for dropping the link. Thanks for dropping the link to Smitty Snippets channel, Dieter. Check out his channel. He's awesome. He's such a kind, lovely person. I just can't say enough kind words about Smitty Snippets. Him and his sister, they're so nice. Check out their channel. They're hilarious. And he'll be a guest on the live for the first hour Monday night. Check out Scarlet's Yellow Jackets live on Sunday at 11 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you check that out if you're a Yellow Jackets fan. And I think that the interview, if you missed it, you can watch the replay that Scarlet did. So there's a link that she dropped in the chat with Jen from Yellow Jackets. So check that out if you missed it live, and check out their live on Sunday night if you're a fan of Yellow Jackets. Check out Scarlet and Jamie's live. That's on the Sci-Fi Vision channel. And Scarlet, I don't know if you dropped the link. I don't know if you dropped the link in the chat to that, but you dropped the link to the live, so people can find it that way too. So you can go there and subscribe to that channel and support them. Wednesday, we're going back to our usual schedule of doing the From Rewatch on Wednesday next week at 10:30 p.m. Eastern for that episode, and we will do a watch party. Most likely, I think we're going to do it right before on Wednesday night, but we'll keep you posted. We're going to do it. If you want to join us in the Discord, anybody who wants to join, we will do a watch party in the Discord for that episode. Either Tuesday night or Wednesday night. We'll keep you posted.
Martin, the residents, we're still going to do more watch parties for that too. Yes. We're going to do, I don't know when yet. We will keep you updated on when we're going to do it, but it will be soon. And Scarlet and I are talking about possibly even maybe doing a couple of live streams, maybe 2 or 3 live streams about it. There are only 8 episodes. Actually, so that we'd have to do, if we do 2 episodes at a time, that would be 4 live streams. We'll keep you posted on our plans for that, but at the very minimum, we're going to be doing more watch parties at the very least, for the rest of the Netflix series, The Residents. And if anyone out there hasn't watched it, it's amazing. It's a great comedic murder mystery in the same vein as Agatha Christie kind of thing. It's so much fun, really intelligently done and funny, and it's just great. So next week, I think we're going to be yeah, I would like to do that. Yeah, we're most likely going to be doing this. We'll do another watch party for anyone who hasn't seen episodes 1 and 2 again, and then do a live stream and discuss. It's not like nailed down, set in stone, but I'm thinking that's going to work. So not everybody likes to binge. So if anyone out there wants to just discuss and watch it a little bit slower, we would love it. So yeah, we're going to experiment and see how that goes. So yeah, there's that. So we'll keep you posted on that. And if we do that, that'll be like Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern. If we do that, oh, well, I just heard a little ding, and I don't know what that was. Okay. Anyway, okay. So I think that's pretty much everything I covered. I think I've covered everything. So yeah, we will keep you posted. I will make a YouTube community post and a Discord post when we're 100% sure about the next Residence Watch Party, and if we're doing a live stream for it and what time that's going to be. So just keep an eye on the YouTube community posts and the Discord posts, and I will let you know this weekend when we get that all ironed out. And the next live though will be Monday night for this channel at roughly, I'd say 10:30 p.m. Eastern, if I'm being realistic, for Severance call-in live finale discussion. And overall, yeah, it would be really fun to go over all the clues in the episodes and the suspects in the residence. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a fantastic show. If anyone hasn't watched it yet, seriously, like, it's an amazing show. I'm absolutely loving it, and it takes a lot of concentration, though. You got to really pay close attention. There are a lot of details. I had to watch it a few times to retain them all and start taking notes, but it's a lot of fun. It's hilarious. It's so funny. It has great one-liners, like Scarlet said here. Quick wit. Oh, yeah. Nightman LOL. I think the show is called From because it's all about where, like, the answers to the end are at the beginning, where everything came from, the origins of the entire place. The answers are at the beginning, and that means going back in time, not going back literally, but everything started because of the sacrifice of the kids. The original story of the town, the origin story, and everything came from that. All of the stuff we're seeing originated from that. The original Jade and Tabitha, our Jade and Tabitha, came from them. That's what I think it means. So, anyway. Oh, thank you for joining. Awesome. We do a lot of fun watch parties. It's, like right now, we're, Severance just ended, so we're done with the Severance watch parties, but we're going to be continuing to do From rewatch parties every week. Next week, we'll return to that schedule, doing a rewatch of 1 episode per week and then a live stream. We also do regular movie watch parties, and we're going to be continuing to do watch parties for the residents and other random fun stuff whenever we just have some time. Like we've done random stuff, like watch Dollhouse, which is similar to Severance, Fallout, which is a great show. Just, we do random stuff, and then other things we take more seriously, like The Residents and the From rewatch. And we often do movie watch parties like Saturday night tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, we watched Young Frankenstein recently too. And when our friend Doug Hughes comes back from his trip, we're gonna watch more of his recommended movies, like some that I have never seen, classics like The Producers and Blazing Saddles and Spaceballs, stuff like that. He's the one who suggested Young Frankenstein. So we're gonna wait. I'll wait on those movies till he comes back because he'll want to join us for that stuff, I'm sure. Yeah, one random night, Scarlet, we watched Fallout in the middle of the night, 2 episodes. It was just like a random thing. It was like on a whim. Samuel streamed it for us, a few of us, and we just watched it. It's great. Yeah, it was just spontaneous. Sometimes people just have spontaneous watch parties, and anyone who is in the Discord, you're free to use that space to have watch parties if no one else is using it and there's nothing on the schedule. So yeah, when Doug comes back from his trip, we should watch The Producers next. I want to wait for him to watch those ones that he recommended for sure. But in the meantime, we got loads of other stuff. The Residents will keep us busy with watch parties for a few weeks. We only watched 2 Fallout episodes, so I'm still very early into it. And honestly, I feel like I need to rewatch them because I was chatting so much, I didn't absorb it all properly. There was a lot. Anyway, okay. So with that, I'm gonna. Oh my god, you guys are. This is nuts. The numbers are up to 49 people. Oh my god. Oh, Michael. I was just about to wrap up. What happened?
Hello.
Hello. I didn't realize. Did you drop off a while ago? I thought you were still there.
So I was looking at StreamYards trying to figure out why the audio wasn't working, and it said that if I use Chrome, then it might be able to put the audio through. I think it's maybe because I was using Firefox and it just maybe doesn't support it. So I don't know if you wanted to try the music again, see if it works.
Yeah, I think it might work this time. So I'm gonna try playing it. Scarlet, I thought you were always team go to sleep. Like keep going. We're up to we just briefly hit 50 people watching. Yeah, it just briefly for a second hit 50 people. Pretty nuts. Which is a peak for the whole night. I guess the Europeans and the Australians join at different times. Anyway, I'm gonna try playing Doc's song for him if he's even still here, and see if it plays now.
They touch, they break, they steal. No one here is free. Here they come for 3. Unless you stop the melody. They touch, they break, they steal. No one here is free. Here they come for 3. Unless you stop the melody. Here they come for 3. Unless you stop the melody.
Now, did that work? Could you hear the audio?
I could.
Oh, good. Okay. Oh, we did it. Hopefully Doc was still awake enough to even hear it. I don't know if he fell asleep. Yeah, that was cool. Oh, wait. Oh, now you know what I've been watching. This is what YouTube automatically played.
It's your Uncle Sam.
I'm not gonna play it though because it'll get the stream taken down probably, but it's it just starts playing the Kendrick Lamar halftime show. Because I'm still watching it like 2 months later.
You're welcome, Doc. That was awesome. That was really cool. Yeah, I'm glad I was able to play it. Yes. Okay. Now I'm going to get off and go take care of myself. I need to hydrate and exercise. And Scott, yeah, we're going to have regular watch parties for From, and if that's what you're talking about, and also the live streams on the rewatches, of course. AA, I would do Fallout lives, but I mean, we've already got too many different lives we're doing. I think there aren't enough days in the week. If I could add a few days to the week, I would. But well, who knows? Maybe down the road, like for now, I probably won't watch any more of it and save it, and then maybe when we have time to kill and we need something else to cover, we could do it later. I'd be open to doing it later, but not now. We just can't do it now because we've got too many stuff. We're going to be probably doing the Residents, and we're still doing 2 more Severance lives next week and the week after. We've got the From rewatch lives. We have FROMACADEMY on Friday, and it's a full plate. It's a lot. Okay. Good night, Scarlet. And thank you, Martin. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. See you next time. Appreciate all of you guys. Sorry I couldn't be as attentive to the chat as usual tonight because there was a much larger than average panel. I don't normally do that because it becomes chaotic, but I figured since Doug had a really limited amount of time to spend with us and it's his last time for another 3 weeks, I thought, well, hey, why not make it a party and let a bunch of people come on and wish him well? So I did. And then after that, it just kind of turned into a very involved discussion and examination of awesome maps and artwork. So yeah, hope you guys don't mind that it wasn't engaging with the chat as much as I normally do. And but I appreciate you. I would never forget about you or ignore you. Believe me. Thank you for understanding, Martin. I appreciate it. Dressed to Kill. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'll put that on the list. I've never seen Dressed to Kill. Fell asleep and woke up. Julie, you are still on. Yeah, I get that a lot. I get that a lot. It's been an interesting night. We had some pretty wild technical difficulties. I did, Doug did. It was a lot of stuff, a lot of crazy stuff. But yeah, a little music and some interference from Dr. Maboose. But we had fun. That's all that matters. We had a good time, and so yeah, let's just hope I can get my tech issues sorted out before I get another interview. If we're lucky enough to get Scott McCord, I can't have that kind of stuff happening when it's just a one-time thing. I can't have that happening. I don't want to waste that opportunity. So I'm going to work on getting my tech issues, my Wi-Fi issues sorted out ASAP, just in case we can get him this spring like he suggested might be possible. So anyway, yeah, so we'll see you next time hopefully on the Severance Live Monday night with Real Cinema Therapy as our guest panelist and Smitty Snippets joining for the first hour of it. And anyone else who would like to call in will be there, and we'll discuss the finale and just kind of deconstruct what everything that just went down and what could come next for Severance. And if you're interested in the Terminator 2 watch party, that's tonight at 10 p.m. in the Discord Eastern time. The link to that is in the description of this video. Please keep an eye out for my Severance finale deep dive. I know it's coming a bit late, but I promise I'm putting an enormous amount of work into it. And if you could give it a view, it'd be much appreciated. And I'll have it out by Sunday, the latest, unless something catastrophic happens, which hopefully it won't. So that's pretty much it. And keep an eye out for the schedule for next week. We'll let you know what we're doing with the Residents and the watch parties for the new series, The Residents, from Netflix. And thank you, Michael, for hanging out. You've been awesome. As usual, your insights are spot on. I always love to hear your perspective, and you add so much
Thank
to
you
the
kindly.
conversation. So I
I
appreciate
will
it.
say goodnight and take my leave on StreamYard.
All right. Good night, Michael.
Night.
And have a good day or a good night, everybody. My Annie and Audi will watch it. But where are we gonna go? Who will take us in? Well, I could just leave the live going and you could just keep chatting with each other. I mean, nothing's saying I have to get off. YouTube actually puts a limit of 12 hours. And then they cut you off. No one can do a live for more than 12 hours, which I found strange, but I guess on other platforms people can do longer ones. I would totally do a raid if there were somebody else live right now who I know of. I would do a raid. If somebody would just tell me how to do it and someone else is live, I would do it 100%. I would. But alas, I don't know how to do that. I think I put the link in the description of the video to LuvCrochet by Alexis, her beautiful crocheted from dolls. For anybody who's interested, like the one I showed earlier, my jade doll and the mini man in yellow. She makes beautiful dolls. If it's not in there already, I will add the link. She's also on Instagram under LuvCrochet by Alexis, LUV crochet by Alexis. And I was looking for a video to play. I think I'm just gonna have to play an old one to end it because I still forgot to upload the newest ones that Dieter sent me a while ago. Yeah, I'm just gonna play the old one because my Wi-Fi is not great. So I'll play the old one. So what time is it for me? It is 5:11 a.m. Trace. 5:11 a.m. 5:11 for Scarlet too, Eastern time. Yeah, if anyone like hear of anyone else who's live, I would be happy to do that for somebody. Raid someone else's chat. I would totally do that. Samuel, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Everybody who's just listening in the background while doing stuff. I appreciate all of you guys. Dieter, thanks for dropping the link to LuvCrochet by Alexis's shop. You send her a DM. And right now she's not taking current new orders. It's but in May she'll have a wait list again, so you can kind of maybe be on the wait list if you contact her. It's worth a try. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. Good night to you too. You are a sweetheart. Thanks for popping in the chat. I appreciate it. Good night, Trace. Good night, Michael. I'll get some sleep soon. I will. Hey, Laura. Oh, you're on the West Coast then. You're a West Coaster. I wish it were only 2:12 a.m. here. It's 5:13. Yeah. I'm gonna look up how to raid chats. I don't know of anyone who's live at this hour of the morning though. If I knew of somebody, I'd be happy to help. Oh, thank you so much, Trace. Sometimes I feel like they're a complete train wreck. You should have seen what was happening earlier. It was nuts. I was kicked off more times than I have ever been kicked off my own live in one live stream. My Wi-Fi crazy glitches and technical difficulties. So I'm glad people can be patient with that, and I appreciate it. You still have a good time anyway. How many incarnations has she been through? Probably gosh, I think every date in the lighthouse tower, every number, which I think are dates in the lighthouse dream. They're not in the real tower, but in her dream of the tower. I think those are all dates when she died. Her past selves died. Yeah. West Coast represent. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a Kendrick Lamar fan, so I'm fond of the West Coast, even though I've never been there. Real, yes, Real Cinema, Doug is leaving for Spain on Monday. He's leaving for Spain on Monday, but he said that depending on when we're live, if we're live like in the middle of the night and he finds himself available, he might just pop on a live randomly in the morning. So when we do live streams, I'm just going to send him a link, and if he has a moment to join us, then he'll surprise us, because we'll miss him. He'll be away for about 3 weeks. Just hit the live button to search, then drop them randomly into the closest live topic-wise. Oh, that's interesting. Hit the live button to search. Oh, that's cool. You listen while working, Laura. That's awesome. Well, I'm glad we can keep you company while you're working. Hopefully it passes the time a bit. Please hit the like, subscribe, go to the Discord like Scarlet says. Do it. Do it now, please. From filming in Spain confirmed. Yeah. Yeah, From is filming in Spain. That's going to be quite a different climate. From is filming in Spain now, guys. Oh, I'm glad, Trace. I'm glad listening while working is helpful in some way. I get that sometimes. Some people say they listen third shift. So I'm glad it helps. I'm glad you enjoy it. Thank you. Good night, Dieter. Good night, Dieter. Thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for my awesome Jade doll, for being amazing and supportive all the time. Basically my unpaid manager. You deserve a salary. I wish I could give you one. And thank you to Scott, who already had to head out, but thank you to Scott for being an awesome mod and helping Dieter. And getting the likes up, because that really does seem to have made a difference. Anyway, Spanish soap opera season confirmed. Yeah, confirmed. Yes, third shifter here. Yeah, see, that can't be easy, Laura. I'm sure working third shift is not easy. You know, so whatever can help you pass the time. If this is of any help at all, I'm glad. And yes, if you want to talk more From, if you're missing From, you need some From talk, you can come to the Discord and talk more From. And as they start shooting stuff, we're going to have more stuff to talk about before long. Once they start going into production, set photos are going to start coming out. That's what happened last time. We'll start seeing random set photos that we can dissect the hell out of together. And that'll be happening before you know it. Starting in June is what the estimates are that I'm hearing. That's what people are saying. So look, it's looking like maybe June they start filming From. Don't look for a camera in the doll. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to like cover it with a blanket when I get dressed. You got a secret camera in there. Discord is open 24 hours indeed. Yes. Doug Hughes now on a telenovela. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be quite a change of setting. Yeah. When they said things were changing around here, they weren't kidding. Yeah. From's going to have a dramatically different landscape from the sound of it. It's going to be in Spain now. Surprise. Doug let the cat out of the bag. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Doug doesn't know anything more than the rest of us. As far as From goes, and once he does know, he's not going to be able to tell us. So we will never ever try to pump him for information or anything like that. He knows that he can trust us and we're his friends, and he'll just keep coming on and talking about all kinds of other fun stuff. So, we can still have him on even once he finds out stuff and he gets a script for the latest season of From. We'll just talk about other stuff. There's no shortage of things to talk about. We'll just listen to him tell his awesome stories. It's exciting to think about. It's going to be happening before you know it. And he said earlier that he'll be able to talk about behind the scenes stuff going on. Like that there's no rule against him
sharing little stories that are happening behind the scenes on the set. He said he'll be able to talk about that kind of stuff. So that's cool. I would love to hear anything, like any tidbits of information that he's allowed to share. Can you unbutton Jade's shirt? No, sadly. His shirt does not have buttons. So can't do that. Yes, hit the like on the way out. Yes, you know you want to, indeed. Please do. Please do hit the like on the way out. Just hit the like button. Hashtag from Spain is trending on Twitter. What? You're hilarious. Oh man, I was trying to upload something, but it's taking too long. It's this latest thing that Dieter sent me, and it's like taking a year to upload. I'm trying, but it's just not working. Anyway, please join us for our watch party if you feel like it, for Terminator 2 at 10 p.m. in the Discord Eastern time. And if you're a Severance fan, there's still loads more stuff to talk about Monday night at probably 10:30 p.m. Eastern. On the finale of Severance, we'll do a fun call-in live. I'm going to try to keep it relatively organized and not have like a 10-person panel, and it'll be complete pandemonium. You know, tonight I kind of let it be a free-for-all for Doug, to kind of like a going away party for his trip. But I might try to keep the panel a little bit smaller, have, you know, less call-ins at once, but we'll see. We'll figure it out, and I'll let you know when we have a firm plan on what we're doing with the residents. But I think we're going to be doing a live on the residents on Tuesday. I can't go too crazy obsessing over it too much like I do with other shows, because I will burn myself out, but it's a lot of fun trying to dissect the clues and figure out who the murder victim is and all that stuff. I mean, not the murder victim, the murderer, because it's a murder mystery that's set in the White House with 157 suspects, and it gets very confusing very fast. So you got to pay close attention. It's witty. It's one of the best new shows I've seen in a long time. So I'm looking forward to continuing to watch it, and I think you know, a short live stream would be fun. Not a marathon one, because we can't burn ourselves out, but just like a normal length live stream would be fun. That I think we can manage, and just not go crazy and go over 2 hours, I would say. Panelmonium. Yeah, basically. Season 4 of the MGM Plus hit will be in production this summer in Nova Scotia from TV Line. All right, Michael. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Fantastic. Just a single line to confirm summer start of production. Scarlet dropped the link to her and Jamie's interview for Yellow Jackets again. Check it out if you're a Yellow Jackets fan. Trace, yeah, make a Discord if you can. Discord is really cool if you have like stuff you want to promote, or like an interest that you want to discuss with people. It's a great, awesome way to build a community. Discord has been life-changing for me. So I'd highly recommend it. I didn't make mine, so I have no idea how to make one. Mine was made for me by a friend, and so I don't know how to do it, but I had a friend who put one together in like record time. So yeah. Discord is awesome. It's just so much fun. It's a great way to keep conversations going. It's a great way to you know, have watch parties and just a nice sense of community. Anyway, okay, I tried to upload this clip and it's not uploading, so I'm going to just play it straight from Discord, or see if I can, and then just sign off, I guess. So
just for watch. Oh, you mean a Discord account? I got you, Trace. I thought you meant like create your own, like a whole Discord server. Yeah. Yeah, make a Discord account, Trace. It's worth it. Trust me. There's a bit of a learning curve. It's not very user friendly, but trust me, it's not that bad. And if you have any issues, you can DM me or DM Dieter and we'll help you. It's great. The watch parties are a lot of fun. That part when she's using the binoculars because she's looking at the guy's shirt, that was hilarious. At the end of, I won't spoil it for anyone who hasn't watched The Residence yet, but there was a really funny moment where the detective is like, using binoculars to look at a guy's shirt from across the room. It was really funny. Okay, so that's gonna do it for tonight. You're welcome, Trace, and have a good day or good night, everybody. And I'm going to close with this new little compilation clip that Dieter put together for me. Thank you so much, Dieter. I appreciate you, and Scarlet and Grant and Doug, of course, and everybody else who joined the panel tonight. Michael, KP, Brandon, Amy, and everyone else. All of you lovely, awesome people in the chat. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate all of you. You're amazing. You have a great night. Have a great night or day wherever you are. Much love. Yes. Keep being great, everyone. Bye. Amazing chat indeed. And I will see you on the next one.
Julie? Hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi JulieBDeepDives, it is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey Julie.
Hi, Julie B. Julie B. Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with JulieBDeepDives.
Julie B. My child, it is I, Father Khatri. But Julie B., I understand you are rocking it on the old YouTubes, and I appreciate you. We, as a Fromily, appreciate you like you wouldn't believe. And we are so thankful for everything you do and all the love and energy that you put out there into the universe.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs, there's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4. Don't stream and drive.
Father Khatri thanks you for watching. Sean Majumder, the actor, who couldn't be here right now. But he wanted to let you know he's very thankful. And I hope you feel better. I know you will. Keep your chin up. And I wish you all the best. Take care. Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. Be well.